Sogni, speranze, desideri, parole che diventano sempre più realtà. Ricerca scientifica, vita quotidiana.
Independent daily life, affectivity, and the present and the future, because I think we can all identify with what was just said by Frida Kahlo. Where you draw boundaries, I still see the horizon. Thank you, Andrea and Roberto. You were able to make magical the opening of the 22nd International Conference of Parent Project.
Benvenuti e benvenute a tutte le famiglie presenti.
Welcome to all the families that are here, to those who are with us for the very first time, and to those who are coming back. It's really important to see you year after year. This is going to be a conference focusing on the true needs of every patient and every family. Hopes and certainties come together with dreams. We're certain that the future is no longer to be a dark night or a tunnel where there's no light. Our common journey has never been downhill. It's actually been the opposite. But in the past 29 years, we have all come to believe that nothing is impossible. We will not stop until we get to the top of the peak where we can enjoy this beautiful sky and horizon. Welcome. Welcome to everybody, clinicians, researchers, pharmaceutical companies, practitioners, caregivers, and others yet. Those who wish to simply learn more about the treatment of Duchenne and Becker's muscular dystrophy. I'd like to very kindly thank all the sponsors. I can't list them all. Pepigen, Sarepta, Roche, just to mention a few. My personal thanks goes to those who, together with me, steer the association in the governing board. Daniela, vice chair or president, Filippo, the founder, Luca and Gianni, who are veterans, Paolo, Alina, Tony, and Alberto. Please allow me to also thank all of the staff at Parent Project, a group of professionals who are passionate about what they do, and thanks to whom we've been able to do everything that you'll see in the next couple of days and everything that we live day in and day out. Many of you will see on the stage inside sessions, or some of them will be behind the scenes, but I do want them all to know that we feel that they are an integral part of this large family of ours. And how can we not thank those who, with their attendance, their commitment, and their perseverance, are part of this huge family? They support us, and they help us to always raise the bar of our results. I'm talking about our volunteers and activists who are supporting us in our events, who they actually organize. SD Project for Life, for example, that organizes various events, Moonshak or Piantron, and many music or sports events. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Once again, let me thank our interpreters, Vanna, Laura, and Alessandra, and their colleagues. Without their very valuable contribution, we would not be able to understand all the contents that will be exchanged in the next coming 2 days. And let me take this opportunity to ask all speakers to speak slowly and to be mindful of the fact that they're going to be interpreted. Thank you.
Parent Project Italia.
Parent Project Italy is a a point of reference in Europe and elsewhere. And for several years now, we have with us families and patients coming from different countries other than Italy. To them, a special word of thanks and a warm welcome, and thank you for placing your trust in us. The years are behind us in which Filippo Bucella spoke the words that you find on our website. 30 years ago, and I quote, "When my son was diagnosed with Duchenne muscular dystrophy, there was nothing." Indeed, once you got the diagnosis, you were left on your own with your pain. But today, we are no longer alone, and we no longer speak only about pain, but freedom and dreams and desires, and we have a tangible opportunity to fulfill them. I'd like to thank the steering committee for the great work done in the past 12 months. We all feel that we want to expand our association even more. We feel the need for a stronger organization, but one that is also more streamlined in our decisions. We feel the need to be ever present in the community and to improve our relations with clinicians and families. We want to be ever more present in institutional dialogues, and we already are somehow, and that's why we are planning to reorganize our association in order to pursue certain goals and grow in the upcoming years. Together with you all, we are ready for Parent Project 2.0. I'd like to conclude by wishing you good luck at this event, and I'd like to give the floor to Cristina Picciolo, who since 2024 in May has become director of Parent Project and is going to steer the association towards an innovative path. Thank you.
Grazie Ezio e benvenute e benvenuti a tutti voi.
Thank you very much, Ezio. Welcome. Welcome also on my behalf. It's always very hard to hide one's emotion, especially after such a great opening. Thank you very much. I'd like to warmly thank Andrea Arena and Roberto Frutti for actually making it to representing our own identity and history. Thank you very much for allowing us into the heart of this conference, which we are entering in a passionate mood indeed. So let me try and tell you about what we've been doing in this past year as Parent Project Italy. Hopefully, I'll also allow you to better enter the very spirit of our conference. So, let me start with the first image, that is the butterfly, which represents metamorphosis, change, personal growth, rebirth, and transformation. Which brings me to the 64 new families that have become members of our association in this past year. And yesterday we precisely helped them through a special meeting. Most of them got the diagnosis in this past year. Therefore, our task has been to welcome them and help them through their rebirth. Not an easy task. Hopefully being together will make it less difficult. But the butterfly also brings me to talk to you about the 150 new young researchers that we've met in this past year. Actually, the direct knowledge, the opportunity rather for such a researchers to actually meet the Duchenne families is something that we've been considering forever, really. Also within the project of the 3 new projects that we've funded. But I'm also thinking of the 2 international meetings that we have held here in Rome together with PPMD, our elder sister, if you wish. One about respiratory issues in DMD and one about endocrinology. So we got people from the rest of Europe, the United States, and the 2 meetings produced some results that we'll tell you about later today. So let me now move on to the image of freedom. This brings me to tell you about what we do in order to make our children, the siblings, the families more free from the fear of diagnosis, free of being themselves without being necessarily always connected to their disease. So this year we've had some success stories with the sibling groups or the Becker coffee meetings. Siblings in particular need to feel free, to break free from the cage of simply being brothers or sisters of DMD children. And we are actually having a special roundtable for them, and another one which is whose title is From Behind the Scenes to the Stage. So we've been going through that together with researchers, clinicians, talking about ART and the access to such procedures. So specific meetings have been held, and some specific material has been produced about the pre-implant test. And then independence. Here is another keyword that, of course, brings me to talk about our own DMD children, who have, of course, together with their parents, leave a hyper-protection behind that particularly goes, of course, for their parents. Hence the relevance of the keyword independence, which is part and parcel of these children's treatment. And it is indeed part and parcel of our own association. We want DMD patients to be independent, to be, free, if you wish, from their own parents. So we have set up a sort of a working group where they can be members. And within our conference later today, we're going to have a specific meeting where parents will not be allowed. Independence must be factual and actual indeed. So last year we have, actually this past year, we have considered the possibility of actually working at an empowerment and training project with the UILDM. The UILDM people. The name of the project is Matchpoint, and the idea is that the very DMD patients are supposed to be trainers, to become trainers. And the word independence also brings me to talk to you about what we do, in terms of disseminating information about the, updating about the current research. So we've recently published 115 different pieces of information, and we have even organized as many as 12 webinars. And now something that I care for in a very special way, love and being in love. Here is another keyword that probably best represents PAN Project, our community, and this conference. Love is the engine of life for all human beings, and PAN Project was set up precisely out of the huge love of some parents for their own children. And red is the color of love, and it is the prevailing color for our association. We do everything out of love. I myself have really fallen in love with our reality. So love and passion are, of course, key to all relationships within the framework of our association, and this is quite tangible. Is going to be quite tangible in these, days to come. Parent Project, in a completely free and independent way, for a few years, has indeed considered the issue of affectivity and sexuality, and in particular, we have even promoted some counseling, if you wish, for the children and their parents, but I mean even young adults. So we're going to deal with that too during this conference. Then, be proactive was another key phrase. An acrobat who managed to stay, to keep his balance well. This brings me back to over 30 years ago. Pat first and Filippo then said in two very different places, there's nothing we can do about it. But since then, we've really tried our best. Well, actually, they were told there's nothing to be done, of course. So that was precisely the beginning of an extremely proactive approach through many innovative projects that I will not mention all, but we have a new platform for our patient registry, and then the Paladin project, another project called Parent on the Road, which basically orbits around the respiratory issues within home care framework, and we've actually been proactive in a particular way since COVID lockdown period with our telecounseling, and by the way, that has never stopped with the cardiologists, with the physical therapists, and of course with experts in the fields of affectivity and sexuality. And the same goes for our approach to clinical centers. We want them to, listen to our families. And of course, the same goes for our lobbying. Indeed, actually, yesterday, the Association of Neuromuscular Disease Associations was set up. You'll learn more about that after lunch. And of course, the same goes for the regulatory issues. I'm sure you've had the chance to go through another leaflet that has been handed out to you, and that precisely revolves around this. We want to accompany the pathway towards the actual development of new drugs. Tomorrow at 12, we're going to cope with that. And then be creative. Well, again, this is part and parcel of our DNA. Well, I'm sure you all know our founder, Filippo, and you know how creative he has always been, sometimes even a bit more, because we really try to do our best to keep his pace. And in these past 2 years, he's being creative, and and the other creative parents from the board has allowed for a newly rebuilt, if you wish, staff and the parent project association. We've gone through a whole reorganization project, indeed out of a creative spirit. We have made many aspects brand new, and I wish to thank you all. I wish to thank all our staff members. Thank you very much. You've really done it all out of love. Thanks a lot. And we've also reorganized all the different functions. For example, I'm sure you'll see this through the social networks. We have some last generation tools here, and we've decided we would be more present in our family's life. And we also have a new system for fund collection, and we have also improved our communication system in digital ways, in a digital way. And we have many activists. You'll learn more about that. We are going to talk about our fundraising campaigns again. Massimo Coancagli, the director of the Fundraising School of Rome and one of Parent Project counselors, will be talking about this to you. And by the way, what about donations to Parent Project? There's a signature you might want to place on the relevant sheet. And now, to conclude, another key phrase, transforming boundaries into horizons. Actually, boundaries have always been viewed as horizons within our framework. We do not have an actual drug, totally efficient, but we've done a lot. But we want to go even, beyond that. We want to transform yet another boundary into our horizon, the one of ableism, that is deeply rooted in our society, whereby disability is a problem, is a drawback. Ableism basically means that if you're not disabled, you are normal. Therefore, if you're not, if you do have some disabilities, well, then you are looked down on as a lower person. So disabled people are, poor things, or else heroes. Well, Parent Project has always tried to deal with these topics, but now we are getting serious about that. So we're going to have our first roundtable revolving around these. Do not miss it, please, and do not miss Rachel Callander, our guest from Australia. She is certainly going to help our conscience come out. And I wish to thank you, Rachel. Thanks for being here. Thanks for accepting our invitation. It is indeed a pleasure and a great honor for us. Let me now thank our sponsors. I won't go through them all because our president has dealt with that. Without them, it would be very difficult for our international conference to actually be held. I wish to thank Carlo and Cleveridge for being our, sound engineers. I wish to thank our interpreters. Our president has already thanked them. Your work is incredible, and you've always been with us, adding adding quality to our work. And I wish to thank all the speakers. And to conclude, I must join Ezio for, in thanking the Parent Project staff that have really, done a great job. Without you, we would not be here today. And by the way, Mr. President, thank you very much. I'd like to thank our founder, all Parent Project board. I wish to thank you for your daily work and thanks for, believing in us. Thank you very much for being here and being members of this great community. And now Ilaria Zito will be starting the first, scientific session of our conference. But before that, I'd like to say something about the last keyword we have seen. That is dream. We should never, stop dreaming. And we really want to remember that it is our daily task to imagine a better world. And we don't want to lose the courage of dreaming and building with our mind a new future, because it is only through dreams that Parent Project can truly engage in a real transformation. Thank you very much. Enjoy your conference.
Grazie, buongiorno a tutti.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. It's always very moving for me to come back to the stage and see so many of you out there. You look wonderful, and this makes me feel even more moved. So let me begin right away this first scientific session of the conference. This session is about a number of molecules that alter the progression of the disease. So they don't target the main problem, but the lack of dystrophin. I'd like to call to the stage three speakers. Our clinicians are Marika Pane from Rome, Giacomo Comi from the Polyclinic of Milan, and Riccardo Masson from Milan. I also wish to invite the representatives of the pharmaceutical companies of the molecules that we're going to talk about, who are going to be involved in the Q&A at the end of the session. We have someone for Capricorn Therapeutics, we have somebody else for Roche, and Joan Donovan from Edgewise Therapeutics. I hope you're all here, and I hope you can join us on stage. Please be mindful of the interpreters and speak slowly so that they can interpret you. Let me thank them personally as well. If you could kindly show the slide with the cell phone number that you can send your questions to. So if you have any questions, please send them into the number that will shortly appear on the screen. You can send them via WhatsApp. And let me call upon Marika Pane, who's going to speak to us.
Buongiorno.
Good morning, everyone. It's a great pleasure for me to be able to begin and open this conference. It's always wonderful to be here and to see you. You're more numerous every year that goes by, and so we're very happy to share with you the new aspects and what's happening in the world. As we said earlier, we have yet to come up with a cure, that's true, but we've done many different things and even more in recent times. So I'd like to talk to you today about a new molecule, which is very interesting indeed, which is produced by Capricorn, and the molecule is called CAP1002. It might be very useful for our older kids because it's a molecule that operates on the heart. we often concentrate on the motor aspect, on walking, but let's not forget that the heart is also a muscle. And so to us, that needs to be a point of attention that we must never neglect. So Capricorn uses Duramucel, which is a molecule. These are cells that are derived from allogenic cardiosphere. This is not a cell therapy. It's actually stem cells from the heart that come from healthy donors. And they are injected intravenously. They should localize in the heart of the patients. They don't end up inside the heart of the patient, but their task is to regenerate the fibrosis of the muscle that happens in the heart of a Duchenne patient. There's a fibrosis and dilated cardiomyopathy, of course. Here's the mechanism of action. It's immunomodulatory, anti-inflammatory, antifibrotic, but allogenic. So to date, 200 patients have been treated more or less, and the company hopes that the FDA is going to authorize this. But as you know, before we can actually talk about a drug that can treat our patients, there are different clinical trials that need to be undertaken. To date, the idea is to be able to use this therapy in addition to the therapies that our patients are already taking, because it should redefine the standards of care for DMD when it comes to the cardiological aspect. So it could be added in addition to steroids, in addition to gene therapy wherever possible, in addition to exon skipping or other therapy. And these are the clinical trials that the company is involved in. HOPE-2 is a phase 2 trial. About 20 kids were treated, 12 with placebo, and 8 treated with this intravenous infusion every 3 months, infusion of CAP1002. The patients that were willing then went on to the HOPE-2 open label extension phase, in which the treatment was extended. The data were then compared to the natural history. You know how important it is to assess a drug versus or against the natural history to make sure that the treatment is not detrimental, but it's actually positive too. It has good effects. And then there's a phase 3 trial that will look at the efficacy of the treatment using our molecule. Again, this concerns the cardiomyopathy of our patients. The results thus far seem quite promising. If you see here at, if you look at the pool, you know that the pool is the functional motor scale that we use to assess the upper limbs of our patients. Every time you come to the hospital, you know that we subject our young patients to these assessments that are extremely useful. We observed a significant reduction, an increase or improvement in the ejection fraction of the left ventricle, which drives the heart. There's a reduction, a slowdown in the progression of the heart disease, and there is an improvement. There is a slowdown in the progression of the score using this functional scale of the upper limbs. So we have data 3 years down the line, which continue to show that there has been a stabilization and slight improvement in our patients. So this is the ejection fraction. At 3 years, compared to untreated patients, you see how treated patients do better. And the same goes for the evaluation of the systolic volume compared against that of untreated patients. So preliminary results seem to be very promising indeed. In the pool, you see treated versus untreated patients, there's quite a difference. So a lower degeneration, a slowdown in the progression of the disease. And that's exactly what we're aiming to achieve. We want to slow down the progression as much as we can so that the delta between treated versus untreated patients is, of course, to the advantage of treated patients. So the idea is to potentially expand the molecule to treat DMD, but we think that it might also work for BMD. So we really do hope that these results that are so promising today can actually be corroborated and that they can indeed be reflected in our clinical practice and daily life. We will have to ask the pharmaceutical company later. They'll tell us how well we're doing. Thank you. And now I'd like to give the floor to Professor Comey, who's going to continue the talk.
Good morning. Thank you. It's a great honor for me to be here together with the parent project community. I'm going to speak about Sevasemten, a product developed by Edgewise Therapeutics. It's not on the market, but it is a product being developed at present. We are speaking about dystrophinopathies, absence of dystrophin, because dystrophin plays a physiological role. It is a matrix enable the muscle to do this eccentric contraction without suffering any damage. So the sarcomere and the contractile proteins are linked with the extracellular matrix. This is precisely what dystrophin does. If there is a dystrophin deficit, the eccentric contractions of the muscle cause a damage of the cellular matrix of the muscle fiber. Calcium ion get in and they activate a number of cascades leading to muscle wasting, muscle degeneration. This phenomenon, how daily you have this damage to the muscle fiber, this is of paramount importance in the natural history of the disease and of muscular dystrophy. And this led to an idea that we hope may become important also from the medical viewpoint. To fight this damage, that could be a tool to slow down DMD and also other dystrophin deficiencies. So we have identified these agents that have a TPS activity, so they use energy, so they break ATP to produce the energy of contraction, and in both of the fast and the slow fibers of the muscle have different isoforms of myosin. This is a mouse. 90% of the fast fibers using a given type of myosin were during the physiologic contraction. That does not determine muscle damage, but if there is a total absence of dystrophin, only a simple repeated contractions leads to damage, and that is visible under the microscope. But if we reduce by 15% this activity, the ATPase activity of myosin, this contractile, reducing this contractile activity reduces damage. Well, that depends also on the basis of the different inhibition levels. On the Journal of Clinical Investigation, a number of observations were published for this compound and its analogs. So there was a trial. There is now a trial underway. I mean, the testing of Sevasemten started with Becker and then went up to Duchenne, which is normally something that is exactly something that happens sort of the other way around than what normally happens. So we have this ARCH study to assess different levels of this molecule, their toxicity. And so the trial was carried out with Becker, with 12 participants, and the result is that side effects are very limited, and there is no increase in muscle weakness. So you reduce the contractility of the fast fibers of the muscle in a sort of percentage-based way, but this doesn't lead to such a detrimental effect. There is also stabilization of the clinical conditions vis-a-vis the natural history of the disease, and the damage determined by an excessive contraction of fast fibers leads to small holes in the membrane whereby calcium gets in but CPK gets out and so on. Well, these values go down and stay low for 24 months after administering this product. So there is a stage 2, a phase 2 of the trial with pediatric patients with Becker disease and adult patients with Becker. These are the side effects. You see the numbers, 40 versus placebo, and the tolerability profile is quite interesting. So the biomarkers of CPK, well, you see here the values are pretty low, and there is a reduction in troponin, which is normally not assayed in blood tests in hospital, but it is certainly one of the targets of this testing because it is precisely released by these fibers. And so we have a stage now, a phase 3 trial, and we are participating in that for Becker, and we have a randomization of 120 patients versus placebo. It is an ongoing study, and the primary endpoint is a functional endpoint, so not only CK but also functional endpoint. It is a North Star to see if the function changes, and then secondary endpoints including biomarkers and not only NMR. And then we'll see then what are the results. I think they are doing pretty well. And the same product now is being tested. There is a clinical trial for Duchenne. And here there is another concept that is pretty interesting, both the links and the Fox studies. Well, this product is administering on top of other therapies. It is an add-on, so the person is already taking other treatments, steroids, givinostat, antisense oligonucleotides in one case, or gene therapy. So also in the trial phase, this drug is being tested as an add-on, so you add something to the results already obtained with other therapies. It is an ongoing study. It will, in the United States, it will go on for 2 years. This is the profile of the study. Of course, it is a placebo-controlled study. The outcomes are, well, of course, functional outcome, force, North Star, the 4-step test, time, to walk 100 meters. So this is the array of the Sevasemten clinical trials. So Sevasemten enters our vocabulary. It is a drug you take per os. So the goal is to prevent damage to muscle by protect the most susceptible muscle fibers. It can be used in combination with other drugs, and is the polyclinic as it will become in 1926, and that is the hospital that dates back to 1842. That is the Central University of Milan, as clinicians will be meeting with Lyme at the end of May, and also if you want to follow us, we'll be delighted to welcome you. And now I give the floor to Riccardo Masson from the Besta Institute in Milan. He's going to speak about Satralizumab.
I'd like to first of all thank Parent Project for inviting me. I'd like to speak to you about Satralizumab and a shield, which is going to assess the efficacy of this in Duchenne patients. The rationale of the trial is based on the understanding of bone pathology and muscular dystrophy. We know that very early on, children are given continuous corticosteroids. A few years later, between age 7 and 10 years, they can register the first pathological fractures of the femur or long bones anyway, and then vertebral fractures, which are usually asymptomatic and that are identified through screening protocols that are part of the standard of care for this pathology. So as age goes on and as the duration of corticosteroid therapy goes on, so does the impact of fractures. Fractures also obviously have an impact on pain and on potential respiratory complications. Interleukin-6 is a pro-inflammatory cytokine. It's a hormone that operates locally during the inflammatory processes. Usually, in our pathology, this increases damage both in the muscle and in the bone. In particular, IL-6, as you can see from this image, binds to its receptor and differentiates these cells, which are called osteoclasts, inducing them to reabsorb and remodel the bone tissue, determining osteoporosis. Also, corticosteroids that have an inflammatory action with IL-6 increase the expression of receptors in cells. These cells being osteoclasts. So there's a synergy or a synergic effect that damages the bone. So what Satralizumab does, well, first of all, it's a humanized monoclonal antibody which binds the IL-6 receptor and blocks the cascade activities of IL-6 with a potentially beneficial effect on the inflammatory processes and the transformation of the bone, transformation into osteoporosis. It's administered subcutaneously every 4 weeks. The interesting thing about this drug is that it's already been approved for some for NMOSD, and it's being looked at for other pathologies. So the safety of the drug is known and has been known for several years. And we know that the drug is absolutely safe and it reproduces the same safety profiles as monoclonal antibodies. So it's very rare to observe a headache during administration or a reduction in white blood cells. Of course, hepatitis is a contraindication. The SHIELD trial is a multicentric trial which involves Italy, Spain, and the U.S. It's international, which looks at the efficacy of this drug with in patients with DMD. The recruitment has just started, The goal is to enroll 50 patients in total. It's a 2-year trial. It's an open trial, so there's no control arm, but all patients receive the drug in phase 2. And patients initially receive a low dose, so 3 infusions after 2 weeks, and then maintenance therapy with 1 infusion every 4 weeks. The main outcome is bone density 1 year after treatment. Then there are secondary outcomes, which are, again, bone density at 2 years and 24 weeks, some biomarkers of bone metabolism and motor function. The inclusion criteria for the trial, which will probably be expanded, are shown here. There are 2 groups. Group 1 for patients aged between 8 and 16 years, under 16 years. Both those that are ambulatory and non. Initially, a group of 8 patients between 12 and 16 years. We have to make sure, of course, kinetically, that the dosage given at the beginning is appropriate, and then the trial will be extended to younger children aged between 8 and 12 to achieve the total number of children included in the group. Of course, there is certain inclusion criteria, and there are certain constraints when it comes to other therapies that act on dystrophin. So the trial is recruiting patients right now, so anyone who might be interested might contact the Family Association that can provide you with further information regarding the centers running the trial in Italy. Thank you.
Grazie tantissimo.
Thank you. Thank you very much to our clinicians, first of all, for having accepted our invitation, which is never to be taken for granted. So thank you, and thank you for the great clarity with which you delivered your presentations. I suggest that we open the Q&A session. These are very interesting novel molecules. For example, the Sevasemten is the first drug starting with Becker's muscular dystrophy and then moving on to DMD. And then Capricor looks at muscles and the heart. We need that, obviously. And then Satralizumab, which looks at bones. We hope to be able to observe positive results on all 3 fronts. I'd like to ask Joanne Donovan and Mark whether you think you might be running trials in Italy too.
Hello, everybody, and thank you for inviting us. So we are currently running trials in Becker. Right now in Duchenne, those trials are in the United States, and we plan on sharing results of those trials towards the middle of the year. And at that point, we'll talk about our plans for phase 3, which would be global, for sure.
Okay, thank you, Joan. Grazie. Mark?
Yes, thank you for inviting Capricor to speak today. Currently, Capricor is working with the EMA. Recently, we have received orphan drug designation for the product for Europe and an ATMP designation. We are looking towards working with the European health agencies to bring deramiocel to Europe. And so hopefully in the near future, we will have some news as to the progress of bringing the trials and or the drug into Europe.
Bene. Allora, vediamo se ci sono delle domande.
Right, let's see if there are questions from the audience or on the WhatsApp number.
Ok, ne abbiamo una che è arrivata.
One on the WhatsApp chat. In the meantime, if you have questions in the room, please raise your hand. For Capricorn, or for whomever wishes to answer, stem cells from healthy donors, do they need to belong to the same family? And does there have to be a compatibility requirement met?
No. So these are not your normal stem cells because they don't engraft. We procure donated hearts. In those hearts, we then process deramiocel from those hearts. There is no matching process. There is no any kind of requirement for patients to receive deramiocel from a genetic perspective.
Abbiamo Alberto che ha una domanda.
Alberto has a question. I have a question. We've just seen, and I think we're going to be able to discuss this further tomorrow and this afternoon, we see that we're starting to see a lot of drugs that are in trials. And as a parent, I ask you, especially I ask the clinicians, how do we know which trials we need to enroll our children in without precluding the opportunity to get involved in other trials as the drugs are approved? I understand your question. It's totally legitimate. Let me say that trials have inclusion and exclusion criteria, so it depends on the child. Together with your clinician, it might be interesting to look at the various opportunities and make the right choice most suited to your child. It's difficult now to give you an answer globally and say you do this for this kind of child and you do that for the other kind of patient. It depends on the inclusion and exclusion criteria of the trial and the child themselves. And then for each trial, for every molecule, there are certain requirements and features. And so the advice I can give everybody is that, well, in Italy, we luckily have centers and clinicians all over the country. So you do have a center of reference. So every patient can go to their center and clinician of reference to discuss the best possible strategy for the trial. If I might add, thank you. Thank you for that question. A few months back in November, there was a meeting in Milan. AIM met to discuss the future. And all those who spoke were asked precisely about the future. What are the next steps? Or what are the next therapies that we need to be looking at? One of the speakers who took the floor was Eugenio Mercuri, who I think will be joining us today. And he talked about Duchenne. He, however, said that right now it's difficult to say that there is an approved drug for Duchenne, even less so for Becker's, meaning that we're moving towards approval processes for givinostat, gene therapy, and others. So, of course, we need to reckon with that. And it's good to be able to strive forward, but we need to take stock of where we are right now. So we're all aspiring, like you, to achieve our goal, but we need to reckon with the results thus far. I do confide that in the near future, maybe even in the immediate future, things will change. They will change our timeline, and I confide in the fact that we will find molecules that will modulate other aspects of the pathology. I'm sure that we are going to be discussing this later on in the next couple of days, together, of course, with algorithms and choices that will be made that will be complex. Obviously, these choices will have to be validated medically and scientifically, but we need to have the regulatory framework in place too. Whenever there's a new drug, we need to establish who it's indicated for, in what stage of the disease, and so on and so forth. That's what's happening in our spinal muscular dystrophy, which is we consider to be a cousin disease. The landscape is evolving for sure, and it depends also on the choices of regulators. Up until a few days ago, one of the drugs available could not be administered early on. That's changed. Now it can be. So the landscape evolves, but we need to stick to science. We need to stick to scientific, documented evidence, and then make choices that will be tailored, of course, according to the case, to the individual. And obviously, potentially, we need to strive for the best possible choices for the individuals concerned.
Thank you.
Funziona? Sì, se posso agganciarmi a questo commento finale.
If I may say something about this final comment that was made by Dr. Comey, let me add, I think we need to be really clear as clinicians and as families. It's one thing to have the prescription of a drug that's been approved, and therefore it's with a certain profile, and that can be suited to a specific patient, whether a child or an adult. But it's a totally different matter to talk about an experimental drug. Although it may be based, of course, on a well-grounded rationale, it still is experimental. And, the clinical trial is maybe a double-blind trial. So we have to be really clear that when people are involved in a clinical trial, there is no certainty yet. These two issues are completely different. And sometimes, because of the rate at which innovative therapies and drugs are released, there's a little bit of confusion on this aspect.
Thank you. I would also add that from the company viewpoint, it's important for us when we're designing trials to, as much as possible, look for that information. So, for example, to include exon skipping therapies in our trials so that we understand the safety and whether these drugs interact or not. So it's on us to also include that at an early stage in development where it's possible.
Grazie per questa discussione molto
Thank you. Satralizumab, that is a drug that acts in a different way. Well, we may expect something more. It may be an add-on therapy together with other molecule. Would that be possible?
First of all, let me start apologizing. I do follow Italian. Do you mind repeating the question in English that I can make sure I understand your question properly? So it's about satralizumab being able to be combined with other therapies, right? Thank you. And thank you, Mason, for the presentation. We are currently exploring this option even. So during the SHIELD DMD trial, because we realized there's many new therapies coming up for Duchenne, gene therapies, exon skippers, hopefully givinostat, vamorolone, we're going to be in the market soon. It's very difficult for us developers to design clinical trials that can properly give us an answer of the safety and efficacy of one single molecule when combination with many others. However, this is the reality we live in for Duchenne, and we have to start being a little wiser and smart in our study designs and allowing this kind of combination therapies to understand what the efficacy of one of our drugs is on top of any other standard of care. For satralizumab, this is an anti-inflammatory molecule. You've heard it has, our hypothesis is that it could have a beneficial effect on bone, but also as an anti-inflammatory, we're hoping it to detect some signal, so potentially for benefits on muscle. For SHIELD DMD, we are currently allowing the recruitment for patients that have been on other background therapies. You saw that gene therapy, exon skippers were currently prohibited during the first year, but during the second year of the trial, we want to start generating that data that how Satralizumab is efficacious even on top of other standard of care therapies like gene therapy, exon skippers, or givinostat. So for us, it's very important to start developing trials to allow understanding how combination therapies might work in the future and how our different drugs, and in our case, Satralizumab, could be efficacious on top of other approved therapies. I hope that answers your question.
Sì, sì, grazie, grazie. Una domanda dal pubblico?
Buongiorno, io avrei una domanda per il professor.
I have a question for Professor Comey. It's some scientific in nature. I saw from your findings that the levels of creatine kinases were assessed after 3 months of treatment. Is this a choice in the protocol? Was it a time point that was established? Just out of curiosity. Thank you. Thank you for your question. No. The GBK levels are determined at baseline, obviously, and then in the planned consultations. It's interesting because that's something constant across the 3 Becker trials. Becker does not have such BGK levels as patients in Duchenne, but there was a significant reduction along with the myoglobin released in the muscle that is indicative, for sure, of a lower damage to the muscle. Thank you. I don't know if we have any more time. We've got 2 more questions. 2 more. Let's see if we've got enough time. Okay, what about 1 question then? We only have time for 1 more.
Thank you so much for your presentations and for the results. And my question is to the third preparation concerning its previous practice in pediatrician population. Do you have such experience, and what was the minimal age of the kids for which this preparation has been used? Thank you.
Okay, sorry. So the age of inclusion on the clinical trials was 10 years or older. Patients could be late ambulatory or non-ambulatory in the trial. And from the trial, we did see an attenuation of disease and skeletal muscle function, and also stabilization in cardiac function over more than 4 years. So.
Direi che chiudiamo qui.
Ilaria.
Sorry, the question was for Satralizumab. Thea, could you please step in? Tessa. Yeah.
For our trials, the recruitment criteria for age is 8 to 15, but we are currently going through a protocol amendment. We want to expand it up to 17. So enrollment will be for ambulatory and non-ambulatory participants, 8 to 17.
Sorry, the same applies to Sevasemten. We recruited also adult patients, also above 18, and in the United States for the Duchenne ambulatory patients, so over age 5. So I mean the array is pretty wide in terms of age. Well, that is important because that is necessary as well. We close here, and thank you very much indeed, all of you, and thank you for the discussion.
Do la parola adesso alla mia collega.
And now I give the floor to Marica Pugliese, our psychologist of the Listening Center, for the first roundtable of the conference.
Ilaria, buongiorno ancora a tutti.
Thank you, Eladia. Good morning, everyone. Once again, I'd like to invite the speakers of the Roundtable to kindly take their seats. And I invite Doctors Giulia Drucco and Angelica Maftili from Milan to present a questionnaire on the GLOBE project. We also have a slide that we would like to show you.
Buongiorno a tutti.
Good morning, everyone. We're very happy to be here. We have very little time, I'm afraid. So we're going to be very quick. We're going to take only a few minutes. We're two psychologists at the Neurological Institute in Milan. We're working on a project that is pan-European in collaboration with the University of Freiburg in Germany and the McMaster University in Canada in Hamilton. Each partner collaborates with the National Patient Association. In our case, the association involved is the Parent Project, which worked to gather information on the transition process of care from pediatric to adult care. It's a very delicate transition for many families, and the goal is to improve the process and care provided during this time. Some of you have already participated in the qualitative phase of the project, and now we are collecting more quantitative data. We created an online survey made up by different questionnaires to glean experiences regarding transition. In your packs, you should have this flyer. You will find a QR code, and you can read more about the project and fill out the questionnaire. Patients aged between 18 and 25 years can participate along with their families, caregivers, siblings. And should you have any questions, we will be here until this afternoon. And if you have any questions regarding the project, please do not hesitate to ask us. We also have a paper questionnaire if anybody wants to fill them out by hand. The time required is between 10 and 20 minutes. We'd like to thank you for your attention and for your collaboration. Your contribution is crucial. It would greatly help us to achieve the goal of our research, which is to create guidelines for the transition from pediatric to adult care. Thank you and enjoy your day.
Eccoci. Sentite? No. Eccoci, adesso è aperto. E come avete ascoltato stamattina,
as you heard this morning, this roundtable is going to be about
da tantissimi punti di vista, quindi
ableism. So this is something that we deal with every day, and that's why we wanted to delve into it during this roundtable session. I'd like to give the floor to my colleague now. Thank you, Marika. Good morning, everyone. From me too. Welcome. This roundtable is called The Culture That Disables. We need to combat ableism in all of its forms. Here, we're gathered here today to engage in a deep analysis and reflection, and we're going to explore a very pervasive aspect of our society today, ableism. We will hear from different voices, national experts, testimonials from parents and patients who are part of our associations, international guests who will help us to understand how prejudice and stereotypes can generate invisible but very sound barriers. I will not take up any more of your time to make room for them, to their testimonials. We'll begin with Professor Rosa Della Chico, who's a psychologist and studies inclusion psychology at the University of Turin. She teaches science, and today she's going to present the findings of a participatory empirical trial carried out in Italy to assess the scope of ableism in Italy. Thank you, and good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for inviting me. I feel a grave responsibility here as I opened this roundtable session on the topic at hand, ableism. I speak on behalf of a group of researchers comprised by academic researchers, but also activists and experts in disabilities, and who are tackling ableism. I said this morning, ableism is about beliefs and forms of biases that run the risk of marginalizing and making invisible people with disabilities. So we focused on studying ableism in the context of our country,
Voi
Italy.
direte, ma perché? Perché
And
farlo
you
probabilmente
might ask
significa
yourselves, why do that?
la conferma che l'attivismo sia
Because
pervasivo, anche se
ableism
ci
is certainly
sottolinea
pervasive in Italy too.
poi
We've
questa
known that
realtà
for a
grazie
while,
anche
and actually it came to light even
al
more
festival sono
in
italiane
recent weeks
che
during a very
forse
important music festival that was televised. You may have seen directly what happened.
rappresentazione della disabilità con una visione
It depicted
infantilizzante, pietistica, abbiamo
disability, but
amava la vita,
in a way that was very melodramatic. And, there were words spoken, and I quote, like the following: oh, they suffer from disability. Life without them would be terribly boring. She loved the life in spite of it all. She weighed as much as an apple, but she was a rock star. So you see, this is the collective discourse when it comes to depicting disabilities. Disabilities are looked at as a medical issue, and it's looked at in pathological terms only, without taking into account that it's also a social, cultural, and political issue that concerns us all. So why study ableism in Italy, you might ask? I don't know whether this word, abilismo, ableism, is one that you're familiar with. Ableism is a word which comes from the Anglo-Saxon language. People started talking about ableism in the 60s and 70s in the UK, the US, and Canada. But in Italy, the word ableism saw the light much later. Up until 2017, it was considered to be a neologism. And when we actually started to study ableism, and we started looking for data regarding the spread of ableism in Italy, we realized that there were no findings at all. And so we were unable to determine how pervasive this kind of attitude is in Italy. Now, very quickly, I'd like to begin by saying that ableism is not just an individual attitude. It is actually a system. It's a cultural and social system that tends to favor able people, thus discriminating persons with disabilities. And so, like many other isms, like sexism and racism, what ableism does is it categorizes the persons based on a characteristic that they have. In this case, discrimination is based on the concept of ability and alleged normalcy. Ability is seen as a standard of beliefs, expectations, and processes arbitrarily established by society that believes that the performance of certain tasks is to be privileged, like being productive, being quick, and it becomes a standard by which people are judged. and assist, and it brings about a differentiation process amongst individuals, and it excludes and marginalizes and makes invisible those that do not fit in this fictitious ideal or standard. So the different level of ability between people ceases to be a mere difference and actually becomes a source of disparity of treatment and inequality and access to resources and opportunities. How does it take shape? Ableism. Ableism is not something intangible. It's not a mere definition that we find in the literature. Ableism can take different forms. There is such a thing as hostile ableism, which comprises apparently hostile behaviors like using offensive or inappropriate language, expressions of disgust, humiliation, segregation. But there is a so-called benevolent ableism, which is more subtle, more invisible, which makes it socially accepted by many, because benevolent ableism comprises all those paternalistic and condescending behaviors. So, for example, we find this when people use baby talk when referring even to or when trying to interact with disabled persons who are adults. There is the provision of unsolicited help, a denial of the identity of the disabled person, or expressions of piety or compassion that are totally out of place. And then the use of inadequate language. I teach teachers, I train trainers, and when I, talk to some teachers, they talk about, Filippo and Francesco, so they talk about so-called normal students using their proper name, and then they talk about the disabled student as student X or student H. They are not mentioned by their proper name. This might seem a little subtle to you, but I assure you that language forges reality. So we need to be really careful when considering these aspects, because discrimination against people with disabilities is not just about bullyism, which of course is very inappropriate, but it can also be more subtle when, for example, schools organize excursions that are not accessible to children with disabilities. These are constant microaggressions. They are micro-attacks. These are messages that are conveyed to individuals with disabilities every day, and they give origin to ableism. So what did we do in our research? We try to answer the question, to what extent is Italian society ableist or ableistic? First of all, our research was participatory. Academia can also espouse ableism when it speaks of individuals with disabilities rather than speaking of individuals that we do research with. It's not that we do research for them, but with them. There needs to be a mutual relationship, because we, of course, espouse the principle that nothing can be done without us. So as a group, we built a scale, a number of assertions to detect ableism and related attitudes. And we started with the narration, guided narration of experiences of discrimination that people that worked with us experienced firsthand. And then we gave this scale to 1,500 adults in Italy. This is a representative sample. And so based on the findings, I think we can comfortably say that Italians think this or Italians think that. This is the scale. If you scan this, you will find the scale. I invite you to scan this and to disseminate it as an instrument, as a tool to raise awareness above and beyond our circles, because we're talking critically about this, but out there is a lot that needs to be worked on. And you will also find a reference to the research and the writings that can be downloaded free of charge. So these are the items covered by the scale. We group them together in categories. I'll look at some. Here are some examples of ambivalent representations or statements. 72, the number 72 means that over 70% of Italians think that people with disabilities that make an effort to behave like others are to be admired. So this means that out of 10 people that you meet in the street, more than 7 out of 10 think that persons with disabilities that try to be normal, so to speak, and to be like others are doing a positive thing. Now, this is problematic. It's problematic because it is part of the idea that in disability there is something to be ashamed of. It's something to be hidden. It's a limit to be overcome. And the solutions are normalization and treatment. So once again, this is an individual vision rather than the idea that disability is about barriers that are social and cultural. I'm going to try to move a little bit more quickly. I thought this was an interesting thing to report on. Infantilization and substitution, examples of this. There's a certain percentage of Italians who believe that to be sure that they are understood, it's better to address the person accompanying the disabled individual rather than the disabled individual. And 2 out of 10 Italians and 30% are undecided. So half of our compatriots believe that people with disabilities need affection more than a sex life. I will leave it up to you to comment on that. But once again, considering this, considers individuals as eternal children who, of course, have no sexual needs. Let me just conclude by saying that 1 out of 10 Italians, 10%, believe that adopting a certain attitudes vis-a-vis disabled persons means being unfair to the others. And aides are favoring and unfairly favoring persons with disabilities to the detriment of everybody else. So the percentages here do reflect the way things are out there. So there is a tragic vision and dependency from the welfare state. But let me move on to good news now, because there is some good news here. There is a silver lining. And I feel it is a collective responsibility for us to fight against these prevailing collective discourse around disability. which is permeated by ableism. First of all, it's really important to face this collectively, to be organized, to fight against these discrimination. We have to join forces to raise awareness on these issues. And you may have heard that the reform on the tailored project of life has been deferred, and this is a terrible thing. I think this is something we need to talk about. It's truly deplorable. It's a matter of rights. It's not just putting off a deadline, postponing it. It's about individual liberties and freedoms and opportunities. And for years, we have been waiting for this to happen. Anyway, what has emerged from our finding is something interesting. We were trying to create a typical profile of the ableist person par excellence. You know, we asked about age, socioeconomic level, educational background, and we also asked whether the respondents had prior contact with people with disabilities. We know that familiarity and relations with individuals with disabilities can curb the proliferation of stigma. And based on our survey, the good news that emerges is that there are no significant variables that emerge, but having areas of life that lead people to have real contact and relationships with persons with disabilities can indeed discourage people from embracing ableism. I'd like to close with a quotation from Fabrizia Acanfora, a researcher who worked with us. And this is not for us, obviously, because we're experts, but the invitation is to take this message out there. Let's reflect on the extent to which we may have internalized this kind of ableist attitude without even realizing it. The time has come to ask ourselves, what kind of a world do we want to build? Because a more accessible and equitable world is not a favor for disabled people, it's a better world for everyone concerned. Thank you.
Grazie. Grazie professoressa Bellacicco, un intervento che avrebbe avuto bisogno davvero.
Thank you very much. Well, of course, we might have enjoyed more time to listen to you, because this is a very interesting research indeed, and one that our community seems to appreciate a lot. So, Max Olivieri is an activist, and he claims the rights of disabled people, and the founder of the committee known as Love Giver. He works within the municipality of Bologna, northern Italy, and he is also a trainer in this field. So you have the floor, Max. Tell us about your experience in this field. Thank you. I see you're all worried. Well, maybe because you know me. Well, let me start as a good guy, so to speak, because what I really would like to do at this stage is to allow all those who can walk on their 2 feet, I'd like to allow them to have a chance, so to speak. I mean, what do we mean by ableism? What is the actual meaning of ableism? Well, I believe there is a distinction to be made. Namely, it all depends whether it derives from ignorance or from an actual bias. This is quite an interesting distinction, and an important one, because, ignorance is on us. We are all guilty if we are ignorant. Those who ignore something and do nothing to change that, well, of course, these are sort of guilty people, guilty of that, but it's not an aggressive kind of a guilt. Yesterday I was talking this over, and I was listening to many colleagues, and they did not seem to, fully appreciate what I was saying. Anyway, having said that, we have some content creators within our, group who dwell on these aspects, but in a very aggressive way. So suppose I could walk on my 2 feet, and suppose I were to listen to these people being so aggressive about this issue. Well, I would probably go somewhere else because I would feel prey to such aggressivity. I wouldn't really know how to deal with this kind of a person who might, yell at me, whatever I might do with that person. So let me give you some examples of what I mean, and I'd like to, take you back to the issue of sexuality. I'm really not sure why you wanted me to deal with this issue. Anyway, what do we mean by ableism within the field of sexuality? Well, people often say that sexuality is something that is simply denied. It's something that disabled people are not supposed to have. But I have not gone through any piece of legislation that actually revolves around this and that explicitly says this. However, such denial is there, all right, and it is of an implicit kind. The point is not simply to deny, but also not to make it easy for disabled people to have sexuality. I do not consider you as a sexual person, as a sexual being. Therefore, I believe you're not entitled to have access to sexuality. So ableism is of a physical nature, but also of a cultural one. So, you're not telling me that sexuality is denied to me, but you also do nothing to allow me to actually have access to that. Well, just think of a shop with the steps. There's no, no saying outside. There's no writing outside saying that there are steps you should walk before actually entering the shop. However, again, you are not allowing a given group of persons, a category of persons, sorry to say that, you're not allowing them to have access to your shop. So you're not actually being, overtly aggressive about me entering your shop, but you are also not doing anything for that to happen. So you do nothing for my bodily being to be actually accepted. So there's no way whereby bodies can be viewed in a diversified nature. Any disabled person in advertising, for example, well, I may have never seen that. Have you ever seen a disabled person on a wheelchair advertising, I don't know, a toothpaste? still I do wash my teeth. So why is that? Why, I mean, should someone advertising a toothpaste to have a nice ass? I mean, why? What do we care about that part of the body? Why shouldn't we have disabled people in that kind of commercial? I mean, we do wash our teeth again. What is scary about that? And why is it that in serial TV, comedies or, films, you need actors pretending to be disabled? Well, it's as though a black person should be in a cast and you want a white actor to play the black character. I mean, what, on the other hand, if we did have actually disabled people in as cast members, possibly even making love, having sex? I mean, it might sound funny or bizarre to say that people should get accustomed to us, but I mean, what's wrong? What's wrong with that? I mean, if I get out of here and I see someone with 3 heads, I'm going to look at that person and possibly say to myself, stop watching, of course, but I would not stop. However, if everybody had 3 heads in a given, place, I would be the funny one, because there people are used to having 3-headed people around. So sometimes, big issues are solved out of simple thoughts, but remarkable one, very effective ones, so to speak. As I like saying, we often, disabled people may have, 2 different identities. In one case, people with disability are disabled because of a disease, but that takes time, of course. Research, scientists, and so on. The other kind of disabled person's identity derives from the perception of that disability, and this can be solved in a much faster way. I mean, based on the context where I am, the perception of my disability may change. If I have no barriers, if I get out of my, place, I can attend all conventions. I can use public transport, go to, bars or coffee shops, basically do what not normal, of course, but I mean ordinary people do, because normal people are, never there. But, well, that might be a dream. However, I would have a very different perception of my own disability. Of course, as opposed to that, I would feel like I'm not good for, social purposes. Therefore, my perception of my own disability would change remarkably. So let me say quite clearly that I can understand scientists still have a long way to go to, allow these diseases to simply be out of our lives, but I can certainly not understand why nothing is done about how we perceive our own disability, which is something that can and should be changed right now. So, when the example was given of people possibly not talking to you, but with those who accompany you, I know that's not nice at all. It may have to do with ableism. However, I don't get angry as I used to, because I can understand that there's a kind of ignorance behind that. I mean, I'm not sure whether that person on a wheelchair can talk, for example. So there's two ways I can sort that out. Either I speak to that person directly, but of course, if the person cannot speak, then I would probably feel guilty for that. Otherwise, I talk to the accompanying person, and then I'll sort it out. So I don't really get angry. It's just ignorance. However, as it has happened, if then I answer, but then you still talk to the accompanying person, then I get angry a lot. I mean, definitely, because that is, the main difference. And let me close. Well, this is also what happens with sexuality. I often talk to students in schools, and students, I mean, young people are also ignorant sometimes. They write down their questions on papers anonymously, because sexuality is something you are not supposed to talk about. Okay. Anyway. Don't get scared for what I'm going to say. So anyway, one of those questions is this: can you make sex? Well, actually, my answer was another question. What do you mean by making sex? I mean, the question does not cover it all. So it's basically something that derives from some stereotypes whereby people think that sex can be made only in a given way. So you can't possibly think of any other way. You have never seen or thought of a person like me actually making sex. So once again, that's ignorance. So to close, this is where ableism often derives from. Ignorance. I'm sorry. Since I've become a father, I may have got a better guy, but let me tell you, this has nothing to do with, overt nastiness. I believe that real ableism is where there is full awareness of doing something that you know is actually being noxious for the person for the disabled person, but you keep doing that. You simply don't care and just keep going with that kind of approach. That is ableism and should not be forgotten.
Grazie, Max. Vabbè, non si può. Well, I don't think we may add anything else after these two contributions, both by Mrs. Bellacico and Mr. Ulivieri. Now we start with the coolest part of the roundtable. So we have people who are here to give their contribution as witnesses, so our children and also the families are willing to come here to the podium, because I mean, maybe rather difficult to come here in front of everyone. So we'll give the floor to Valentina, Domitilla, and then Samuele, one of our boys. So first of all, Valentina, and she will introduce herself. And well, I'd like for her to tell us what she saw in her boy in terms of ableism, and how she lived through all that as a mother, and what can really make the difference to fight against ableism. Thank you, Sara. Good morning. I am Alessio's mom, and he was diagnosed DMD when he was 4. Besides, 3 years ago, my boy also had an ictus, and that event further modified our everyday life and his needs. Alessio is now 15, and he is a sunny boy, very inquisitive, and is very well aware of his condition. And he leaves all that with peace of mind. He loves music. He is attending a singing school where he can express himself, and he actively participates in all the events that are organized by the school. He's attending the second year of the Languages High School, and his character and determination always enabled him to do what he wanted to do. We live in a society that considers disability as something that must be corrected or overcome rather than a natural part of human diversity. My son meets ableism every time he's unable to reach a place because the means of transport are not equipped. He cannot enter a given room because the room is not accessible. He cannot share ideas, passions, and, well, moments together with other people because the setting, the environment doesn't take into account the specific needs that are linked to his conditions, which of course has an effect on his life quality because, well, most of the times he's not free to choose where to go, what to do, and with whom to spend his time in total autonomy. Being a mother, well, ableism was not only something I lived through what my son experienced, but also directly through the language used by some people. Every time my son's condition was viewed as a privilege. The privilege of not working, the privilege of receiving subsidies, the privilege of having a parking lot reserved for us near our house. And I was also insulted for underlining a wrong behavior that was denying my son the enjoyment of a right. I was in a situation where, when speaking with a person, with my son being there, this person, instead of speaking with him, this person would speak to me. Our life has been defined as less fortunate because there is disability in it. Well, the expression of that pietism and that compassion that certainly disability, well, doesn't need. Well, all these attitudes demonstrate that ableism is of a cultural nature and also with the culture of respect of disability and unicity characterizing every human being. Well, only by doing that we can fight it. We need gestures and words that make people aware of that. Well, our present world people are the only ones who can really make the difference, each and every one of us in our own roles, but especially all together. As parents, we have always been very constructive. That, well, has been developed through a constant work on ourselves. We have always tried to find our balance between the changes imposed by the disease and the real possibilities. We have always tried to go beyond the condition of our son, putting him always at the very center as a person. And this approach enabled us to recognize and fight all the prejudices that may come from the outer world, but also giving Alessio the tools to live his life with peace of mind. At the basis of it all, we've always had dialogue and exchange of ideas. We have tried to set up a network of people who are aware of our son's needs, and we've always worked together with the school. The peer relationship and social activities have always been a priority. Today, Alessio is an adolescent, is a teenager. This is a fundamental moment in the pathway, so to speak, of growth, and it is a complex moment for everybody. Of course, if there is a disability with it, that may be more difficult. Having a classmate with a disability may generate doubts in young people, and these young people simply don't know how to behave. Adults have the responsibility of, organizing, of setting up all those actions that may favor, that may help understand the value of diversity and prevent all the attitudes that may also even unwillingly create distance. This year, there is a project underway that will involve, Alessio's classmates. I've always believed that educating ourselves and others to recognize and overcome all the prejudices vis-a-vis people with disability is a fundamental step to build a more inclusive community. Acting with respect, empathy, and understanding is certainly the basis for all that. School is an important, container of experiences, and thanks to the collaboration with the teachers and all those who looked after my boy, it has been possible to organize activities that enhanced his potentials and favored his autonomy. In practice, the experience of Alessio last year, there was a trekking organized in Cala Martina. We live in Tuscany, so it was a trekking along the coast. And there was also a learning experience in another place, Carci, and another trip to Lucca. All around the walls of Lucca, and Alessio with his electronic chair, the others were on bikes, and so he was able to participate in all the activities there. So the school in every trip has organized and adjusted in the best possible way all the activities in such a way that Alessio could participate in all of them. I'd like to close with a sentence that we keep repeating, Alessio, and we keep telling ourselves in all the situations where we have to come to terms with new stages also of the disease. So we must find a new balance. You are not your disease. And based on this awareness, we have built and we go on building all our life. Thank you.
Grazie mille, Valentina.
Thanks a lot, Valentina. Thanks a lot for being so passionate about your story, and you've really covered all possible aspects that are part and parcel of real life. So thank you very much, especially for the examples you've given us. I would like to thank you for allowing me to share. And now the floor goes to Samuele, who is one of our association's members. You may have seen him already because we try to, have him in whenever we can. So, Samuele, can you tell us about your experience in the field of ableism? Hello, everybody. My name is Samuele, and it is a pleasure for me and an honor to be here. I am one of the DMD young adults who are a part of members of Parent Project Association. I want to, bore you with my own life, with the story of my life, but I'm going to tell you about ableism has been part of my life. Let me start by saying that I'm not a real expert. Okay, I'm possibly the one who is the least experienced of those who are on this stage right now. I'm not, you know, an activist, and I believe indeed that I can see some ableism also in my own behaviors. Actually, the first time I heard about this word ableism was through Parent Project. They involved me in an advertising campaign, and the advertising was quite clear, especially through the key phrase that was, well, it could be worse for me. I could have been born as, you know, a homophobic, a racist, or a no-vax person. Well, that induced many activists to, you know, not to enjoy, not to actually appreciate that phrase, because their viewpoint was, and that was particularly for a, you know, disabled person, that disability was a strength for him, whereas I did not have that opinion. I mean, quite frankly, I believed and still believe that disability has made me the person I am today. I know it can make you stronger or more vulnerable. It entitles you to a pension, to free tickets, but I would definitely not sign for it. I would not choose it, which does not mean that disability to me is something to be despised. However, it's as though someone were playing a video game with different levels of difficulty. So the other players have an average level, but I mean, they can still make it to the end of the game. I have been given the pro level, you know, the most difficult one, with more difficult goals to reach. So if I could, I would definitely choose to be an average player. You know, the very rich person living on a tropical island and only being worried about mosquitoes or what to eat for dinner. Anyway, you get a game version and you'll have to accept it and play it well, because if you actually like the game, the match will be a good one. Once I discovered the word ableism, and of course the whole all the aspects around it, I realized I had experienced that in my life. Well, I am not really annoyed by the nice, you know, kind of ableism. Well, some people feel like they should give me money, and it's only, you know, little money that I am given, and I'm only sorry because they should give me more, or they might give me more. I have been approached by many people. Some of them gave me €7, some candies. Well, my idea is, if you really want to be nice to people, just try and be, you know, do it well, you know. But I don't like people, you know, touching my cheeks or my head. I really don't like that. Or, poor thing, have you gone to school? You are really an engineering student? Well, you know, they feel like my tests are, I mean, I pass my test because my teachers want me to, but that's exactly not what happened. You know, it's the opposite that happens. And when I say, look, I play wheelchair hockey, and they say, wow, aren't you good? But they feel like they can see me, you know, wearing tights on the ice field. Well, this is mainly true for elderly people. But sometimes they feel like I can't talk, on my own. This is not what they feel I can do. And sometimes they even say, don't worry, don't worry about, talking. They feel sorry for me, and that's it. Again, this is mainly for the elderly people. They feel sorry, and they also feel respect for me, maybe out of their upbringing or because they are aware of the fact that sooner or later they're going to get the Disability Act benefits soon. What can really make me angry is hostile ableism, not because the word handicapped is used, sometimes it's a nice way, to say something that can indeed be very bad, but it's not a problem. That is not a problem for me. But when you realize that your friends have gone out and you have not been told, then you wonder why I'm not nice enough. Someone does not like me. The place they have chosen is not accessible to people like me, or they wanted to find some girls and they believed I could not help them through. They don't want to help me for the little things I need, help for. I may simply be a very bad friend, but I just think of my being a disabled person on those occasions. I have really tried to be more friendly, and I have some more friends right now, but I am still ruled out of a group of friends, and that hurts. But I have never been the victim of violence or bullying episodes. Sorry about that. You're not going to cry at my own story, but the kind of ableism that I mainly cope with is the cultural one, the one that comes from inside. And that is true for me too. That is particularly true in the field of hockey because, of course, players all have different diseases. They may be DMD patients or they may have been operated on. Well, you actually feel like you might be doing better if you were a dwarf, for example. Dwarfs are very good at playing hockey. You can realize how good they can be. So, it's quite understandable that one wishes to feel better. But if this feeling becomes envy or an obsession, then you will come up by hating who you are. And I am quite a cool guy, so I can't certainly hate myself for that. Can you think of that kind of a friend who is always complaining, is a very negative person and really wants you to know about that? Well, I am scared that people might think that about me. So if I must go to the hospital because of a cold, well, it's a flu. If I'm supposed to be operated on and I'm scared to death, well, I try to make that less relevant. They become, less relevant problems than they are or than the way I perceive that. But let's not talk about love life, okay? Because that will make me truly angry. And that is why I always try to be funny, but, some of those funny jokes were not funny at all. And now they are even less funny for me. So ableism has certainly been influential over my social sphere, and this has given rise to, lack of confidence And whenever people ask me from Parent Project to speak, I always say, yes, I will. No, I'm joking, but I feel like I should have more and more relationships. And sometimes I engage in relationships that I am not truly interested in. So I realize this is something I should work on. But I really hope I have at least partially accepted my disability. And by the way, this is an evolving disease, so accepting one's disability is a work in progress. And I believe I still have a long way to go to reconcile with myself. And you parent children should all see a psychologist because they can truly give you a hand. And I hope my speech has allowed you to have a different or yet another viewpoint on ableism. Thank you very much for your attention. I'd like to thank Marika for allowing such an important issue to become better known. Thank you.
Grazie Samuele, in realtà la luce la stai dando maggiormente tu di noi, quindi lascio la parola a Sara.
Now I give the floor to Sara. Thank you, Samuele. And, well, maybe I might start with a joke, but thanks to your words, we have been able to see that also being very light, you can go very deep in what you mean to say. And now I'd like to give the floor to Domitilla because, well, the questions were more or less the same. We asked Samuele, so we asked Domitilla what forms of ableism you witnessed as the sister of a person with disability, ambivalent, benevolent, hostile, or also the internalized form, and in what areas of your life or the life of your brother, well, how they affected your life and how you tried to fight it. Well, good morning. My name is Domitilla. I'm 25 and I am the twin of Guglielmo. Guglielmo is a DMD patient. When you grow up with a disability in the family, I observed this ableism since I was a child. We were unable, for example, to catch a train or a bus together to go to school. I would use a bus, whereas my brother was never able to do that. And the same goes for trains. Well, demonstrations, for example, being organized in Perugia. I went to these demonstrations with friends or alone, but never with my brother because the trains are not equipped and because buses do not have platforms. At every social event at school and also outside school, in the social events of every day, when I told people, well, my brother has a disability, then there are questions, and then I start explaining it is Duchenne, it is muscular dystrophy, and well, then you have a grimace full of piety, a sigh or a hand because they feel unease as the moment when you put your foot on a piece of shit and then you don't know how to hide that. And then they keep saying, oh, I'm sorry, must be hard, it must be difficult. I mean, all these comments express this link between the idea of disability and something negative and something that arises piety. Well, this is the approach we have lived with, and disability is associated with something ugly. Well, so we are all born as ableists. I mean, these are sentences that I have thought myself. I might have had a disability myself. I might have the same problems as my brothers. So there is this with this idea. There are these ideas. You believe that that the life without disability is the appropriate life and, by definition, the best one. We are born as ableists, this regardless of the disability, because as from the beginning of life, we are brought up in the ableist culture. So ableism is something that we have rooted inside us. So we must deconstruct the different mechanisms. Over time, we must analyze the ableist thoughts that we tend to think, accepting it and then send it to hell. And you cannot refuse an emotion, but we can work on the reaction, deciding to observe the core of the beliefs behind ableism or ableist thinking, and over time trying to identify the different shades of it. This was my experience. It is a habit you build over time, and it is a tiresome process. You always ask yourself questions, but it is worth doing it because the condition of disability is a social condition. Anyone at any time in life may become a disabled person, an accident, or purely getting old, because getting old means you become disabled. Being aware or not being aware of people with disability are, innerly broken and meant for a less beautiful life. And as for my brother, there is this thinking also within the family. For example, my aunt bringing a priest during a normal family dinner just for my brother to be blessed, and other social mechanisms linked to disability. We grow up in a racist, transphobic, society, and so the word is also classist. You cannot speak about disability without mentioning the economic consequences and the different experiences on the basis of your own identity. If a black man must face racism to find a job, a black man who is also disabled must face two obstacles. A black disabled women, 3, is not a competition for the longest list, and it is just awareness that life may be more complicated than we may want it to be. So you cannot simply consider disability alone. We must have a sort of intersectional approach. I've been surrounded by trans people, people with disability, queer people, people belonging to different races, so people who are brought to the margins of society so they can examine such subjects. So I've had the possibility of avoiding ignorant people or people who are unable to recognize their own biases. I was surrounded by people who already know what it means to be discriminated against or having a disability. So I have very few experiences of insults for my brother, or direct experiences of people who have tried to invalidate my autism diagnosis. So not really much. I'm working in the area of human rights, apart from the situation of my brother. And in my everyday life, I tend to speak about ableism, with friends, relatives, or people I meet at the bus stop. And I write reviews on Google Maps for restaurants or bars. It is something we can all do, defining the easiness of accessibility of the different places. And that would create a map of accessibility on the territory which is not there yet, because you get to a place and then you are unable to get in. I try to fight ableism. First of all, trying to speak with those who are willing to listen. So there must be a change, in my opinion, in the social setup. These people we consider broken, we want them to fit in a word that we consider as healthy. But if we change that word, we might discover that those people are not broken. Well, we might introduce some accommodation, so modifying space in such a way that it fits to the needs of that specific person, instead of forcing that person to fit in a word we may consider correct on the basis of standards that are created by people without disabilities for people without disabilities. Well, if that were possible, well, that would be something similar to wearing glasses, because, I mean, eye problems are a disability, and I mean the fact that a disabled person may not walk and feeling bad about it, well, that is linked to the quality of life, the value of life, only through, well, the parameter of to what extent that person is similar to a person without disability. We were bullied also apart from disability. And as for from my family, well, maybe the most important aspect is holidays. We have been unable to go to the sea or to the mountains because, well, the transfer or the help you may need when you reach a given spot, well, that is something that we cannot afford. And that is something that makes me angry because we all deserve it. I am an external student, and in my life away from home, well, I've met a number of people with disability. And my flatmate was on a wheelchair, but we created a support network, and she was able to live an independent life, sending her mother home. That should be the standard. Unfortunately for my brother, I haven't seen anything similar. He has a different type of disability vis-a-vis my flatmate. It is a deprivation that partially derives from an inner ableism and mechanism that may be different. I mean, maybe something that doesn't directly belong to the individual person. I can hope he can go on his own with, well, people who can help him in such a way that he can feel truly independent. I'm speaking of my brother there. Thank you.
Grazie Domitilla, potete immaginare.
Thank you, Domitilla. You can imagine how stimulating it is to speak to her. You got a little taste of that because of all the issues that she has raised. And now we've come to our international guest, as in the greatest shows, Rachel Callander. We met her at the conference in the US. We immediately identified with the things she said and the way she said them. She is a trainer, a writer, an author, and a mom. And so we like to tell her to please ask her to tell us about her experience.
Grazie, thank you so much.
Grazie per avermi ospitato qui. Prima vi parlerò di me. Io lavoro con l'Healthcare Provider International, aiutandoli a comunicare con i genitori, con i caregiver. E anche lavoro col PPMD degli Stati Uniti, sostegno alle famiglie attraverso un'iniziativa che si chiama Lighthouse.
Small group meetings, which I've had the pleasure to facilitate, Lighthouse workshops aim to foster conversation, connectivity, and well-being, and provides a safe and supportive space to build stronger connections and deeper insights about life and identity that go beyond diagnosis and management. While I don't know what it is like to have a child with Duchenne or Becker muscular dystrophy, I do know what it is like to be the parent of a medically fragile child with a life-limiting condition. And I've seen and felt firsthand the damage that unconscious ableism can cause. I say unconscious because often when someone defines another person by their disabilities, the judgment and discrimination they exercise isn't always deliberate. But it comes from a lack of understanding about who that person is and an unwillingness to learn more about that person. Whenever we make comparisons, we risk categorizing the differences as better or worse, superior or inferior, more value, less value. This ableism resides in our thoughts and worldviews, and it manifests in the language we use. We don't mean to be ableist, but we naturally make assumptions and judgments based on what we know and on what we've personally experienced. We end up discounting or overlooking how others might experience the world. But when we see each other as simply human, rather than through lenses of comparison, judgment, fear, or criticism, the words we speak can shape a new landscape, a landscape of connection, support, and respect as fellow humans. Ableism is complex with solutions that must include acceptance, understanding, and respect. But I believe these solutions start with curiosity. What I mean is our ability to ask good questions of ourselves and others. From the insights shared by parents in the Lighthouse groups, these are a few of the most common questions that parents and young men with Duchenne and Becker are asked. What's wrong with you? Why are you in a wheelchair? Why can't you play? What's your life expectancy? And parents are asked, did you know before your child was born that they had this condition? Young boys are often told they have failed the test, they've failed the clinical trial, that they're ineligible. This sense of failure erodes their self-worth and value. While this clinical language is useful to highlight the support needs of a patient, it does it in a way that is discriminating. The tests are important, but there is room to adjust the ways in which they are communicated. Parents don't often get the chance to share the things they love about their child. The focus is on the disease, the wheelchair, the medical equipment, not on their son's personality or humanity. What if we could do the tests and deliver the medical care and support in a way that kept a person's humanity and uniqueness intact? What if we were asked different questions so that we could reveal the parts of ourselves that connect with another person, despite our differences? In my work with healthcare providers, I share an idea, a tool that I call empowering questions. If we can ask and be asked these 4 questions, we open up possibilities for connection and support, and we give people better ways of describing themselves and their children. The 4 empowering questions, I believe, are: what are you proud of? What do you hope for? What are you afraid of? What do you need? Now you might be thinking, gosh, those questions are quite big. How do I answer them? How do I answer something so broad? And you'd be right. These questions are too big. So consider them as guides, or like buckets that contain smaller, more nuanced questions. In my workshops with healthcare providers, I ask them to think of as many different ways of asking these 4 questions. We break the big questions down into smaller, more manageable inquiries, And here are some examples that both parents, young men, and healthcare providers have found most helpful. So instead of asking, what are you proud of, which is very big, consider things like, what do you like doing? What brings you joy? How have you impressed yourself? What is something good that happens in your day? What is your favorite thing about your child? Parents need the opportunity to share and show what they know. Their knowledge needs respect. And the boys and young men need an opportunity to share their joys and celebrations and the things they love to do. Because this is what the therapies, trials, and medicine enables. Quality of life. It means supporting the things that brings joy and meaning to a person. If we don't know what these things are, how can we prescribe appropriate and holistic therapies? Instead of asking, what do you hope for, consider, what would you like to achieve? What does a good day look like? What are you looking forward to? What matters most to you? Is there something you've imagined doing but never done? How can we work towards that? When my daughter, Evie, was 2 years old, I'm going to share more about Evie later on today, but when she was 2 years old, we were given a standing frame to help her build her strength in preparation for walking. Her usual way of getting around was by scooting on the floor on her back. This was a very effective way for her to move, but she was wearing her hair out on the back of her head, so much that her scalp would bleed. So this way of moving around wasn't safe for her. But the standing frame was just awful. Evie had no independence. It looked archaic, metallic, clinical. It was so ugly. I hated putting her in it. And it was a waste of resources because I didn't want to use it. The thing I hoped for and what mattered most was Evie's independence and freedom. So when I shared this with Evie's healthcare team, we got creative. And I love that that's one of the values here at this conference, creativity. We tried many ways of helping her to move safely as she scooted on her back. We tried modified seats with wheels or small boards with wheels, but she kept rolling off. One day, the occupational therapist had an idea to call the company that made the soft headgear for the national rugby team. I'm originally from New Zealand. That may mean something to you guys, the All Blacks. They made a tiny pink version of the headgear. Evie wore the soft helmet and could scoot happily and safely. Sometimes we are forced onto a healthcare pathway simply because we are not asked what matters to us. Instead of asking, what are you afraid of? Because this is a big question. Consider, what is the top priority for you? What is your biggest challenge? What keeps you up at night? What is the most challenging part of your day? What is worrying you the most today? The things we are afraid of are often the deeply known, unspoken fears we hold secretly within ourselves. The things too painful to utter. But the things that need to come into the light to be shared and collectively held. I was terrified that Evie would vomit and choke and stop breathing, because this happened so often. I was terrified it might happen at night. What if I didn't hear? What if I was asleep? What if the ambulance took too long to arrive? I couldn't cope with these thoughts. They were haunting me and hurting me. And when our healthcare team asked me what my biggest concerns were with Evie, I shared all these feelings with them. And they immediately knew how to help and support us. We ended up learning some new skills and getting 2 pieces of equipment. A sucker machine, like a small vacuum, and an oxygen machine. They told me that when Evie vomited, I could suck up all the goo and put oxygen on her while I called the ambulance. With these 2 pieces of equipment, we were able to manage Evie's respiratory issues at home so well, and because of this, we didn't always need to call the ambulance or end up in hospital at all. By listening to and supporting my deepest fears, Evie was okay, and it even reduced the cost of care. And what do you need? This is a big question. It's too big to answer. Consider smaller ways. What would be most helpful in this moment? What questions still need answers? Is there anything that isn't working? What is harder than it needs to be? So often, parents are told, if you need anything, just ask. Or they're asked, what do you need? And again, it's too much and too big for an overwhelmed mum or dad to be able to answer. Parents have told me, by the time I explain what I need or how they can help to somebody else, I could have done it myself. So they end up doing it themselves, and they become exceptionally efficient at doing everything. Until one day, they fall apart and no one else knows how to do anything. I'm speaking mainly to the mums in the room. We need to get better at knowing not only how to respond when someone asks what help we need, but also better at asking for support that is meaningful to us. So many mums have shared with me that they wish they had set up support earlier, so that they weren't the primary person their children relied on. It becomes too much to hold. In another Lighthouse session, we were talking about the ways in which healthcare providers can be supportive, and a mother shared this story. She had travelled a long way with her son to meet a variety of specialists. They had spent most of the day in the hospital, and they were both exhausted. The last specialist of the day acknowledged what a huge day it had been for them both and how well they were doing, and asked, "What do you think your son needs? What would be most helpful to him? How will this work best?" And she told me she burst into tears. She felt so seen and validated, and they were able to find the best way to care for her son based on his needs and what would make him most comfortable. Dignity is about being able to share the fullness of yourself without shame or judgment. And by being curious and asking good questions, we can reveal ourselves and others. When we know what we need and who we are more capable of finding our people and getting the support we need. We can't easily solve global ableism, but we can daily address our own judgments against ourselves, the personal ableism that comes with being human and just wanting to be seen and respected. I'll finish with one more reflection from our Lighthouse groups. I asked the group to think of one thing they really needed their healthcare team to know and to share what that one thing would be. And one mother had a very powerful answer. She said, "Please help us to have the most best days we can." I have created a list of the very many, this is my personal belief, and it's been shared a lot by my lovely colleagues here. I have created a list of the empowering questions, but I think I've got the wrong slides. But it had my email address, and it was all shiny and beautiful for you, but I can figure that out for you. But thank you once again for having me. It's a true honour.
Grazie mille Rachel, davvero
Thank you so much, Rachel. This was a truly effective experience. What you said was extremely useful for us all. Let us now close this roundtable, thanking all the presenters. Unfortunately, we've gone beyond the time allotted to us. We'll have a quick coffee break and reconvene shortly. Thank you.
Sì, abbiamo i clown. Potete riaccomodarvi, per favore, anzi dovete riaccomodarvi, non potete, perché stiamo ricominciando, purtroppo abbiamo un ritardo che era, come dire, dovuto anche alla grandezza degli argomenti che abbiamo trattato e anche alla loro bellezza. E siccome vogliamo proseguire con questa bellezza, dobbiamo rientrare. Se per favore vi accomodate, bravi, vedo che rientrano. Intanto che tutte le persone rientrano, avete visto che quest'anno abbiamo un'ulteriore novità. Abbiamo, oltre ai nostri tutti i medici che ci sono sempre, ci sono anche i clown dottori quest'anno, e colgo l'occasione per ringraziarli. Sono qui per aiutarci a intrattenere tutta la comunità, e come stanno notando le persone fuori, stanno cercando di far rientrare tutti. Questa sarà una delle loro missioni oggi dalle pause, e quindi colgo l'occasione per ringraziare l'associazione Andrea Tudisco, che è un'associazione che si occupa di ospitare bambini e famiglie che vengono a Roma per essere curati o dall'Italia o da altri paesi del mondo. Ha una casa di accoglienza non lontano dalla sede nazionale di Parent Project, e abbiamo pensato di dare questo spazio di visibilità anche alla loro attività di clown dottori. Quindi li ringraziamo per essere qui, e per ringraziarli ancora meglio, se riescono a far rientrare ancora di più velocemente, gli facciamo anche un applauso ai clown dottori. Beh, mentre tutte le persone entrano, vi presento il prossimo relatore. Lo dicevo stamattina che ci sarebbe stato questo tipo di intervento, che per noi è molto importante, perché anche per occuparci dell'argomento di cui abbiamo parlato nella tavola rotonda che si è conclusa poco fa, cioè dell'abilismo, e per fare in modo di avere un impatto sulla società. Per questo dobbiamo uscire.
It has an impact on society, and therefore ableism, that is. And that's why we need to have greater visibility in the outside world. We need to be better known. This is one of the goals of Parent Project for the upcoming 3 years. And that's because we want to support the activities that we embark on, and in order for them to be sustainable, we need a lot of supporters. This being said, I'd like to give the floor to Massimo Coincalle, who is the scientific director of the Fundraising School in Rome. He wrote the first fundraising handbook or manual in Rome, and I've known him for 15 or 16 years, maybe even longer. And for about a year now, he's been supporting Parent Project in the restructuring and reorganization of the fundraising function. Thanks to Massimo and the work we've done with him, we have a fundraising staff. And you can see all of the innovations in fundraising. So please listen to him with great attention, because we are going to implement what he will teach us. Thank you, Massimo, for being patient. We apologize for being late, and you have the floor. Thank you, Christina, for this introduction. Good morning, everyone. It's a great pleasure for me to be here with you. When I participated in last year's conference, it was a setting very similar to the one we are in today, everybody, all the stakeholders were there, practitioners and children and families, patients. I had a clear vision, which is that I was facing an organization of new time, of a new kind in the landscape of associations that try to protect certain patients and their families. And spontaneously, the image that I thought of in my mind was that of a large community of care. Community, which derives from Latin in communitas, meaning that it's common to many, that it is shared, a set of people united by relations or relationships with shared values, a set of social relationships that involve individuals entirely, a community which is very different and a lot more than a mere association. It's a network of connection between skills, roles, responsibilities, needs, passions, practices, all of which are necessary to systemically address a problem and at the same time to innovatively devise new ways to manage welfare. Communities of care. A community or communities that takes care of, that looks after certain people, and that is committed to being by their side. To explain this meaning, this sense, I'd like to take by way of example the school of Don Milani. Don Milani, on the wall of the school that he runs, wrote, "I care," because he wanted to signify that the school is a place where we ought to take care of children and persons. Don Milani actually used it to counter the message, the fascist message of "I don't care." For me, Parent Project is not just an association, it's a community of human beings that are affected by a pathology, a community of siblings and patients, practitioners, caregivers, relatives, donors. And in this community, each individual with their social and scientific and professional responsibilities makes available their skills to respond to a problem, knowing full well that only the equal involvement of all individuals can bring about real benefits. Knowing that, for example, if I embark on research, this will be fruitful only if alongside research we protect rights and we do many other things. So, dear things, you're doing something that is truly extraordinary, believe me. But this was just a personal preamble seen from the eyes of an outsider, although I no longer consider myself to be an outsider, because I think it's important to understand in an organization like yours the role of the activist. The activist, or of the active citizen, is a person that makes available their skills, passions, time, and relations that can be useful to have an impact on different aspects of a given problem, or on factors that make it possible to achieve the general mission of an organization. And among these factors, we also have economic viability. Money, to be brutally clear. Money in this system, money has the same weight as research and the claiming of rights and the delivery of services and medical care. Money is not just a detail, it's an integral part of our commitment, because we can have a lot of projects and the best activities in the world, which you do, by the way, but they're not going to amount to anything if they cannot be supported financially. Let me say this differently. You, like all organizations, want to indeed unroll or wield real power. It's political and social and scientific power, but it also has to be economic. Otherwise, we are not going to be able to change things. And we're not going to be able to do that autonomously without being bound by other powers. To be concrete, if behind the Dystrophy tour we didn't have individual donors and companies and foundations that Parent Project has addressed with its fundraising efforts, it wouldn't exist, and not the way you want it. With fundraising, you're not supporting an organization. With your fundraising campaign, you are changing the way in which you can guarantee a fundamental aspect of care. Hence, a community of care is comprised of people who are involved in fundraising as well. We cannot but engage in fundraising activities, and this is yet another great revolution being brought about by Parent Project. If it wants to keep being strong and effective, it needs to continue it. The fundraising needs to be an integral part of the activities of all the individuals involved in the community of care: patients, families, researchers, practitioners, caregivers, companies, professionals. The culture of Italian nonprofit organizations has always led us to think that fundraising is something on the side compared to the more important things that an organization deals with. If I deal with the mission of the organization, somebody else will have to deal with finding the money, maybe a magician, as often people think. This way of thinking makes no sense, because if up until 10 years ago, or maybe 20 years ago, we might have thought that we could rely on the state to do that, to give us funds, we have to realize that that's not going to happen, not only because public spending is in a deep crisis, but for another reason, which is enshrined in a fundamental article of our wonderful Constitution, Article 118, which speaks of subsidiarity. The principle of subsidiarity basically means that the state and its institutions recognize and foster the ability of citizens, individually or collectively, to take action for the general good. So the fulfillment of the general good, which involves the right to health and welfare, essentially, is also our responsibility. And we have the right to take action also independently, and the government and state needs to recognize this. We're the only constitution in the world to have such an article enshrined in it, and we need to be proud of that. But how do we support that? What is the economy of subsidiarity? It can't be public spending. It can't be by levying taxes. It can't be left up to the free market either. We can't embark on business to guarantee welfare services akin to the ones provided by Parent Project, at least in our culture. Maybe in other countries it's going to be different. So the economy of subsidiarity and social welfare is basically founded on fundraising, i.e. the ability to find or glean funds individually by involving foundations, companies, individuals, and their resources. I know asking for money has always been a problem for Italians. We're ashamed. I used to be ashamed when I started getting involved in fundraising. We have a conflictual relationship with money. We always think that money is something dirty, that money is like an extension of the devil. That's how we regard money in our culture. That's why we often prefer not to talk about it. Sometimes we think that asking for money to fund our organization is like asking for a handover. But let's free ourselves, relieve ourselves of this burden. When we ask for money for Parent Project, we are providing or we are giving an opportunity to those that we ask to be active stakeholders so that together with us they can create a generative power that has a positive social impact. I think we saw this yesterday afternoon at the meeting that we had with some companies that support us, as well as other stakeholders that might become donors. So when we ask for money, we are not asking for a handout, pardon me, but we are implementing an important piece of our constitution here in Italy, this article that I mentioned. Also, I think it's important to say this after our roundtable on ableism, because this is a non-ableistic way of gleaning funds. Because sometimes people collect funds through the lens of ableism, which is something we discussed earlier on. I'm saying this because the future of Parent Project, the future that we all want, what we need to do to respond to the needs and challenges that we are faced in medical research, care, and whatnot, is partly related to the fact that we all together commit to making our projects sustainable. So I'm not inviting us all to suffer. It's not painful to raise funds. It's instead pleasant. It's not something that we need to be coaxed into doing because nobody else will do it. Actually, I can assure you that raising or asking for money for a good cause is wonderful, as is giving that money. It's been shown by neuroscience that the act of giving produces in the body positive substances like dopamine, which is a neurotransmitter that controls the mechanism of pleasure and rewards. And the same thing happens when people give as a result of our request. Now, that doesn't mean that we should all become professional fundraisers, nor that fundraising should become our main activity. We've got a lot to do, of course. But this means that we need to make our commitment consistent with our economic viability aims for the association and its activities. So this means that we need to get people interested in our cause. We need to reach out to them so that we can establish a relationship with them. It doesn't mean selling things to them, but it means rallying new donors and reaching out to new professional categories that can help us. It means organizing minor events that can lead to a collection of funds, and it means helping or asking people to devote part of their taxes to our cause. Often, people might think that donors can be identified with large-scale campaigns and influencers, and you know what I'm talking about, here in Italy at least. And this might be true, but there is no better instrument than direct contact based on trust and confidence, because we know each other. And that is why your role is so crucial, because you can convey to potential donors not only the testimonial value of your commitment, but also trust, without which there is no money that can come. And that is a result of the fact that you have a direct relationship with them. And we're seeing the results of this activism thanks to the commitment of many of you. Just imagine that with a new system that sells panettone, which we developed with an online platform on our website. And by the way, it's only been used by 1/3 of activists, but anyway, this new system helped us not only to collect funds, but to reach out to new donors, which were not really tapped into beyond the money that they donated. This sometimes sort of got lost. But now we have 800 additional donors. We have gone up from 400 to 1,200 donors only thanks to the application of this system. If we increase this new campaign modality, by Easter we can get to a total of 2,000 donors. If this new donor base were to give 5% of their taxable income, we would have a lot more. And if each activist were to also reach out to more people by contacting friends and relatives, we could grow by 100,000 euros in our fundraising campaign. Many of you organize large-scale events. In 2024, there were 30 such events involving thousands of people, and of course, in addition to gleaning funds. The Dolomiti event collected more than 200 new donors. The new system that we have rolled out to manage on events will fill our database even more with extremely important people because they had a direct contact with you from Parent Project. Let me conclude by saying that many of you will organize small or large events, taking the example of those that already do that, and you could collect double or triple the figure, not just in terms of funds, but also in terms of contacts or referrals that we can follow nationally so that they can become donors in the future. You're already going strong, but this strength has not been tapped into fully. The most important thing behind these figures, however, is not the survival of Parent Project, is how many more campaigns we can step up and how many more research projects we can roll out. So do pay attention to the upcoming Easter campaign that can tap into the great enthusiasm and activism, which is one of the strategic resources of Parent Project. It's not hard to be an activist at all. You don't need a university degree. You don't even need to be a salesperson. I'm not capable of selling anything. All you need to do is have an activist type of approach. And we finally have a fundraising and a communications office, which is solid. It works hard. They're capable. They're at your service to help you in this additional wonderful commitment with Mirko, Gaia, Leonardo, Sara, and Francesca, because all of us, we are all a community of care and we are all activists. Thank you.
Allora, grazie mille a Massimo Coencagli.
Thank you, Massimo, for your contribution. And now the session that is going to start now, will deal with the results of two important meetings we had last year. These two events were made possible also thanks to fundraising. And there was a meeting that concentrated on the respiratory aspects and another meeting that concentrated on endocrinology. They were both meetings organized together with the United States Parent Project, so a number of specialists coming from the United States and from Italy. And now you'll be listening to two of the participants to these meetings, So Tommaso Aversa of the Messina Polyclinic and Fabrizio Racca of the Turin Hospital, and they will give us sort of resume of what emerged from these two areas that are so important for the clinical management of our boys. And now I give the floor to Fabrizio Racca. Thank you. Thank you.
La freccia? Ma dove? Ah, è qua, no, è qua. Ho trovato, scusate per l'intermezzo. Cercherò in questi 15 minuti di raccontarvi quello che è emerso da...
Where the respiratory meeting was held in Rome in September this year, with the participation of 28 clinicians, one respiratory therapist, and 4 representatives of Parent Project. The aim was an update of respiratory problems in their various aspects. There are 3 areas I'm going to talk about: how to carry out a diagnosis of complications and how to treat them. And during this conference, these problems, the respiratory problems, are due to a loss of respiratory muscle strength involving both inspiratory and expiratory muscles. So there is a restrictive pulmonary impairment with a progressive decrease in forced vital capacity. And then this reduction in the muscle ability to be active also leads to ineffective cough and sputum retention. So ventilatory problem, so the ability to keep the normal quantity of carbon dioxide and oxygen, especially appear overnight because the system is sort of weakened. So we may have obstructive sleep apnea and including nocturnal hypoventilation. Diurnal hypoventilation commonly occurs at a far advanced stage of the disease. And the use of cortisone, changed truly the natural history of the disease, so they are the respiratory complications are delayed thanks to cortisone. And then we also assessed the most important exams, 3 types of exams as fundamental exams. So, spirometry, because FVC tells us something about the strength of inspiratory and expiratory muscle strength, and serial monitoring of pulmonary function. And that is essential starting already at 6-7 years of age, when the child is capable of carrying out the exam. And so, that is very important because it tells us something about when to start non-invasive ventilation. And until vital capacity is more than 60% of predicted, nocturnal hypoventilation is very unlikely. And so this helps a lot. Another important exam is measuring cuff peak flow, CPF. So this gives an idea of to what extent the patient can manage sputum when they appear because of an infection. We have a threshold. The threshold is in the blood. And based on the results of this exam, if we may think that there is a problem of nocturnal hypoventilation or obstructive apneas, we may reach a diagnosis with polysomnography in the first case and the other exam for the other problem. We have been talking about nocturnal hypoventilation. This is an example. The blue line is the one that goes up when CO2 goes up, whereas the red line is the one referring to oxygenation. This exam is very important because unlike this example, there are some cases where the red line is normal, so there is no desaturation, but the blue line, the CO2 line, goes up. So it is important to have both elements. Increase in CO2, in nocturnal CO2, what is the level to be chosen to start ventilation? And most of participants thought that keeping a low threshold, so when CO2 goes above 50, well, that might be better than waiting longer, because there you may have a more proactive approach, avoiding acute complications. These are things that are still to be defined precisely in the future. Something else, this new idea, this was discussed by an Italian researcher, an impairment that had been labeled as obstructive apnea, but it is not that. It is the first evidence that the strength of the muscles is being reduced, and so that precedes hypercapnia, nocturnal hypercapnia, and it is called diaphragmatic sleep disordered breathing, DSDB. And so this has a potential. I mean, this new measure may have big potential. Of course, the non-invasive and cuff augmentation are the two essential elements to treat both acute and chronic complications. And then there was a whole presentation on the appearance of diurnal hypercapnia, so when the patient must be ventilated also during daytime. And non-invasive ventilation, here you see through nasal cannula or down there with a mouthpiece. And you see that is the first choice, because the person can still talk, and apparently there are fewer respiratory complications. But if you are unable to manage the patients with a non-invasive technique, of course, tracheostomy is the best option. As for acute complications, acute complications, third, item 3. Whereas here it is, these measures and the new therapies. So when we start considering a drug, we must also consider how this affects respiratory values. These are the so-called outcome measures. This has been debated at length during our meeting. And we need longer studies, and it is better to have prospective data rather than retrospective data. Of course, these things are quite obvious, but it was a good idea to say it very clearly. FVC considered as an absolute value. This is not something entirely new, but a group of researchers demonstrated that we might have some advantage in reconsidering absolute value and include respiratory and cardiac outcomes as part of drug effectiveness studies. However, when the children are very young, checking respiratory measures cannot be that useful because until the child can walk, I mean, there is very little that changes in terms of respiration. Whereas when the boy grows up, cardiac and respiratory measures are increasingly important to assess the efficacy of a drug. Third item, acute respiratory failure and perioperative management and all the problems related to anesthesia. Well, respiratory complications are often due to infections in airways, and the cuff machine and non-invasive ventilation are essential both in at-home management and hospital management of this, and that both before and after surgery. Home management protocols are to be used, giving the patient, well, the pulse oximeter, the cuff machine, and we still are not sure of when to do that. Oxygen by itself must not be given because it may worsen hypercapnia. And another concept that came up was this one. If a patient has a respiratory failure, acute respiratory failure, the patient must already have been trained to use the machine. Because if he is already aware of home management, well, of course, he's already familiar with the tool and can do that at home. There are criteria for hospital admission when home management is not sufficient, but another thing that came up was that it would be a good idea to discuss what are the best criteria for hospital admission. Of course, if the patient goes to hospital, he must be assisted in intensive care unit or sub-intensive care unit, and also the idea that keeping well, relatives and caregiver out of this unit. Well, because if they've already been trained, well, they become a very important ally. This both in HDU and in ICU, so both in high dependency unit and intensive care unit. Well, we must also remember that the patient may not be easy to intubate, so you should not be waiting till the last minute. There again, safety comes first. Extubation must be carried out at the appropriate time using the cuff machine and the ventilator when you are carrying that out. Another three concepts: importance of the emergency card, so that you have more information also for doctors looking after the patients in acute, because not all of them may have a great experience in neuromuscular diseases. Sometimes they go to emergency units in peripheral hospitals, in small hospitals. Further training for the emergency medical team, creating a network of ICU or HDU. A couple of things about anesthesia. Well, what are the most important factors to be taken into account before surgery? Well, first of all, myorelaxants and anesthetics used for general anesthesia, well, they interfere with the homeostasis of the patient, so they have more prolonged effects if compared to a patient without a myopathy. And the other important aspect is that some drugs, inhaled anesthetic and succinylcholine, can trigger acute rhabdomyolysis linked to anesthesia, so they must not be used. Well, measuring respiration is very important because you must include spirometry and peak cuff machine and non-invasive ventilation, and also cardiac management and optimization of cardiac therapy. If possible, local regional anesthesia is better than general anesthesia, especially if the patient is already impaired in terms of respiratory and cardiac functions, and the patient must be monitored in high dependency unit or intensive care unit, where the cuff machine and the non-invasive ventilation may be used easily, and the risk linked to the intervention to surgery in these patients is not so much due to the importance of surgery, so to what extent the surgeon is invasive. What matters here is the respiratory or cardiac failure of the patient. So I stress the fact that it is important to have a perfect assessment before surgery, because there are some patients that have a minimal risk and others that have a very high risk. Well, it's always better to carry out the surgery in referral centers, but that, of course, applies only to elective surgery. If there is an emergency, they must go to other centers, but these centers must follow recommendations. And we hope all teams have access to these recommendations. At the end of the conference, we prepared a sort of shopping list of the things that must be done on the different subjects, a community to-do list, and there is a written summary, and that was sent to a scientific journal, and we hope they accept it, so it will be better circulated. I hope this is just beginning of our networking. Thank you.
Passo la parola al collega, il dottor Aversa.
And I would like to give the floor to my colleague, Dr. Aversa, who will discuss the endocrinological aspects. Thank you very much. And I'd like to thank Parent Project for the very kind invitation. I'm honored to be here. I was asked to give you some feedback concerning the endocrine meeting involving patients with DMD, Duchenne. The meeting was held about 3 months ago. We met here in Rome. You see from the picture. There must have been about 30 clinicians involved, and we discussed different aspects. We mainly had endocrinologists with us, although we also had neurologists and those in charge of the Italian and the American Association. So, what was the idea behind the meeting? The meeting was organized by a network created by colleagues from Great Britain, Canada, and the US, the purpose of which is to optimize certain aspects, especially when it concerns the endocrinology and the bone health of patients suffering from Duchenne. And there's also another goal, which is to disseminate information. Some Italian clinicians were in attendance, coming from all over Italy, as you can see, and we were coordinated by Professor Ward from the University of Ottawa in Canada. The meeting was something that came midway between work that was done In the past, and work that is being carried out as we speak, all clinicians were split into working groups that looked at the following issues: growth and puberty, sexuality and fertility, adrenal gland insufficiency, prevention and management of osteoporosis and management, and the fight against obesity. This is because the endocrinological complications of people suffering from muscular dystrophy are closely related to the steroid therapy, partly, which has definitely improved certain outcomes from the endocrinological point of view. It has some health effects. They are also due, however, to the progressive weakness of muscles and limited mobility. The growth of the child and adolescent is different according to the various phases. We know that young children grow more quickly, and there's another phase in which they face puberty. There are several factors that impact growth. Many are environmental and many are genetic, and these definitely play a role in concomitant diseases and therapies. And this is indeed the case with patients suffering from Duchenne. Stature or height is impacted in these persons. Indeed, according to research, patients with Duchenne need to be followed up and assessed over time in terms of their height. And if they grow in terms of height slowly, and if they remain short in height, then they need to be assessed by an endocrinologist. And this is because clearly there are hormones that interfere with stature, with height. Obviously, glucocorticoids have an adverse effect on growth, but another aspect to be considered is sexual steroids, and testosterone, for example, has a positive impact on height, as does puberty. And this leads me to talk about puberty. Often, puberty and development in puberty is delayed because there is hypogonadism. And this delay in puberty has to be assessed very carefully. We need to monitor our patients to decide what to do in terms of therapy. So, possible therapy with testosterone, regardless of underlying pathology, in those who have not begun puberty at 14 might be considered, especially in adolescents with Duchenne. So the administration of testosterone is something that we discussed. We talked about administering it not just intramuscularly, which is the traditional mode of administration. There are other paths. For example, delivery through subcutaneous gel at growing doses. Then, of course, we need to establish for how long and for how long it can be discontinued. And therapy with testosterone can also favor the health of bones, because that's something else that we discussed, the health of bones. We know that it is crucial to prevent fractures because they can have a huge impact on the quality of life of the patient. So therapy with testosterone has been proven to have positive effects on bone mineral density. So going back to puberty, puberty needs to be very carefully assessed. Another aspect I like to talk about is the insufficiency of adrenal glands. Indeed, all those who take a glucocorticoids for over 2 weeks experience a suppression of the adrenal hypothalamus axis. So if they need additional energy, that energy cannot be fulfilled through the production of the adrenal gland because the adrenal gland lies dormant. And this is something that always needs to be mentioned. All individuals and their families that take this kind of therapy chronically need to be educated that in case of stress, their life might be in jeopardy. In your pack, you have the emergency card and the Jane Nikoloff protocol, which is being reassessed, meaning that there are certain aspects that are going to be improved upon and optimized. Indeed, all children and adolescents must always have a vial of glucocortisone that can be administered on an emergency basis. And so another important concept is that steroids should never be discontinued abruptly. When there's a phasing out and a scaling down, that's a very delicate time because adrenal gland insufficiency might ensue. And so if there is surgery, for example, it's really important to increase the overall dosage of steroids that are administered. Let me move towards my conclusion by talking about management of weight and fighting against obesity. Indeed, you know that obesity is a recognized chronic disease. It's been recognized also by WHO, the World Health Organization. There are different individual and environmental risk factors, and our children with Duchenne muscular dystrophy have a higher risk of experiencing obesity because they use steroids, which increases weight, but because of the reduced mobility. It is known that the prevalence of obesity grows with the child, so it is crucial to take prompt action and start practicing prevention from early on. This holds true for children affected by Duchenne, but in all of our children, regardless of whether or not they have Duchenne muscular dystrophy. So the take-home messages from this conference is that endocrinological aspects in patients with DMD have to be very carefully considered. And the work that we will do after the meeting is to identify checkpoints. We're going to have to define times in which it will be necessary to carry out an endocrinological assessment. This needs to be done at certain points in the life of the patient to consider certain aspects. So coordinated action on the part of a multidisciplinary team can delay and prevent complications from an endocrinological point of view and can improve treatment. With this, I've concluded, and I thank you for your kind attention.
Io ringrazio entrambi, Fabrizio Racca e Tommaso Aversa, anche e soprattutto per essere.
Thank you very much. You've been very good speakers, and you've also kept the time schedule, but I'm afraid we've definitely not gone, not kept the time schedule for the rest of the morning session. So there's no time for questions, but please feel free to get in touch with them outside of the conference sessions. It is now my great pleasure to introduce you to a speaker you have already heard. Rachel Callander is now taking the floor again. The power of the words. You have the floor. Thank you, Rachel.
Grazie. My daughter Evie was born with a rare chromosome condition in 2008. And the first thing the doctor said to me was that she was incompatible with life. She has a very rare mutation, they said. she has congenital defects, skeletal abnormalities, and dysmorphic features. If she survives, which isn't likely, she will have severe mental retardation and she will fail to thrive. I felt the crushing weight of these words. Beyond their devastating meaning, they added painful wounds to a conversation already filled with fear. These words held within them their own trauma: incompatible, defective, dysmorphic, abnormal, retarded, mutated, failure. When I took Evie into town with me, we would often encounter strangers who would immediately ask, "What's wrong with your child? What's wrong with her?" And I would take a big breath and reply, "She has partial trisomy 9 and partial monosomy 6, and she has multiple ventricular septal defects, and she can't walk, and she can't talk, and she has laryngomalacia and respiratory issues." And then I'd trail off weakly because the stranger looked bored, uncaring, and confused. And I'd feel a chasm of fear open between us. They would nod a bit and then would walk away, leaving the chasm behind. I felt relieved they had gone, but I also felt intense anger and frustration. Why do I have to keep answering these stupid questions? And why do I have to talk to these stupid strangers who don't even care? I also felt like I'd let Evie down in that moment by describing her in such a clinical way. I wish I'd just stayed at home in my own bubble with her. The language of diagnosis becomes so ingrained into a parent's worldview. We speak it fluently and often fall into the habit of medicalizing our children. These words take potential and ability away, trapping us into thinking that this is the only language we get to speak around our children. But everything changed for me the day I discovered Evie had superpowers. Evie and I used to drive on an open road where there were electrical pylons. And every time we came up to these pylons, Evie would start crying. Then as soon as we passed them, she would stop crying. It happened all the time, even in the dark. And even when she was asleep, she would wake up and cry. And then I noticed the same thing happen in supermarkets and anywhere with electric sliding doors. It was as if she had an electromagnetic sensitivity that was unique to her. She could feel it and she didn't like it. She was like a baby Magneto of X-Men. I started saying that she had superpowers as an amusing way to describe this phenomenon. This light-hearted language about superpowers became quite profound to me. I thought about Evie and all the things she was teaching me and those around her, all the things that made her unique, her character, her personality, the things she enjoyed. She evoked a level of care and love in people they hadn't experienced before. She had a fragility and a pure joy that drew people towards her. She loved being on a beanbag and had a delicious laugh. She was mischievous and funny, charming and delightful. This awareness transformed how I spoke about Evie. I was tired of people only seeing the things that were wrong with her and how difference became something negative and bad. My superpower language helped balance that scale. So the next time someone asked me, "What's wrong with your daughter?" I smiled and said, "Nothing is wrong with her. In fact, she has superpowers." And they'd look at me and Evie, and they'd tell me how beautiful she was. What deep, sparkly eyes she had such delicate fingers. And in that moment, because I had described a human being, they saw a human being instead of a collection of failing body parts and something to be afraid of. We had built a bridge of acceptance and inclusion over that chasm of fear. So many of the questions we ask of each other default to cliches and assumptions. We are often asking performance-based questions. We ask things like, are they rolling yet? Are they talking yet? Are they walking? What we are subconsciously asking is, are they normal? I had to complete a lot of medical forms with Evie about her performance, and always felt such despair and hopelessness because on a 2-page document, I couldn't tick yes to a single question. Evie couldn't do any of the typical 2-year-old activities and had barely met the 3-month-old milestones, even though she was well over 2 years old. Ironically, these forms are designed to help. They paint a picture of where funding, support, and assistance needs to be delivered. And by the results of my empty form, it was clear we had some room for some help. But in order to get this help, as a parent, you're constantly forced to paint such a negative picture. It's all about deficits, can't do's, and no ticks in boxes. We're even encouraged to list all of the bad things in order to hopefully get the support we need. Everything about your child is medicalized and dehumanized, and it wears you down. It hurts your heart and breaks your spirit. And so with my form full of empty check boxes, I broke. All the negativity overwhelmed me. I hated this form. I hated all of the forms. I hated the questions. I hated the person receiving my document. I hated that they would think that Evie was a blob who couldn't do anything and that she was just costing the system money. I wanted the person at the other end to see her value, to see that she had so many abilities and was so loved and was so worth every penny of care and support. But nothing on this document allowed Evie's humanity to be present. I wanted to be asked about all of the things Evie could do, the things that would help her to thrive. So I decided to make up my own form to go alongside this official one. I thought about all of the things Evie enjoyed doing and created questions I could already answer yes to. I called this document Evie's Awesomeness. And these are my questions. Can your child play Sleeping Tiger and other great games? Si. Evie loves games and interacts by laughing, kicking, flapping, and moving close to us. Does your child laugh when objects fall near her face? Si. Evie loves when we drop cushions or soft toys beside her. She laughs when we move or tip the couch and enjoys loud noises. Can your child play with your hair, face, and earrings? Si. Yes, Evie will reach out to touch our face, pull my hair or earrings, but she pulls very gently. Can your child hold her legs and nearly her toes? Si. Evie plays with her knees when she is contented and can almost reach her toes. Can your child hold a spoon and feed herself yogurt? Si. Evie can feed herself approximately half a teaspoon when she is in the right mood and can feed herself from her bottle. Can your child roll competently? Si. Evie is a pro roller. She can even commando roll in stealth mode for extra sneakiness. Can your child do assisted pull-ups holding her head up? Si. Evie does this very well using her dad to help her. Her record is 13 in a row. What a superstar. As I answered my own questions about Evie, I felt the helplessness ease. It was replaced by excitement because I could see that Evie was developing in her own way and in her own time. I could celebrate who she was as a person, which cannot be measured on a medical chart. The idea of awesomeness forms has spread over the world where I have shared this story, including in the Duchenne and Becker community. I am aware that a form like this could be confronting in this community because certain abilities diminish over time as muscles grow weaker. But still, this tool can be a way to stay focused on the things that aren't diminished in a person. Their passions, their character, what they enjoy and who they are. Needing a power chair or other equipment can feel like such a loss. But when we can focus on the quality of life this equipment can bring and the ways in which they allow a person to live with independence, it helps to balance the fear of loss. Sadly, Evie's life was not a long one, but we had an incredible 2.5 years with her. And for every single day of her life, she was completely compatible with life. It just wasn't as long as we might have hoped. She helped me realize that every life, no matter how long it may be, has significant impact and value in our world. Over my years working with the Duchenne and Becker muscular dystrophy community, I've heard hundreds of parents share how the language of diagnosis and the accompanying fear and uncertainty robs them of their ability to celebrate their child's character and uniqueness, but also it robs them of being able to live in the present. They are confronted with the clinical dispassionate descriptors that reduce their child to a diagnosis and the overwhelming fear of the future. But what I've found is that when a parent does describe their child outside the diagnosis, they use words like perseverance, resilience, compassion, joy, dignity, courage, and humour. These words reflect some of humanity's highest ideals. I'm not suggesting we ignore the significant impact a diagnosis has on a person and pretend everything is happy and fine. I am urging for an awareness of the impact of the language that is used to describe a person with a diagnosis like Duchenne muscular dystrophy or Becker. Words have the power to harm or to heal. Many parents have shared with me that how they received the diagnosis of Duchenne or Becker still has the power to cause them pain, often years later. All children carry with them into this life individualities and value. Amongst the uncertainties about health, development, and longevity, the special strengths of such children can be discounted and ignored. No genetic test can predict anyone's personality, talents, and temperament. A diagnosis will shape the way you live your life, but it doesn't describe your inherent uniqueness and value in the world or the potential within you. You can't be diagnosed with your identity, your character, or your spirit. Grazie mille. And I have put my email address now on my slide. If you would like to email me for the Empowering Questions resource from the Ableism panel or for anything else, please reach out to me. You can take a photo if you like of the slide. Thank you. Grazie, grazie.
Prima di augurarvi buon pranzo.
Before going to lunch, I would like to tell you something about our first meeting with Rachel. And I would also like to thank all those who have been so brave as to make her come here. When I was in the States 2 years ago, I could hear Rachel speak. I could not speak English, but still I did understand what she said. And I thought it would be so great to have her here, but can we actually translate all of that? So I talked that over with Filippo, and then Marika Pugliese went to the States last year. She heard her again, and she said, well, of course, she'll come, I'm sure. And therefore, well, of course, I was very happy because I was no longer alone. So thank you, Rachel. Thank you for being here. I'm sure your message has been spread. And we need to thank Pat too, because it's thanks to Pat that we actually met Rachel. Thanks, Pat, for long. We're now going to a break for lunch. We are running a bit late. Well, so we are supposed to resume at 2, well, maybe 10 minutes past 2, but please don't be later than that. Thank you very much. Thank you. Lunch boxes are ready. Thanks.
Allora, possiamo accomodarci che stiamo per ricominciare. Se mi sentono i nostri amici clown dottori possono aiutarci a far entrare le persone in sala. Intanto che le persone si accomodano, è stata trovata la stanza dell'hotel. Se qualcuno non se la ritrovasse, ce l'ha è a questo tavolo qui, davanti in prima fila. Ecco, li vedo i clown dottori, se ci aiutano a far accomodare le persone, stiamo per iniziare. Bravi, molto bravi. Non potresti fare diversamente perché sei il marito della vicepresidente, quindi anche se per esempio il fondatore chiacchiera, vedete, non si accomoda. Figurati. Se riusciamo a iniziare entro le 2:10 abbiamo solo 10 minuti di ritardo che potremmo riuscire a recuperare. Prego, prego, venite, stiamo per iniziare, se riuscite a entrare.
Please come in, we'd like to begin.
Ilaria che stai sulla porta, se dice alle persone che possono iniziare a entrare, grazie. Se riuscite a accomodarvi, ricominciamo. Abbiamo un momento dedicato sia alla giornata delle malattie rare, che come sapete era ieri, ma sono questi i giorni in cui si sta celebrando, che è un momento dedicato al lavoro.
So we're going to talk about the work that's being done with some neuromuscular disease associations. And to begin this session, I'd like to invite Fabio Amanti to join me here at the rostrum. He is now the president of the Association for Neuromuscular Diseases. Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Christina already made mention of the World Day for Rare Diseases. This day was established or proclaimed on the 29th of February of 2008. A rare date was chosen. The date of a leap year was chosen to celebrate the rare diseases. It's obviously moved to the 28th of February in non-leap years. And those in Italy who speak out to rare diseases are those who belong to the Uniamo Association that Paraproject works with. We have a video from the president of the Uniamo Federation, Dr. Annalisa Scopinaro.
Buon pomeriggio a tutti e grazie agli organizzatori per questo invito alla 12ª conferenza internazionale.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. I'm afraid I won't be able to join you at the 12th International Conference on Duchenne and Becker muscular dystrophy. As you well know, it's the last day of the campaign for rare diseases, and we will all be in Bologna to celebrate the conclusion of the campaign that spanned all of February, during which we focused our attention on research. We were especially interested in focusing on research for different reasons. First of all, because there's never enough research into rare diseases. We don't have enough financing, and the tax rebates promised by the law have yet to become operational with the implementation decrees that need to be passed. And especially there's very little communication among researchers. So often they pursue parallel research streams or work streams that never actually meet. And I think you know how important it is to optimize all the resources available to research in order to be able to achieve our results as early on as possible. Now, you will understand how important it is to involve representatives of patients from the very beginning, from the design to the actual implementation of the clinical trial. It's really important to represent the point of view of patients and to report on desired outcomes during the trial so that they can be assessed properly by regulatory authorities, so that treatments don't only focus on the clinical aspect, but actually also optimize the quality of life of patients. The Federation has been working on this front for many years, and we're trying to see to it that the system that had initially been devised for more chronic diseases adapt to the specificities of rare diseases. It's not easy, but the important thing is that we try to all be in sync on the same wavelength so that we can be seen as a strong entity vis-a-vis institutions and a compact force. I do hope that your meeting will give you an opportunity to discuss these matters and that you will find ways to help the Federation. As you know, the Federation comprises people who are constantly exposed to rare rare diseases. They're either patients suffering from these diseases or they are caregivers. I wish you the best of luck on your deliberations today and tomorrow, and I hope to be able to meet you in other circumstances. Once again, thank you kindly and see you soon.
La dottoressa Scopinaro.
Dr. Scopinaro, in her comments, made reference to the need to be compact, united, and speak with a single voice. It makes us stronger in the face of institutions. And this is the reason why, in the second part of my intervention, I'd like to call upon Francisco Lleva, who is a parent of a child affected by Duchenne, as am I, by the way, and who is the mind behind the project that saw the light yesterday. Francisco, would you please join me? He's rushing. I'm sorry, but the elevator doesn't seem to be working, and I had to come down the stairs on foot. That's why I'm out of breath. Thank you very much. As Fabio was saying, in 2019, and again, pardon my shortness of breath, I had an idea which was put together associations that dealt with neuromuscular diseases and other diseases in general. We felt that there were many points in common and that we should come together. So in 2019, I thought that I should bring together the associations that I had worked with up until that date, including Paladin Project, to develop common goals. We realized that this worked, and there were critical issues that we all shared, and that there was also the possibility of solving things together by joining forces.
Fabio?
Le slide arrivano.
Ok, e la penna?
E il telecomando?
Non c'è. Poi intanto racconto.
Sì.
Ok. Sotto, ecco, perfetto. Eccoci. Quindi...
So, soon thereafter, we decided to bring together 16 associations. In 2020, we had the first neuromuscular consultation at the regional level. This was a rather innovative idea, and it spread to other regions because it made it possible to come together as associations and define region by region the most pressing and challenging critical issues. So we created active consultations in Sardinia, Tuscany, Liguria, Emilia-Romagna, and the others, thanks to the support of Fabio in a parent project. And together we championed the various consultations. We first of all wanted to standardize treatment nationally, and we wanted to constitute a critical mass because we didn't want every association to act in isolation and to do its own thing. And there were patients all over Italy that had not had the opportunity to express themselves, and we wanted to change that. But especially, we wanted to create a critical mass other than institutions and clinicians so that we would be able to really relate to each other by talking about patients' experiences. These are all the associations that are part of this endeavor throughout the country. The idea of the consultation is a product of a legal act that was passed in 2000. At that time, this document spelled out a process in order for the national health system to take on board the various muscular pathologies. Unfortunately, this was not really followed. It remained dead letter. And so every center and every region had to fend off on its own. The critical issues that the various groups identified were the following. First of all, a lack of numbers. When you try to actually find out how many people are affected in any given region, the authorities have no idea. They don't know the number of neuromuscular patients. So lack of numbers, lack of pathways, the problem posed by the pediatric to adult transition, in terms of care, of course. The supply of aids is a problem, the distance between the various centers, rehabilitation and physiotherapy, and also the various regions that have different care models. If we had 20 patients who were the same in the various regions, they would be receiving completely different care. And ethically, that's not fair, nor is it constitutionally, because everybody should have equal access to care. So it is urgent to make homogeneous the kind of treatment that patients can access. This part we're very familiar with, but what we're mostly interested in is this. This is the various numbers. That was our first effort to come up with realistic figures. Based on work that was done in Tuscany in 2019, this shows that we have about 100,000 individuals affected by neuromuscular disorders in Italy, and this is the distribution per region. And there's quite a large number. So what did we come to realize? Well, first of all, as a coordinating the consulta or consultation, it's not an association, it's just an agreement between the various associations, and it led to the abatement of the barriers that previously existed between associations. We are about 200 representatives of the various associations throughout the country. In Veneto, we worked together to set up a gynecological day hospital for people with severe disabilities. The need was felt to set this up, and in Padua, we were able to set one up and open it to our patients. In Tuscany, we worked for the establishment of a PDTA. Again, in Tuscany, we established very close relationships with FARA that deal with rare diseases. And then we had the possibility of attending various meetings of pathologies like Lyme's disease. And then we produced a model, an innovative PSTDA model that could be adapted to all the regions, although they had a common core, so that every region could adapt its model. There's a core that describes what the centers of care work on, and then there are different guidelines that can be updated and amended according to need, and so they can actually be suited for or to every neuromuscular disease. And then We organized a scientific and medical commission, and we were able to also be part of many institutional meetings. Here's an example that I would like to present to you. It shows what we can do. This was in the region of Piedmont, and the regional authorities didn't really believe that our patients had difficulties in that region. That's why we requested a survey, which was then carried out, a questionnaire that was distributed to the health directors. We asked them if in the various hospitals and care centers they had genetics, neurology, pneumology services and others, including nutrition, gastroenterology, endocrinology, eye care, palliative care, and psychology. We asked about the services. The respondents said that these services indeed existed, except for a few exceptions. But then we asked whether these services were also open to neuromuscular patients. And this was the answer on the part of hospitals. Question marks when it comes to genetics. Cardiology, question mark, meaning that they didn't know. The only hospital Le Molinette in Turin was overwhelmed with work because they guarantee all services. And if you look at the data, there are 530 patients who are cared for at this hospital, of whom 200 are children, pediatric patients. We did the very same thing for the local health units. The region asked the healthcare directors whether they had the following services: neurology, pneumology, cardiology, physical therapy, orthopedics, clinical nutrition. We asked, are these services open to neuromuscular patients? And these are the answers. This means that in the local health units, we have a huge deficiency. We basically don't have neuropsychiatry for children anywhere except for 3 local health units that do provide that service. Pneumology, complete vacuum. Pneumology and cardiology. Physical therapy, well, you can see the result there. In the face of these findings, the regional authorities understood that the system had to be changed, and that's what's happening in Piedmont, and we're doing the same thing in the region of Veneto. All of this lack of service, leads to longer and more frequent hospitalizations. The hospital stays are longer. There are more emergencies. There is the phenomenon of healthcare tourism, people who have to move from one region to the next to get care. Unfortunately, sometimes it's necessary to undergo orthopedic surgery, which might have been avoided. So all of this is because of the lack of appropriate care. And we were able to do this in the space of 3 to 4 years as a group of associations. At this point, I'd like to give the floor to Fabio. Thank you.
Rapidamente.
Very quickly, yesterday, February 28th, was the day of rare diseases. The so-called consulta, the neuromuscular consulta, entered the third sector. The 8 associations came together in order to create a critical map and to be recognized more readily, both locally and centrally. These are the 8 associations that, at this point in time, are part of this new entity, Consulta. So, Alto Domani, ACMT, ASAMSI, the Association of Patients affected by neuropathies, the Collagen Italy Association, FSHD Italy, GFB ODV Foundation, and us, the Parent Project Association. The first thing that we did, even before coming together officially as a group, and we did this as Parent Project first and the others in partnership, we asked for the establishment of a parliamentary group to raise awareness of Parliament and government on neuromuscular diseases. In particular, we are asking that the document produced in 2009 be updated. We also want to operationalize the National Ministerial Consultation on Neuromuscular Diseases, appointing a director and guaranteeing the participation of patients' associations. Then promote social and healthcare services that are uniform nationwide with the adoption of guidelines and create general and specific goals, the various measures, and expected outcomes. These are the 5 areas of work that we want to reinitiate. We want to work on those 5 work streams. What is the next step? Well, we need to reestablish these regional working groups, I hope with the largest possible number of associations that will want to join this new entity. We would like to be able to be accredited speedily in every single region, and we also would like to request the establishment of a specific regional working group to analyze issues and solutions locally. These are the main goals: to be united, to standardize measures throughout the national territory, to define protocols and procedures to manage emergencies in this area, and last but not least, to get across a message that rehabilitation should be seen and delivered as a non-pharmacological treatment aimed at maintaining skills and practicing prevention of complications related to the progression of the disease. This was started in 2009, but often it's just not respected. Finally, we wanted to conclude with 3 pictures or images that go back to what we said about ableism. We see a ballerina, a dancer, a drum player, and a pilot. Thank you.
Lascio la parola ad Ilaria.
And now I'd like to give the floor to Ilaria.
Allora, eccoci di nuovo e diamo il via alla seconda sessione scientifica.
And now, the first afternoon scientific session is going to start. We're going to listen to Annemieke Aartsma-Roos from Leiden University. She's indeed an expert in this field. And can I also please ask the representatives of the various companies who will then participate in the debate are kindly requested to come to the podium from the different companies: Sarepta, Dyna, Wave Life Science, Biomarin Pharmaceutical, and Entrada Therapeutics. And of course, you can always use this WhatsApp number for your questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the kind introduction, Ilaria. And Ilaria and I will try to run this session together. I will give an introduction to exon skipping, then the panelists will briefly introduce themselves, and I have some questions for them. But if you have questions, then you can WhatsApp them, or you can raise your hand and then ask them in person. But first, as mentioned, I'll give an introduction to exon skipping. And let's see, this is the one thing that I didn't. How do I move? Is there? Ah, there's a tool, of course. Well, there is a tool, but it doesn't seem to be. Yeah, there we go. So very briefly, my disclosures. I've been working on exon skipping for 25 years. And there's patents that I'm a co-inventor of. And also, I do a lot of consulting and advising for companies working in the exon skipping space, including some of them who are now on the podium. So bear that in mind. And the money for the consulting goes to my employer, not to me. So with that, we're going to introduce exon skipping. First, very briefly, something about dystrophin, because we need that context to explain exon skipping. Then, how does exon skipping work? Where are we currently? What is the state of the art? And then, how can we improve it? And there's a lot of exon skipping trials ongoing at the moment. So what I'll try to do is to explain how they differ from each other and which ones are more similar than others. So we'll go through this one slide at a time. So starting with why we do exon skipping, we need to understand what dystrophin does. And dystrophin is lacking in Duchenne, and that's why Duchenne patients have Duchenne. And what dystrophin does, it connects the skeleton of the muscle fiber to the protective layer of connective tissue that surrounds each muscle fiber. And in that way, it provides stability to muscles when we use our muscles. Now, you don't need dystrophin to have muscles or to use your muscle. You need it to prevent damage. And that's why I like the example as the carabiner, because if you go rock climbing, you don't need this system. You can go rock climbing without it. But if you make a mistake, then you need the system. And it's the same for dystrophin. And what you can see, like dystrophin, the carabiner has two important domains that connect one part to the other. And as you probably know, Duchenne patients make no dystrophin, so the linker between skeleton and connective tissue is lost, while Becker patients have the crucial domains, but the protein is shorter, so it's partially functional. Now, what happens if there's no dystrophin? The muscles are damaged all the time, there's chronic inflammation, and then at some point regeneration, repair cannot keep up, and then you get formation of scar tissue, and you lose muscle function and tissue. And these processes happen in Duchenne, but they also happen in Becker. In Becker, they are slower, so the disease, the pathology starts later and the trajectory is slower, but these processes also happen in Becker, and that is important to remember. I don't know where to point it to. There we go. So how do the cells in our body make dystrophin? They have a dystrophin gene in each of the cells, and the code for the dystrophin gene is there. And the code is dispersed over so-called exons. Now, when a protein needs to be made, what the cell does, it first makes a copy. So you have the dystrophin gene, a copy is made, which contains these exons, but also parts in between that don't contain the code. So before the code can be translated, these parts, the non-exons, the introns, they need to be removed. And this happens in a process called splicing. Then all the exons are joined together. You have the genetic code, which is then translated by the cell from gene code into protein, and in this case, from dystrophin code into dystrophin protein. What goes wrong in most Duchenne patients is that one or more of these exons are missing. And as you can see here, 48, 49, and 50 are missing. And what you can also see is that 47 doesn't fit to 52. So the genetic code is disrupted. It becomes unreadable. And when the cell translates the code, in 51, the code is unreadable, so the translation stops. So what you get is only the beginning of the protein, and that is not functional, and therefore Duchenne. Now we have another example here. Now 48, 49, 50, and 51 are missing. So more is missing than in the previous example. But what you can see is that 47 fits to 52. So now the code remains readable and can be translated from start to finish. And now you get a Becker-like protein. So in the middle, there is a little bit missing, but the important domains at the beginning and the end of the protein, they are there. So these proteins are partially functional, and these are the proteins that we find in Becker. Now, if we know this difference between Duchenne and Becker, then we can think there's many Duchenne patients that have the genetic capacity to make Becker-like proteins. So we're back to the example of a deletion of exon 48 to 50, and normally 47 is joined to 51 for this patient, and then the code is disrupted. However, if 47 would be linked to 52, the code would be restored. So what we want during the process where these exons are joined together, we want to hide 51, because that would restore the code. How can we do that? We can do that with antisense oligonucleotides, AONs, ASOs, that will specifically bind, in this case, to exon 51, hide it from this machinery that connects all the exons, and then the code is restored, and a Duchenne patient can make a Becker-like protein. So that is the theory. So these AONs or ASOs, what are they? They are short pieces of chemically modified DNA. So they bind specifically to the RNA, to the transcript, and I showed you an example of 51, but they're programmable. So we can decide whether they bind to 51, 45, etc. We need chemical modifications, because if you just give DNA or RNA, that's very unstable. So we need chemical modifications to improve the stability and to give these treatments drug-like properties. Now, there's two sort of chemical modification, and one is called PMO, phosphorodiamidate morpholino oligomers. You understand why we abbreviate to PMO. And these PMOs don't have a phosphorothioate or a PS backbone. And you don't have to understand the chemistry, but what this means is that the bioavailability is low. So that means you need a high dose, because a lot is filtered out by the kidney. Then there's another type, and there's many, 2-O-methyl, methoxyethyl, LNA, tcDNA. They all do have this backbone, and that means that they're filtered out by the kidney less. So this means you can have a lower dose and a less frequent dosing. So this is, if you see why do the different companies have different doses, different regimen, very often this is the difference. The PMO is filtered out very quickly and efficiently, so you need to dose higher, and anything with the PS backbone is filtered out much slower, so you can dose lower and less frequently. So where are we now? In the US, there is 4 approved AONs, and they target exon 45, 51, and 53. And that's 4 AONs for 3 exons, because 53 has 2 approved AONs. The approval is not based on any clinical data slowing down disease progression. The approval is based because these PMOs can restore dystrophin at around 1% of levels, and sometimes in some patients slightly higher. And what the companies still have to do is to see how much do these very low levels of dystrophin slow down disease progression. What is clear is that if we have, instead of this 1%, if we have 10%, that would be better. So in parallel, there's confirmation studies ongoing to see how much does this do on the trajectory, and can we improve exon skipping and get more dystrophin and then expect a larger therapeutic effect? And the things that the next generation AONs are focusing on are improving the delivery to muscle and heart. And very briefly, I'll also say something about applicability, because there's now 3 exons that have PMO or PMOs approved, but that applies only to 30% of patients. So there's still a lot of patients that don't have an approved exon skipping AON. So before going into the ongoing trials and planned trials, something to take into account when dystrophin levels are mentioned in the clinical trials. Because the trials will say we have this amount of dystrophin. What you need to be aware of is almost all Duchenne patients make some dystrophin. Without any treatment, they make some dystrophin. It's very little, it's not enough to prevent Duchenne, but they do make it. So when you do a trial, what you need a biopsy at the beginning of the trial and at the end of the trial to see whether there's an increase. So that is the first thing to consider. Then it's really difficult to compare between different companies. So if one company says 3% and another says 3%, that is not per se the same, because there will be variability in what methods they use, how they normalize, but also when they take the biopsy. And that will make a difference, because the later you take the biopsy, the more dystrophin there likely will be, because it starts to accumulate. So take this into account. If you see these dystrophin levels, you cannot compare, oh, they have 1, they have 5, so the 5 must be better. It's not per se that way. And then there's also differences for different exons. We know that exon 44 skipping seems to be very easy. So with exon 44 skipping, you get higher exon skipping levels and more dystrophin. So again, that is something to take into account. Now, with that context, we can now go into the overview of what is currently in or almost in clinical trials. So the first thing is that the approved PMOs, NS Pharma and Sarepta, have to show that this slows down disease progression. And these trials are ongoing, and FDA has asked for them, but also if you want approval in Europe with the European Medicine Agency, you need to show that the disease trajectory is slower. So for us in Europe, these trials are crucial to even consider approval. So there's currently trials ongoing to test whether these exon skipping AONs that are approved, whether they slow down disease progression. So there's the MISSION study from Sarepta for exon 51 skipping. There's an ESSENCE study that combines 45 and 53 skipping. And then there's the NS Pharma Vilter-Larsen trial that does also 53 skipping. And whatever is flagged by an Italian flag, these are trials that are also ongoing in Duchenne. So these trials are ongoing, and we have to wait for the results. And I think the results from the ESSENCE is coming this year, and then for MISSION is coming next year. But when the trial is over, the results are in, but then they need to be analyzed. So don't expect that as soon as the results are in, the company will be ready to communicate. First analysis is needed, and then the communication will come with the analysis. In parallel to these confirmatory studies, there's also 2 other PMOs that are in clinical trials, one by NS Pharma for exon 44 skipping, and I mentioned already 44 skipping seems to be easy. So this one has 10 to 15% dystrophin compared to the roughly 1% that we saw for the other ones. So 44 skipping seems to be easier. And then also there's a trial ongoing from NS Pharma for exon 50 skipping, but no results yet. So then we see there's exon skipping, the dystrophin levels are relatively low. We want to do it better, not just because we want to increase dystrophin levels, but also because now the treatment is weekly intravenous infusion. So if we could do it every month or every 6 weeks or every 2 months, that would be better. So how do we improve? There's different ways, and we'll go over them one by one. The first one is chemistry. Can we use different chemical modifications to make the AON bind better to the exon? And then you would get more skip and more dystrophin. Can we improve the chemistry so that the circulation in the blood increases? And again, then it would float around longer, so it would have more time to go to muscle. And that would allow us to reduce the dosing frequency. So there's currently different companies evaluating this. There's BioMarin doing this for exon 51. Trial is recruiting and also ongoing in Italy. Then Sky Therapeutics is also doing this for exon 51 with a trial that's recruiting. And Wave is doing this for an exon 53 skipping compound. The trial is ongoing, but the results from the lower dose are already in, and they found 5.5% increase in dystrophin. So that looks promising, but as I said, you have to wait and see, and you cannot compare all the percentages directly. So that's one way to improve. But another thing, the problem is, why do these PMO, why do we need such a high dose? Because they don't go very efficiently to skeletal muscle and heart. So can we improve delivery in general? So not just to skeletal muscle and heart, but to everywhere, and then also skeletal muscle and heart will get more of these PMOs. And the way to do that is to use an arginine-rich peptide, and that will improve the delivery to all tissues. But the challenge with arginine-rich peptides is that they can be toxic. And then toxic, well, it doesn't have to be a problem if first you have efficiency and then at a higher dose you have toxicity. It's not a problem because you will not use the higher dose. But if you need to use a dose that is so high that you get the toxicity in the kidney, then it is a problem because the kidney can only cope with so much. So this approach is evaluated by Sarepta, and as you probably know, they stopped the development. They decided last year in November to stop the development, and the reason was that there was kidney toxicity, and the hope was that you dose every month, you see some kidney toxicity, the kidney recovers, and then you treat again, and then this whole thing happens again, and the kidney will manage. But it's turned out that that was not what happened. The kidney damage started to accumulate and became irreversible. And of course, that is a safety issue. And I agree with Sarepta that the only thing that they could do was to stop this development, even though, of course, it's sad that things have to be stopped. Safety is important. You also need your kidney. So that development stopped. PepGen is testing a similar approach with an exon 51 skipper. Their trial is currently recruited. And in their first results, they presented 0.3% increase in dystrophin, but that was short term. And then Entrada is using a slightly different approach where they use a circular peptide that so far seems to be less toxic than the Vesleteplacin, and their exon 44 trial has started, and they're also preparing a 45 skipping trial. So this is uptake in general, but of course you can say, well, why increase the uptake in general? Why not just get it into the muscle, because that's where it needs to go? Are there ways that we can make that, can we give these PMOs, can we give them an address that the muscle cells realize we need to specifically take this out of the blood? And yes, you can do that. So muscle and heart express a receptor for transferrin, or they have a receptor for transferrin 1, and it's called the transferrin 1 receptor. So that will normally pick out transferrin from the bloodstream. So knowing that this is primarily in muscle and in heart, what if we link an antibody to the transferrin 1 receptor to our PMO? Then now the system, the muscle, will take out these antibodies, and with the antibody, they will also take the PMO. So now you get specific delivery in skeletal muscle and the heart. Now the challenge is that these antibodies are big and that there might be possible reactions. So there's reactions of the body to the antibodies and infusion reactions, so that is a challenge. So currently, this approach is evaluated by Avidity for exon 44 skipping. The first results are in. They had 25% increase in dystrophin, which really is a lot. But again, bear in mind, this is 44 skipping. That seems to be easier. And Dyne is using a similar approach, also targeting transferrin. And they have an exon 51 skipping trial that's also recruiting in Italy. And so far, they've seen up to 3.7% increase in dystrophin. Then one thing, so you need to repeat the delivery, and even if it's every month or every 6 weeks, it's still repeated delivery. And then you can see there will be a session later today and tomorrow about gene therapy. Can't we combine gene therapy with exon skipping? Can't we deliver an antisense gene? And well, there's work ongoing for this as well in the US. So Kevin Flanagan has made an antisense gene that will specifically recognize exon 2. And then he built this into the AAV vector that's also used to deliver the microdystrophin. So now you deliver an antisense gene, And when you give this, you treat patients once, and then they will produce this antisense gene all the time and have exon skipping all the time. It's tested so far in 3 patients, and it won't be tested in additional patients because there was only so much of the virus, and that is now gone. So in 2 patients, the dystrophin level was less than 10%, sorry, the percent sign has been lost. And in 1 patient, it's more than 80%. And the 1 patient who responded very well, it's good to know he was treated as an infant, so he was very young. And so far, he seems to have quite a lot of dystrophin. But these are 3 patients, and follow-up is still ongoing. There's challenges with gene therapy, same as with microdystrophin gene therapy. If you have pre-existing immunity, you cannot get it. There's side effects because you need high doses of viral vectors. And it's a lot more cumbersome and expensive to develop an antisense gene for all the different exons than to do this with AONs. And there's currently, that I am aware of, no ongoing effort to further this work. So then finally, something about applicability. So why is the focus on 51, 45, and 53? That is because relatively large groups of patients would benefit. And then you can see that 44 is slightly less, 50 is even less, and that it goes down rapidly. And this is a challenge. The groups become smaller and smaller and smaller, and that makes drug development tricky. But then at the same time, there's also a lot of effort ongoing in exon 51, and you can see that the 14% then has to be divided into trials for many different approaches, which is also a challenge. So this is a challenge of the exon skipping approach. So in summary, exon skipping is not approved in Europe. It is in the US for 4 different PMOs. Currently, what is approved needs weekly intravenous infusion at a high dose. There is dystrophin restoration achieved with the approved AONs, but it's limited. And there's currently no data to show that, in placebo-controlled trial, to show that there is a slower disease progression. So there's room for improvement, and you can do this with by better delivery systems that will then allow less frequent dosing. Then one more thing on combination therapy, because as I said in the beginning, Becker patients also have pathology. All these processes also happen in Becker patients. So if we now allow Duchenne patients to make a Becker-like protein, they will not be cured. They will make a partially functional protein. So they will still have these processes. There will still be damage. So that means that treatments that try to improve muscle quality, as they are also ongoing, probably need to be combined, because then you have the partially functional dystrophin, there's still some pathology, but you try to slow that down with another therapy. So that probably will be the future, or hopefully will be the future. So with that, I thank you all for your attention. And then if you want to give an applause, now is the time, and then we'll ask the panel. The panel to very briefly introduce themselves. So I see you already have a microphone in hand. So please introduce yourself, and then we go from your left to the right. Who you are, which company you work for, and then remind the audience which exon and which type of approach.
Hi, thank you very much for that introduction. So my name is Arpit Kavya. I work in clinical development at Wave Life Sciences. We are currently developing an ASO for patients amenable to exon 53 skipping with DMD, and I'll give you more details about that as the talk progresses. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ash Stugar. I'm the Chief Medical Affairs Officer at Dyne Therapeutics. We are working on a drug which is in the clinic right now for patients who are amenable to exon 51 skipping, with some other programs in the preclinical stages.
Buon pomeriggio. My name is Ines, and I work for Sarepta in the medical team as MSL, and we are developing eteplirsen for exon 51, golodirsen for exon 53, and casimersen for exon 45 skip amenable.
Good afternoon. My name is Carla McDonald, and I'm the Chief Corporate Affairs Officer for Entrada Therapeutics. We are developing PMOs for the treatment of people who are amenable to exon 44, 45, 50, and 51. And we are new to this conference because we are just moving into the clinic with 3 of those 4 programs pending regulatory clearances this year.
Buon pomeriggio, mi sento.
Good afternoon. I feel kind of alone speaking Italian. I'm the medical director of Biomarina, Italy. We have trials, as anticipated by the professor, on exon skipping 51. They are ongoing, and so I'm here together with the others to be able to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm looking at Ilaria. Are there questions already? Not yet, no questions yet. Well, of course, as people know, I will have questions. So I'm going to ask a question, and then we're going to start from right to left and just see whether people want to add, because at some point, maybe everything has been said, but I promise we'll mix it up who starts. So the first question I have is maybe good for people in the audience to know. The World Duchenne Organization has a community advisory board, the CAP, and companies can go to the community advisory board with their plan for their trial design to get input. Is this trial design good? Do you have recommendation? Is the burden too high? How many biopsies would be acceptable? Things like that. So my question would be, did you go to the community advisory board? And if yes, what did you learn and how did you implement that? And if no, did you involve patients in any other way in your trial design?
Sì, siamo andati alla.
Yes, we did go to the advisory board 3 or 4 years ago when we started to work on the protocol for clinical trials. And naturally, we were given advice on the frequency of biopsies. That's always been a very important point. And then on the possibility of using endpoints in the clinical trials according to the times of follow-up. And we also had other different advisory board meetings. In general, the companies, pharmaceutical companies, especially in Duchenne, are very active in asking for recommendations and suggestions in the development of clinical trials, not just at the beginning of the clinical trial, but year after year. We usually ask to have a meeting where we can discuss the trend and future developments. So it's a very important process which is rolling. It happens every year and it's updated according to the protocol, and the protocol is amendment. So you will probably hear about amendments, and that happens because we usually ask for feedback, not only to the community advisory boards, but others too.
Thank you.
So I'll add the community advisory boards has really been foundational for our company since actually we decided or made the decision to enter Duchenne muscular dystrophy, as well as the selection of the exon amenable skipping categories that we have chosen to prioritize. The community advisory board at the global level has been remarkably helpful for us. It gives us an opportunity to bring our team together from representatives of patient advocacy organizations from across Europe, the US, and Canada. And you can imagine to be able to sit in the room with that level of experience for several hours and solicit feedback is just remarkably efficient and remarkably helpful, as well as to see the interaction across the different groups. And so there's been a tremendous number of learnings. I'll mention just a few. The country-level guidelines, because Duchenne is not treated the same in every country, and the various details associated with that have been incredible. And thinking of the part of the conference we were at yesterday, understanding some of the co-diagnoses that come with Duchenne, and one that we've talked about is neurodivergence. And thinking about that experience on behalf of the individual and the family when you're preparing ASCENT and various clinical trial materials, how can you prepare them in a way that the family is both informed but has the appropriate materials to have discussions and includes their child as appropriate? We've also really heard a tremendous amount of feedback on optionality. There are some families who prefer to receive or participate in clinical trials with high clinical involvement from the medical institution. Others are really looking for options to stay at home as much as possible. And so we've taken that feedback and incorporated that into the protocols where families will be empowered not to make all the choices, but when possible to choose between certain physician follow-ups and what makes the most sense for their family's needs.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, aligned with what my colleagues have just said, we do attend the CAP, of course. We do take very seriously all the feedback we receive from patients, and we do appreciate that, so keep it coming. And regarding the protocol, I think one of the things we did learn is, because, you know, for the clinical trials, most of us have selection criteria depending on the age of the patient. So trying to learn how allowing broader age range may impact the different results and how to target that to make it as wide as possible. Also, the thing is, in the case we have a placebo design study, how to make it so the placebo period is the shortest we can possibly get. And also not only on the protocol, but also getting feedback and ideas on how we can make easier the participation or limit the burden of participation, because we understand that sometimes patients need to travel long distances to go to the clinical trial. So how to do support, maybe, I don't know, providing some support, financial support for transport, out-of-pocket expenses, meals, etc. So all these kind of things we have implemented. We keep learning from you every single day. So as the video says, be proactive, be creative, and bring those to us.
So I'll try not to repeat too much, but I've had the privilege of working with the Duchenne CAB since it started. And so at Dyne, over the last 4 years, we go twice a year. And maybe just a few other things to add. They have been extraordinarily helpful in everything from a clinical development plan to then looking at the individual studies that we are planning to conduct. So our current study in the clinic right now, the CAB has had a tremendous amount of input into the study design, the outcomes, the order of assessments, and I think the other really important piece amongst what others have said is, you know, we have a placebo arm. We do a biopsy. We know there's huge burden on families, and so the CAB has really communicated to us what is most burdensome, and then in some ways we can't avoid some of those burdens, so then how to communicate why we are doing what we are doing in our trial for the families, and that has been incredibly helpful as well. And then, the other point I'll make is we feel so strongly about the way in which we've worked with the CAB and patient advisory boards. We did publish a paper last year in research involvement and engagement. Pat Furlong is the first author on that paper that details how we engaged with the patient community and exactly how we use that input to design our clinical trials.
Yes, similar experience to my colleagues. We have been going to the CAB for the last couple of years. I was lucky enough to be at the one in Amsterdam in April, just last year. And again, similar to my colleagues, the feedback was around biopsies, use of placebo, and reducing burden in clinical trials. And one interesting discussion that we had was a question that internally we've always wanted to kind of get more feedback on, was about the difference between open biopsies and needle biopsies. And I think there's still some work to be done there, but that's kind of one example of kind of thinking on how to reduce patient burden that we have been thinking about internally as well.
Thank you very much. I think we have a question from the room. More than one.
On WhatsApp, parlo in italiano, scusate, c'è una mamma.
There's a mother who asks a question of Carla from Entrada. What is the timing for recruitment in Italy for exon skipping 44?
Thank you for your question. So For our exon 44 skipping amenable program, which we call Elevate 44201, it has not yet been approved to commence in the European community. We received approval in the UK about a month ago, and we are currently in conversations with the EU. So as soon as, fingers crossed, that it does obviously get approved to proceed in Europe, we'll be able to share that information broadly with you so you have that opportunity in making your choices for your family.
Ilaria, c'è una domanda qui.
There's a question right here.
I'm from Cyprus. I have a 20-year-old Duchenne boy. About 28 years ago was the first announcement on therapy. About 15 years ago, we started with the first exon skipping efforts, etc. And every time I see that we have all our forces and resources on 51. By the time that you have something on exon skipping, say 50 or 44, these boys and their families that were born 20 years ago, they won't be able to be included, not in any pilot, but even after you get the license. Thank God if you got that. So what is your strategy on non-ambulatory boys that they are in the late stages of, say, 30 years or 40 years old?
Anyone wants to start? Ash?
I'll start, but I'm sure this won't be a satisfying answer. No, I think historically, we have been focused on patients, on the individuals who are ambulatory. I think over the last few years, there have been more studies in individuals who are non-ambulatory. In our phase 1/2 study, we allow individuals who are non-ambulatory. Our overall clinical development program certainly includes more studies in that patient population. I don't have a good answer for you in terms of that age range. When you get to 23, 24, 25, and at least, we will be thinking about applying criteria related to pulmonary function, to cardiac function, even as we do in our phase 1/2 study. You're right, that could theoretically then lead to not being able to include some of these individuals who are, much longer progressed in the non-ambulatory stage. It's something we need to talk about a lot more, think about how to address that through various mechanisms, if not clinical trials, through managed access programs, expanded access programs, compassionate use. And so you're absolutely right, much more thinking has to be done around it.
And I can add to that very supportively. There's a lot more that has to be done, and in terms of the feedback that I'm sure all of us up here received from the CAB is really a very strong request to not forget the fact that there is young men with more advanced disease or who are non-ambulatory, who are looking for therapies, who've currently been left out. We announced at Entrada, excuse me, I'm getting over the time difference and the jet lag, I think it was this week, still, it's Saturday, that we are initiating a trial in the United States for people who are exon 44 skip amenable. And that trial will be starting, is planned to start next year in 2026. And we're looking forward to that because this gives us an opportunity to potentially bring a therapeutic option to a patient population that we're still learning a lot about. But I understand I'm in Europe today, not in the United States, and we're not there at this time.
And maybe because the question that he asked is also similar to a question that I had prepared. So it's not just about the ambulant and non-ambulant, and I fully agree the non-ambulant need more attention. They've been the forgotten group. But also the other exons. And I think so maybe because it's also the challenge because you need a specific group of patients to show an effect. So therefore you need to focus on the larger groups. But at the same time, you know that there's many patients that are in the smaller exons. So anything to add about that or how you cope or deal with that challenge?
Il problema più grande all'inizio
The greatest issue at the beginning is finding the population to be able to show efficacy and safety and have a registered product. But then there is a reimbursement issues, especially European-wide. We mustn't neglect that. So when you look at the various populations that you should target, when you try to look for the endpoint, you have to bear in mind that the difficulty in getting reimbursement sometimes is a huge limitation, especially in HTA-oriented countries. Even if it has been shown in some cases that there is some improvement, it doesn't necessarily translate into reimbursement on the part of the national health system or insurance companies, because the therapies are extremely expensive and it's becoming a huge problem. So we need to be sure that we have indeed secured a target population that can truly benefit from the therapy as much as possible, and then after that try to see how to percolate that down to other populations, younger people, non-ambulatory, or that have other problems. So it's really complicated to be able to strike a balance between all the information.
I would just add that one thing that we've been looking into, which I suspect everybody else has, is a platform type of study where it makes it easier for sponsors to add arms with different exons on. And I know there are people in this room working on setting one up in the near future, but it's certainly a way to get sponsors to put their exon studies into a protocol, into a study quicker. So I think that could be one way forward.
Yeah. You want to say something?
Super quickly. So I think, sort of this platform technologies guidance that has come out in the US by the FDA provides a path forward. Hopefully EMA has the ability or has some vision to do something similar, because as Anamika put up there, when you get to exon, deletion mutations that account for 2% or 1% of the patient population, it is difficult, if not impossible, to do proper clinical trials. So this platform approach is going to be a very important solution. And I think Professor Montoni and others published published a paper recently that also indicates that you should be able to not need mutation-matched populations as a control arm necessarily. So there's a lot of information emerging, and hopefully regulators can also get there.
And maybe good to know, because of course the whole idea of can we learn, if we know for 51 or for 45, can we then learn and apply that to the smaller groups? We've been having these discussions with the regulators for 20 years. But I think the elephant in the room is that until now, we've not managed to make an exon skipper that is good enough where they can say, okay, and now we can start extrapolating. And hopefully in the near future, this will start happening. But I think that is the bottom line, is that we currently don't have the evidence that we have enough to slow down disease progression, and hopefully in the future we will, and then we can start with the extrapolating. There's a question there. Is that allowed, or does Ilaria want to ask her question first? No?
Posso?
Yes, go ahead. Well, I'll give you the floor. Maybe you've got a mom's question, the mother. A mom wants to know, you've spoken only about deletion. Can you give us information about duplications? Maybe Anamika or whomever.
Do you want me to take this one, or? So I was expecting this question. I think it comes up every year. The challenge with duplications is that exon skipping will recognize an exon. And if you have a duplication involving more than one exon, the challenge is that you want to skip the duplicated exon, but not the original. But they're identical. So what will happen, you skip the duplicated exon and then the code is restored on one location, but you also skip the original exon. So at another location now the code is disrupted. So that is not gonna help. The exception is if you have a duplication of one exon, Because then either if you skip the first one or the second one, that would both be okay, and sometimes you will skip both. Well, that will not be that frequent, so then you might have a benefit. If you have a duplication involving more than one exon, with the current techniques being as inefficient as they are, it's just not going to work.
Ce ne sarebbe un'altra.
There actually is another question from a parent. Maybe we need to show the exon outline, because the question is, could you specify which exon has deletion? What are the amenable?
You want to know, just come see me during a break, because then I can explain, I can show you the diagram, and I can explain what needs to be done. But for some, I will be able to do it by heart, but not for all. And I think also for the rest of the room, this will be less interesting. So I'm here till tomorrow afternoon, so come see me and I'll explain it to you.
Un'altra che mi è stata fatta in inglese.
Another question was asked from a parent in Turkey. It's in English.
Studies on exon 45 skipping, despite being the second most common deletion. Exon 44 skipping is mentioned as easier in the presentation. What makes it different to be considered easy? Is there a challenge for exon 45? So it's two questions.
So having, did any of you ever do an exon skipping experiment in cells? No? Okay. So I did. Why, we do not know, but 45 is bloody hard to skip. It took me 15, I had to design 15 different AONs. Usually if I had two, either both worked or one worked, and then I could try to optimize. With exon 45, I had to design 15, and then I had one, and I had to optimize. So why is it difficult? We do not know, but it is. 44, whatever you design, it will work. It's really easy to skip, and then it's also easier to optimize. Again, we do not really know why, but we do know 44 skipping, all of us do this spontaneously. So in 1% of our dystrophin transcripts, we skip exon 44. For us, that doesn't matter. It means we make 99% of dystrophin. But this means that if you need 44 skipping as a Duchenne patient, you make a little bit more dystrophin than all the other patients. And that is why these patients also have a slightly slower disease progression. But yeah, why this happens, we don't know yet.
Fernanda?
Any other questions? No, no more. Actually, I have one from Dr. Bello, Luca Bello. It's in English, so I'm going to read it in English. For Annemieke, it's for you.
Have you, Annemieke, he says.
Oh, thank you.
When you present percentage increase of dystrophin in various skipping programs, is that percentage increase from baseline or relative to normal control?
Yeah, so increase from baseline, but so not the total amount, but baseline distracted. But again, bear in mind that if you do a trial for 1 year, there will be more dystrophin than if you do the biopsy after 3 months. And also, all of us, what is 100% for me, maybe 80% for Ilaria. So there's differences. So that also means that if you have your 100%, it differs who you take as a 100%. So there's many ways why, if one company says 5% and another company says 5%, that is not per se the same thing. So I think that dystrophin is good, but the percentages, you really should not stare yourself blind on the percentages, because there's so many other aspects to consider. Any other questions?
Non dalla mia parte.
No more questions from here. Well, maybe.
Close.
We are about to close. Well, I would like to thank the panel very much. Let's give them an applause. And then I hand back over to Ilaria.
Grazie Annemieke, credo che con questa presentazione abbiate capito.
Thank you, Annemieke. I think with this panel, you were able to understand why Anamika is the greatest expert in exon skipping. I don't think that anybody better than she is able to explain exon skipping. I'd like to thank all the representatives from the companies for the very interesting discussion, and thank you to all those who contributed with your questions. I'll take a few minutes of your time now to speak about a project that we are very close to. If you could show the slides kindly. So, this is the Paladin project. The Paladin project is a European project. Maybe some of you will remember, because we talked about this last year here at the conference. It just been launched at that time. Now we're in year 2. The project duration is 4 years, and it involves a number of partners in Europe. There are 9. I'm sorry, I meant to say globally, which means it involves both Europe and the US. The idea came from the Triton MD, which is an academic consortium of experts in neuromuscular disease, and we, as Parent Project, are coordinators. What is Paladin? Paladin seeks to create a global platform that's extremely innovative that will glean information mainly coming from patients, so on their state of health and data that concern patients affected by neuromuscular diseases to begin with. The goal is in the future to have this model applied to other rare pathologies. The name of the platform will be Interactium, and it will collect data coming from different sources concerning the status and experience of patients. This is because it's important to consider the patient's voice. It's important for the voice to have a say in decision making, and hopefully this should help us to speed up the development of new treatments for these pathologies and to improve clinical management. Annalisa Scopinato said this in her video earlier. It is really important for regulators and decision makers and companies that develop trials. It's super important for them to listen to the true needs of patients and to know about the impact of the treatment on the patient and on the entire family, because only this way can it be possible to make the whole system more high quality, more effective, more equitable, and sustainable in the long term. So what was the starting point that led to this project? Well, we looked at some basic issues that are inherent in all data collection platforms, which, although the data might be good quality, they do have issues that don't make it possible to fully tap into the data contained in the platforms. One problem is that the data are often fragmented. So we have data collected in different countries, sometimes in different cities in the same country. We have clinical data registered data, and often these data do not communicate with each other. It's not possible to integrate them. So it's like sort of spreading out and losing a lot of information, which should instead be connected. Another issue is that often the patient perspective is not taken into account at all. So on the basis of this, we started to think about what we may need to introduce in a platform of this type. I'm not going to read everything, but I'll just mention a few. As I said before, it's really important to understand patient needs. This is crucial to be able to have a good data collection, the impact of the pathology on the patient and family. A platform of this type should help us recruit patients in trials, and it should help to design new clinical trials that are customized according to patient needs. So it should help increase the approval of drugs and decision-making and healthcare and so on. But what are we actually going to be collecting in Interactium? Well, it'll be the integration of data coming from different sources. On the one hand, we'll have functional and clinical data that probably can be taken or inferred from pre-existing clinical registers, and then other sources, because we want to try to hone in the true needs of the patients. So what is important? Maybe there is a new finding that nobody ever thought about before, which we should look into. So it's possible to even suggest new findings, information on clinical trials, information on the clinical management of the pathology. Maybe this information is provided to the patient at the time of the diagnosis of the pathology. So maybe the information is customized according to the patient as they get into the platform. And the platform is extremely complicated to build. And then, of course, the impact of the pathology on the quality of life, experience with the pathology, wearable devices, and data generated at that level. There are people who are dealing with the architecture of the platform. Our main role is to work to involve patients. And this is why, because we do try to involve patients in this project, it is because of this reason that we created a survey that you will find in your pack. And I'd like to ask you to kindly fill out that survey. You can use a flyer or scan this QR code. The more questionnaires are filled out, the more information we will have. Information that will better reflect the point of view of our patients, so that in the end, the platform that we come up with is optimized for everyone. This ought to be one of the many things that we will do to involve you more and to create an optimal platform. Thank you for your kind attention. And now I would like to give the floor back to Marica Pugliese, who's going to introduce the next roundtable session.
Eccoci, invito i nostri relatori ad
I'd like to ask our speakers to kindly join me here on the stage. Thank you.
Forse ci serve una poltroncina in più? Ci siamo? Ok, ci serve, grazie. E il tema di questa tavola rotonda.
The topic of discussion now is siblings. As you may have seen in your pack, you may have found the newly produced material, and this is really important for us. We've been studying this topic for a long time. We've carried out different initiatives or activities, and as of this year, we've been providing advice not just to parents but to siblings as well. And we've established peer groups starting from the pandemic, and they are continuing today. We've created quite a sound and very lively group, and so we decided that we would organize a forum in this plenary on this subject matter, because we wanted to shift the focus to siblings, using an expression of one sibling. We need to place siblings in the limelight. I'd like to now introduce our moderator, Silvia Bencivelli. She's a writer, a doctor, and she just published her latest work. She's a journalist and a television and radio broadcaster, and we actually collaborated on the production of a documentary audio file in which we narrated 4 stories of our patients. We went to see them at home and touched on many different issues pertaining to their life. The documentary was aired on Rai 3, and if you haven't had the opportunity, I invite you to listen to it. It was wonderful. We discussed many different issues, some of which have to do with the whole concept of ableism. So I invite you to listen to the podcast. And when making the documentary, Silvia came into contact with Bianca, the sister of one of our patients, and she became very passionate about this whole topic. So we wrote an article on Repubblica, and we thought that we would invite her to share this session. Thank you, Marika, and thank you to those who welcomed me to their home, into their home, and who opened up to discuss their life. I never had the opportunity or the good fortune of having that experience from close up. Today we're going to speak about siblings with Andrea Dondi, who is here to my right, and who is a transactional psychoanalyst. Since 2022, he has coordinated programs for families in Milan at the Paideia Foundation, and he has written a lot of work on siblings. He's been dealing with this kind of research for 20 years. Then we have Alessia Cinotti, who teaches special education at the University Bicocca in Milan. She too is a researcher in education and special education. She published a very interesting study on siblings, and in particular on conveying or communicating the diagnosis. Her work is called Brothers and Sisters and Disabilities. It was published back in 2021. And then to my right, we have speakers who will speak later on, Angela, Federica, and Francesco, who will share their experience with us. Now I'd like to give the floor immediately to Andrea Dondi, because he has studied at great length the whole topic of siblings and their experience. Can you tell us what characterizes the life of siblings? How is it different to be a sibling as opposed to being a parent? Because maybe we can imagine being parents a little bit better than being siblings. Good afternoon. Thank you for inviting me. I'm always very happy to be able to talk about this subject. I've been studying this for many years, as was previously said. Sibling is a word in English which means brother or sister, but then over time, at least technically speaking, it designates the brothers or sisters of children or individuals with disabilities. It's kind of a special world, that of siblings, because it means being a brother or a sister to somebody affected by a disability. I'd like to say that it is a fraternal relationship. It's a disability which actually makes a difference compared to other situations. So the disability element certainly has an impact in the development of siblings in different ways. The experience of siblings is a special one. And this is something that I always like to specify, because it's different from the experience of anybody else that lives near someone with a disability. And here I'm especially thinking about parents. It's very different from the experience of the parent. A parent has or is exposed to a very complex experience. A parent has a child with a disability, and that is a watershed moment in life. I mean, there's a before and after. But this happened at a moment in life in which the parent is already a complete and grown-up person, and usually before that time the parent has not really had any prior experience with disabilities. Maybe they did serve as volunteers, but never were they exposed to such a direct experience. So there's a very clear cut before and after. But siblings have a different experience altogether, because brothers and sisters, whether they're smaller or younger or older, it doesn't really matter, but they experience disability as they are growing up. And so they have to cope with disability from a very early age. And the theme of disability is with them as they are growing. There is a before and after maybe, but it's a completely different experience to being a parent. So this issue or this theme, disability that is with them as they're growing up, is something that we need to consider, because the way that they perceive a disability is very different from that of others. Okay, you said this is a theme that they grow up with. It's normal for them. But then siblings grow up. They go through adolescence like everybody. They become young adults and then adults. And so how does the relationship with a disabled sibling change in their life? Well, their relationship with a disabled sibling can change in many different ways. I think that their relationship with disability is what changes more than their relationship with the sibling, the disabled sibling, because they can have a very sort of normal relationship with a disabled sibling. There's a great variety of experiences among siblings. I know brothers and sisters who grew up very harmoniously and who are just fine, and others who had a very difficult time coping with disability. So it's a good idea to stress that there are many variables that can impact development. But every phase of life has challenges that siblings need to address and manage. I think that our task as adults and caregivers is to support them through these challenges, which change according to the phases in life. And what about the task of parents? What can parents do? Because the relationship of what can they do to help siblings cope with disabilities? Well, this is a very important question you're asking me. It's not easy to give you an answer. I think for parents, it's really important to understand that siblings have an experience that is different from their own. Their experience can have many different facets, and they, as parents, can oversee the situation and make things visible. It's not very easy to distribute energy and to support children in a family. Also, because parents are often torn, they should really seek help to deal with a relationship with the siblings, not to address a problem, but to prevent problems from arising. It's important to to leave siblings some time and space in which they can narrate their issues. And caregivers should be part of that. So parents should not hesitate to call upon caregivers. It's not about creating an additional problem at all. It's actually about supporting all the members of the same family in sometimes a difficult journey. What are the things that siblings and parents ask you most frequently? What are the most frequently asked questions when they turn to you for help? Well, sometimes it's hard to answer those questions. Some parents, for example, ask caregivers to make sure that the siblings get along. And I think that, this is really difficult, because I think it's healthy for siblings not to agree, because a fraternal relationship can be a very complex one. So the risk is to try to make the relationship as normal as possible. Actually, I think siblings are entitled to have their own relationships as siblings, and they can definitely concentrate on their fraternal relationship above and beyond the disability. I think that this is an important resource for the whole family. Can you tell us about an experience that affected you or struck you in a special way? For example, when dealing with parents. Well, one thing that I find interesting is this. Oftentimes in organizing sibling groups for pre-adolescents, that's a key age group here because they need to be supported in a special way. So I've noticed that this stage in life is really important for the siblings because they meet and they realize that they're not alone. They have something in common, and they're able to talk about what happens to them in their families and even with their friends, which can be quite sensitive. And at the end of this process, the parents actually asked me to establish a group of parents because they realized how important it was to get together and exchange amongst themselves. I thought that it was significant that dealing with siblings then led to an expression of interest in the other members of the family. Earlier, when I introduced you, I said that you've been studying this subject for over 20 years. Does this mean that people have been talking about this for 20 years and nobody discussed it before? Or was it just that you have been dealing with it for 20 years? No, I don't think I was the first one to delve into this subject matter. I started studying this aspect when I was working for a small foundation in Milan. Because one day, the wife of the president of this foundation, in an informal chat, she said to me, "Please don't forget about the siblings." And I had never thought about it. So I started looking around and I found international references in the literature because there hadn't been much done in Italy. I started contacting them, organizing conferences, talking to them, learning from them. And that's how I started on this whole trajectory. And to date, I think that this area is one in which there is greater awareness. Not everywhere, but people are becoming more aware of its importance. Okay, one last question, and then I'll turn to Alessia. Is there research being done in this subject? Right? I mean, there are people that study this. They have data, and what is it, your state of the art? Yes, there is research being done on this. I think one limitation, however, of contemporary research is that often it's clinical research. So sometimes what people do is try to investigate areas that generate real problems in the siblings. So a lot of psychological research. It's good that this exists because it gives us an insight into the world of siblings, but I think it would be important to also investigate preventive actions. We should try to preempt the needs of siblings so that siblings can grow harmoniously even before problems arise. Recently, research has been done in adult siblings. Because we've been researching this subject matter for 20 years, we've started studying children, but there is a world of adult siblings that were never really supported. So this is a very sensitive area that we need to do something about. Okay, one last question then, one very last question. When I interviewed people for a special reportage I did, I was struck by an adult sibling, older than me probably, who said to me, "Look, we need to talk about this in a positive light because I received a lot from my sister." She chose this actually as her line of work. She decided to study this kind of area, and she's very grateful to her sister. And in addition to being grateful to her sister because her sister takes care of the mother, who's very elderly, and of the two, her sister is the one who looks after the mother. So this person I interviewed said, I'm older now. We talked about a lot of difficulties, but there were opportunities. Yes, that's right. Going back to variability, there are many diverse experiences, and it's a really good idea to also highlight positive experiences that led to fulfillment and a life of satisfaction. In describing this, you use the word choice. I think that adult siblings, well, the more they have choices to make, the more they're heading towards personal well-being. So it's really important for them to feel that they are truly enabled to make a choice. It's important for them to be able to have personal fulfillment go along with a role in their family. Thank you.
Thank you. And now, well, we have an applause at the very end. And now I'd like to give the floor to Alessia, and I'd like to go back to what Andrea said. We have spoken about the attention of the world vis-à-vis the subject, but also scientific research that has been more and more well-grounded. You have carried out research on siblings. Well, tell us how you worked on this research and what are your results. Well, thank you. Good afternoon. And I wish to thank for this invitation, and it is a great pleasure to meet many of you once again. We met last year, and for me it is a great pleasure to go on with this experience. Going back to your question, well, for some years now I've been working in the area of siblings from an educational and teaching viewpoint. I teach special pedagogy at the university. So this is my approach to the subject of siblings. When we speak about special pedagogy, well, I have not found research in this area, so my research work started via an interdisciplinary work, so essentially psychology, clinical medicine, and especially, well, international authors. In terms of method, I've not used a representative sample, but rather a quality-oriented method, which means that my objective is not generalizing the data for the whole population, but understanding really well what the siblings I interviewed really wanted to share with me. So the numbers are not huge. So I've not met 150 siblings. Let's say I've met some 40 siblings, but I've been meeting them time and again, and I asked them questions and asking them what was their experience, their approach, what impressed them, and one final question: what could we do to improve the information about the diagnosis? Because there is one essential principle, so co-building processes. Well, experts cannot possibly build these sort of pathways in terms of communication of the diagnosis, but these routes, these pathways must be, framed together. So we must ask, first of all, the people who have lived through this experience of being informed about diagnosis. So clinicians, psychologists are not the best experts. I'd say the siblings are the best experts. So he or she is the expert, and so the sibling will tell me what was right, what worked, and what didn't work in a sort of ex post analysis. What is your idea as how to be informed about the diagnosis? The presence of an expert is a good thing, or must be something stepwise, or what? Well, very, very clearly they told me that siblings must be informed about the diagnosis. They spoke about the right to be informed. And so this is important. It is important to have this moment with the parents, but also a dialogue with siblings. So parents must be informed, but siblings as well. So that's what they answered. Well, maybe in terms of time, this information could be done later, but this information must reach us as siblings, the information about the diagnosis. And then the communication of the diagnosis, as we might imagine it, sometimes it is as if you were giving a parcel to these people, whereas siblings tell us it must be a process starting from a medical assessment. So the communication of the diagnosis is being done by a doctor. So it is a medical information, and then gradually, it must go on till the adult age, because for every cycle of life there are new ideas, new issues, and issues that, there is a sort of line, but the level of detail must be tailored also to the different ages of the siblings as time goes by. So different actors. Well, first of all, the doctor, first level of communication, then siblings. In the text I give all the details, but in the narrative, the siblings must listen to the first information given by the parents. It is very important. I mean, it is a difficult communication to be provided and also to be listened to, and that must be guaranteed by parents in a familiar place. So not in hospital, but say in your sitting room, or when there is the moment, I don't know, of lunch or dinner, when the family is sitting around a table. So there is no ideal place, there is no ideal moment, but it's up to the parents to understand what is the best moment to provide this information. But in this process, parents must not be left alone. They must be supported in preparing the communication that is to be given to siblings. Almost all siblings told us ex post that they had realized that their parents had been left alone, and they did what they could. Possibly a communication that was not optimal, when words were difficult to find, and the parents felt they were completely alone, and they did what they could. And, sometimes the siblings may transfer this diagnosis to other, to classmates or other friends. So maybe the sibling is alone in this. So in the world of children, he becomes the expert. And that is why the communication of the diagnosis, well, should be a process accompanying the family as a sort of, the family as a system, of course, yes, but also as individual. If Luca is 7, is going to elementary school, and he must tell his classmates that there is his sister Francesca at home with a disability, well, Luca must not be left alone. I mean, how is he to explain his classmates that his sister has some special features? And so the idea is trying to accompany families and meet families and be present with families where there are issues, because in a family you may find issues that are not present in another family. And that is why the communication of the diagnosis, even though it is to be framed somehow, but it must be a sort of tailor-made, because you may have a family with 3 brothers attending the same school, so they meet in the corridors, or brothers who may have or siblings who may have completely different ages and never meet at school. So issues and problems that are typical of every single family. Even though there are some issues that are present in the experience of all siblings. And so now, what are the issues that are, let's say, pervasive, that apply to all families? Well, I'd speak first about conflict. I go back to what Andrea said. I mean, there being conflicts between siblings, well, is not typical of disability. So we must try and read this brotherly relationship with disability, considering it as something ordinary. I mean, you fight for the remote control or the choice of the film. It's not because you have one boy with disability, but because it's a thing that normally happens, has happened to whoever has had a sibling. So this is what is something common in, I mean, the jealousy for parents, fighting for the love of the mother or the father. That is not typical just of sibling who have a sibling with disability. And there are some items that come up again and again. First of all, this need to face the outer world. And as the children grow, and I'm thinking now of young adults, I mean, the need to differentiate from your family of origin, and finding a balance between the identity of the sibling, so the personal dimension, maybe also the idea of creating a new family, but also creating a sort of balance with your family of origin, where you may be needed as a caregiver as time goes by. And so this meeting with the outer world, this dialogue with the outer world, and all those key moments that correspond to our life cycle, so adolescence, adult age, infancy, adolescence, and so on. And one final question. Well, maybe you can go back to some of the things Andrea said. Well, not all relationships are identical, and this doesn't depend upon a disability, but there are better and worse ways to come to terms with the growth of 2 brothers. So the mode of communication of the diagnosis, well, about that, how important is that vis-a-vis this relationship? If it is very good or very bad, I mean, would that change the relationship between 2 brothers? Well, this is a complex question, so maybe there is not one and only answer. Well, A good communication of the diagnosis is an excellent springing board for the family atmosphere, and in the relationship between siblings. So it may be relevant. It is a communication that is difficult, and it is difficult to listen to it. Also, I mean, to be able to understand what the other person is telling me, especially when there are things that are quite abstract and difficult to understand even for an adult. But it is true that this is truly essential. A good communication that has been thought out, that has been planned, and that has been provided at the appropriate time in the appropriate way. Well, that may create a big change. I don't want to say that just because there was a bad communication of the diagnosis, then the obvious consequence is having a negative scenario. No, I wouldn't go that far, but it is a protective factor in a sort of starting point that, of course, is difficult. Now, we've heard the two psychologists. Now you can go for a big clap of hands.
We heard Alessia talk about the difference, what makes the difference. I think this could be an opportunity for us to turn to our guests here on the right-hand side. I think that you identified with a lot of what was being said. Marika. Okay, well, why don't we give the floor to the experts because of their experience? We invited Angela, who will introduce herself, and of the various items touched upon, communicating the diagnosis is very significant. So let's start with that. How did you convey the diagnosis to Matteo, Marco's brother? You'll tell us. And how are things coming along? How have they come along over the years from that time onwards and after that? Let me introduce myself. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Angela Pirozzi. I'm Marco's mother and Matteo's mother. One is 13 and the youngest is 9. When we received the diagnosis for Marco, Matteo wasn't born yet. He was diagnosed with Duchenne. So the diagnosis was communicated gradually with very simple words. We explained to Matteo that Marco had weak muscles, and this was the reason why he did not do things in the same way as his peers. He couldn't run or jump the way that others did, and the way we did with Marco himself when we told him or when we talked to him about Duchenne, the Duchenne muscular dystrophy. Initially, Matteo thought that with the passing of time, sooner or later, the physical limitations he observed in his brother would have affected him too. But then, over time, as he was growing older, Marco would reassure his younger brother about the way in which the disease would have evolved, and if he would have had to use an electric wheelchair, he would have been fine. He said, "Don't worry about me, I'll be as happy as you see me now." Then there was a time in which Marco fractured his femur, and this obviously sped up the loss of ambulation, and that's when Marco came to realize what Duchenne was all about. Things happen quite suddenly after a fall, so we had to devote even more time to Marco. So Matteo found himself to be a little bit thrown off. But what was really crucial for us as parents was to always tell the truth about the disease and what it would have evolved to be in the near future. So we realized that telling the truth worked. And then once Matteo was older, he came along with certain consultations, especially when they were at home from school. This was really important for Matteo. And then how did he experience it growing up? Well, initially, I think he felt that he was not paid so much attention to because we, the parents, devoted a lot more time to Marco, and I had to be away a lot because Marco had to go to physical therapy, and so initially Marco was left with his grandmother and felt a little bit abandoned and maybe frustrated. So siblings sometimes can feel left out. So once we understood that he was feeling this, we started taking him along. When Marco had physical therapy sessions, he came along. And while Marco was doing his visit, he and I would go on walks, for example. And we started devoting some time exclusively to him, taking him to the park individually, or just going grocery shopping just with him to get him to understand that we did have time just for him as well. Angela, how do you picture Matteo's life as an adolescent? Well, Matteo has always felt a great sense of responsibility to whomever is in a difficult situation, even a classmate who doesn't understand something in class, or a classmate who doesn't have a notebook. He would rather give his away, even if that means that he's going to be left without something. So he's very sensitive to inclusion issues. And he really helps Marco a lot at home, spontaneously, without anybody asking him. So we hope and we believe that when he becomes an adolescent and then an adult, he might talk about the importance of inclusion. And hopefully he'll be able to talk to people and tell them about the importance of knowing the many different facets of disability. We really believe this, and we hope it comes true. Thank you.
No, volevo proporre ai nostri esperti.
Well, if you feel like it, could you make a comment? In this case, there is a younger brother that was born after the parents had got organized, had already accepted the diagnosis. But anyway, that doesn't seem that simple either. Well, if I may, we have always spoken the truth. And I go back to the idea I mentioned before, how the diagnosis is given, telling the truth, tell the truth. So finding the right words that are understandable for a child who is 5 or 6, so really a little boy. So I wish to stress this idea, tell the truth, telling the truth. And it goes back to that right to be informed with the appropriate words. Simple words, of course, that maybe are not the same words pronounced by the doctors in a medical office, in the doctor's office. I mean, the communication must be reformulated for the kids, for the sibling. I'd like to stress the words used by the mother. This thing that the siblings develop special skills that is something that must be underlined. Well, it is true that they face important challenges, but if they are properly supported, siblings have qualities that are also very useful for our society. And the support to siblings, in my opinion, is a social investment because we'll have people who are really very skillful in creating social relationships, this feeling, this being responsible for other people. These are values that must be cultivated, that must be encouraged. There are some siblings who really went very far up in the social scale. They even went as far up as Parliament. They became MPs, and that is somehow connected to their being siblings. And now we give the floor to other sibling, and I now give the floor to Federica. Federica, you introduce yourself and then you tell us what was your experience starting with the diagnosis and how you were informed about the diagnosis and how you're doing now. Good afternoon. My name is Federica. I'm 25. And I am the sister of Jacopo. You all know Jacopo. And he's 22. The words that are a sort of line putting together our story, going through childhood, adolescence, and getting to the person I am today, well, being sincere, responsible, and well-balanced. Well, being sincere, because at the moment of the diagnosis, I was 8 and Jacopo was 5. My parents and myself, well, we have two different memories of how that happened. My memory is linked to a moment when I am alone with mom and dad, when they explained that, explained what type of difficulties Jacopo had, and my memory is seeing him there playing and running, and having this clash between what I could see, so a boy that was absolutely normal, my brother, and what they were telling me, so the description of a boy that would have a disease and whose muscles at that time were not working as they should have worked. So there was this clash between what I could see and what my parents were telling me. Whereas there is another completely different memory of my parents who remember that they had that they informed us of the diagnosis over lunch. So we were all together sitting at the table in the summer on the terrace, and they explained with very simple words, perfectly compatible with our age, that they had obtained the results from the biopsy and what had emerged at the Jacopo's muscles. Were sort of slowing down, and they were very straightforward in explaining us what was going on without giving us too much information, because of course we would have been unable to understand any excessive information, but telling us whatever was necessary. And then they followed us as we were growing up, adding information or answering with total spontaneity, great transparency, well, answering our question as we would ask them. And this is the mode of communication that in my family has always been there. The second word was responsibility. I am the elder sister. So simply because of that, I must be responsible also for my younger brother. So behave yourself because you are older, because you must set the example. Let go. He is younger. Don't you understand? He is just a small boy. And that was made worse by Duchenne. So by the fact that Jacopo was a fragile boy. And that was something I had to remember all the time, be it when we were playing or when we were fighting. Because when we were fighting, he would kick me or bite me, but if I pushed him, he would fall on the floor. And of course, this was a sort of blockade for me, because on one side, in a very automatic way, I wanted to push him back because I was angry with him, but if I were to push him backwards, he would fall backwards sometimes. Well, of course, that happened, but then I would feel terribly guilty because he was scared. And then, of course, I started crying, and he was the one soothing me and calming me down. Well, going back on the fragility of Jacopo, that was that together with the straightforwardness of my parents in explaining us what was going on, I must say that as from the diagnosis, I have been exposed to the typical sentence, the heart is a muscle as well. That summarizes a bit what Duchenne is about, but I've heard it so many times, but without it having a true meaning. Yes, okay, the heart is a muscle as well, so we must do our best. We must work for research so that that muscle won't stop working. And maybe only now, over this last few years, I mean, now I've grown up and I see the fragility of Jacopo, not only as motor deficits, but also in general about his health, so also pertaining to respiratory and cardiac problems. Well, now I truly understand the meaning of this sentence. And now the present. And the last word, balance. Well, now I feel I am in a situation where I must find my own balance, because gradually I'm getting out of my family group. I am going to college, and I also work away from home. So gradually, the responsibility that I had always felt vis-à-vis my family and vis-à-vis Jacopo, well, this responsibility must be organized in different ways, because if I'm not at home, I cannot possibly help my family. So I'm building, in a way, I'm creating my independence, but on the other side, there is this calling from my home, from my nest, especially since I go back there rarely, and I feel out of place. They have found a new balance. I am a guest. I'm a guest in their home, but I'm also a resource. When I'm at home, they need me to help, and I don't know exactly how to help because they are so well coordinated and so well organized. I don't know the latest things. I don't know, change of a given drug or the use of the respirator at night or the devices that he's using for physical therapy. And so they need my help. And I've always helped them. I'd always helped them in the past, but now I'm no longer capable of doing that. And so I try to do something. Let's see. Or maybe my brother will be telling me off because I'm doing it all wrong. That's it. Thank you, Federica.
Il tema dell'equilibrio sicuramente colpisce molto.
The whole issue of balance is quite important. Would you like to comment on that, Andrea or Alessia? Yes. I think it would take hours to comment on what she said. There are many different aspects to it. The whole issue of the balance and a sibling that's going into adulthood is a key issue because unlike other adult siblings, in some cases are called upon to make different choices. I mean, things that happen in a very natural and physiological way in our growth pattern, for example, when we decided where to live and where to study and what partner to choose. These were decisions that were very subjective and were very personal, but sometimes for siblings, they're very complex, understandably so. So it's a difficult balance to strike, you know, going versus staying. It's not easy. One thing that I recommend, not just to siblings but parents as well, is to share, to talk about future plans, to keep everyone up to date on what's happening in the family. Even if an elder sibling is outside of the house, they should know about the changes that are happening so that siblings are kept abreast of what's happening and they're on board, so to speak. Because I've noticed when talking to a lot of adult siblings that there is a risk for them to sort of be outsiders. They are on the outside for a long time, and then when they're asked to get involved and come into the picture, they have a hard time because they don't have all the information that they need regarding the condition of their brother. They don't, they fall short of assisting him adequately. Okay, well, thanks very much. The last testimony comes from Francesco, who's got a special story that he's going to narrate. We ask you to please start with the time of diagnosis and then tell us what happened afterwards and how you're doing now. Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to be here after many years that my brother Saverio was diagnosed with Duchenne muscular dystrophy. Saverio was diagnosed with Duchenne 23 years ago in February of 2023, and I was born in only 3 months after the diagnosis was made. So it was a very challenging or special time. I don't have a specific recollection of the time in which my parents told me about Saverio's diagnosis, that he had Duchenne. But I lived my young age, my young years with him. Every day I was with him. But I was a child, and so when Saverio became aware of his illness, and when he became aware that he was ill with Duchenne, I had no idea. Because for me, Saverio was my older brother. He was a brother like any other. There are thousands of brothers in the world. And frankly, for me, this was a very positive side because both him and my parents, well, Saverio is older than me by 7 years. He was diagnosed when I was first born, and he was 7, and so I lived a normal childhood. Of course, my parents would take time to take Saverio here to the Bambin Gesù hospital. But other than that, you know, we would fight as brothers for the slightest things. So I'm really happy to be able to say that I had a normal childhood in spite of the extraordinary condition that Saverio was in. I was innocent, and this innocence and this naivete left us when Saverio was subjected to a heart transplant in September here in Rome. That was like a turning point for me, for Saverio, and for those who are close to us, because although I was still 8 years old, I was really quite young, that was a turning point, because I understood at that moment that Saverio really needed me to be part of his everyday life, not just as a brother, but as the brother of a patient with Duchenne. Not because he needed my concrete support, because he already had an amazing team of doctors at the hospital who were following him up. He had my parents, he had nurses, he had people who were a lot more competent than me. I was only 8 years old, but Saverio, from then on, needed for me to be there with him in his extraordinary life, but in normal things, by experiencing times of innocence and normal life, and of being carefree, because Saverio's greatest aspiration was to have a tranquil life. I was thinking about the title of this session, From Behind the Scenes to Center Stage. If Saverio had not had this life, I'm sure that he would have lived behind the scenes. But today, thanks to him, I'm the one on center stage. So his story is extraordinary. It is fraught with atypical things. I mean, even just the illness is atypical for a teenager or for a young kid. But in spite of that, he really wanted his life to be normal. He wanted our relationship to be normal and his relationship with our parents. And so we would argue for everything, over music, over what movie to watch. We would argue over anything. But then, of course, in September 2010, that changed. What happened then changed everything between us, and especially it changed the way that I looked at Saverio. I used to look at Saverio as my older brother, but from then on, I started seeing him also as a patient with Duchenne. He had an artificial heart. He was operated on, and his heart was battery operated. He needed lithium or lead batteries, which is quite an extraordinary thing. But I'm happy and proud to be able to say that my life was really very tranquil in spite of it all. And I'm sure that in spite of it all, in spite of the many things, in spite of the many visits to the hospital, he lived a normal life, although he was in a very extraordinary condition. We had many extraordinary experiences with Saverio until he was able to do that. We saw the Pope. We went to Coverciano to see the trainings of the Italy soccer team. We met with a prominent Italian soccer player. And yet, the most extraordinary experiences for him were his everyday experiences. He loved school. He wanted to be treated like everybody else. He wanted to be a good brother and son. And so this is the lesson that I've learned the most from the story of Saverio and everything that came afterwards. He only lived to be 19. He passed away in 2014. Now I'm 22, so I've lived beyond the age at which he died by 3 years. And yet the one lesson that I keep with me is that it's not so much about the number of experiences and the number of people you know, but the quality. Saverio had a quality life in spite of it all, in spite of ventilation and the cough machine, in spite of the daily drugs that he had to take. He had a high-quality life. And I think that this is the greatest lesson I have learned and that I stand by in my life. I'm 22. I got a degree in motor sciences, and I'm building a normal life. I play basketball. I have a lot of friends. There are a lot of people out there who care about me. So my hope is to be able to live as he did, a life of quality and not based on quantity or numbers. Thank you.
Sì, grazie Francesco. Non so.
Thank you very much. Would anybody like to comment? However hard it might be after Francesco's speech. Anybody from the floor wishing to take the floor? There are 2 microphones circulating, so don't be shy. Don't be shy. We still have a dozen minutes to go. Once again, can we show the WhatsApp number that people can write their questions to? Okay. Bianca has the floor. So, well, I'm not actually asking a question because I wasn't there for the first part of the session, unfortunately. So what I would basically like to do is thank Marika, because for the first time, thanks to her, we are in the plenary session. I would also like to thank Parent Project and all siblings. All siblings.
Che vabbè, nonostante I modi a volte
Well,
continuano a arricchire
siblings
la mia vita,
may not really know how to do it best. However, I know that they can truly enrich my life and allow me to enter a different perspective. So, first of all, I wish to thank Marika, and then I'd like to thank those who are on the same journey as I am. Thank you. Thanks for breaking the ice, too. Anybody else wishing to take the floor? Good afternoon. My name is Sandra. I'm the mother of Gabriele, 13 years old, and Giorgio, 22 years old. I would really like to thank you, Marika. Thank you. Because the conference is beautiful, but this session is a wonderful experience, of real life. We, and daily life, we are the parents of Gabriele, who was diagnosed when he was 4 and Giorgio was 9. So I'm here today to thank you because that was a day when we felt on our own. We were supposed to approach such a difficult disease, and we were the parents of a 4-year-old boy and a 9-year-old girl. So what to do, what to say, how to say it, that was quite difficult. We were not living in Rome at that time, and we also, due to that, we really felt very much on our own, as if we had been left on our own. Very difficult for us to talk to our girl about her brother's diseases. So we gathered in a family group with the aim of hopefully raising awareness in Georgia's school. But I mean, we did it all alone. Thank you again for basically confirming what I went through when I had to tell Gabriele how to, tie the knots of his shoes, and of course. That was a difficult thing to say, but Georgia, because Georgia could not get any, shoes like that. My mistake was not to tell Georgia about that disease at that very time. She felt sorry. She was not sure about whether she should ask or not, but luckily enough, different, sort of satellite people came all around her. Parents are often also afraid of making their child different from the other children. So I did all my best to allow my daughter to have all these satellites around her, so to speak. So now Georgia helps Gabriele out because Gabriele knows that she is his elder sister. So thank you very much. Your words are precious and allow us to cope with our daily life. Thank you.
L'ultima domanda.
The last question. Good afternoon. My question is going to be a practical one. My eldest son, Antonio, has a DMD, and then I have 2 more boys. So I had to change my car, of course, for Antonio, a wonderful, white van with the logo, with the relevant step. I had to sell the previous car and bought a new one. Well, actually, with my, one of the younger boys, it's a bit difficult. For example, when I have to take him to his football classes or courses, he asks me, "Are you taking mom's car or your own car?" So I wondered, maybe I made a mistake. Maybe my new car should be one that also the other, my other sons could be happy with. So, any suggestions? Well, cars, play a role because this kind of a disability certainly calls for some choices, specific choices regarding cars. Maybe you want to comment or answer this question right now? Well, there's shame, of course, in the younger brother. That's the point. Well, actually, the car hides another problem. What sometimes happens is that siblings are children too. So we may not exactly perceive what they feel. So we are adults and we may manage social issues, including embarrassment or shame, but they may find that very difficult. It may be particularly difficult for them to cope with such issues. So I believe we must first and foremost realize that there's nothing wrong about that. We might want to, help them, possibly using mom's car. Why not? We should not neglect some problems that children may actually feel, whereas we may not realize how sensitive those issues are, and this might help us, help them through as time goes by. The very last question.
Thanks to the siblings, really loved it. And I have a question for both of you. Did you ever feel the need to talk to other peers, and did you ever join a peer-to-peer conversation? Would just love to get your perspective on that.
Vai. Allora, io devo dire che
Well, I have never felt the need to share what pertained to my brother's disease with peers. Well, I may have felt the need to share that, but exactly, as much as I felt the need to share other aspects of my life. In my love life, things were sort of different. With my partner, I certainly feel like I want to share more about the disease. I feel like I want to hear his opinion too about Jacopo's disease, which has never been the case with my friends, because that was just a part and parcel of my own life. I may have talked about that with them, but in exactly the same way as I felt the need to share other aspects of my life. Francesco, have you ever felt the need to talk with peers, with other siblings? Well, sharing is pivotal, of course. Well, I did not live many years much of my life with Saverio. But I mean, coming from a small town in central Italy, I could certainly enjoy help from someone who could actually help me through. I did not have much access to websites or social networks. I still have memories about my brother. I mean, Saverio's life did not end in June 2014. His life will still be there through me. I'm here today, for example. So anyway, sharing is obviously of paramount importance, which is why we've been here today. Thank you.
No, volevo ringraziare gli ospiti. Volevo ringraziare Andrea Dondi.
Well, I'd like to thank Dondi Cinotti. Thank you. Thank you very much. And I would also like to thank Angela, Federica, and Francesco. I'm sure you know them very well. Thank you.
E grazie Silvia. Grazie mille. Mentre i nostri ospiti scendono,
let me remind Sibling that at 5 p.m. there will be a closed session on Sibling, and that at 5 there's a film lab open to kids who are 10 and over. We also want to talk to you about another survey. You'll find the flyer in your pack. And I'd like to ask the technicians to kindly show on the screen a slide regarding the survey, how to be carriers. I mean, being carriers, how to do surveys, and what it means to be the caregiver of a person with a DMD. What is the impact on one's health, mental health? The results are going to be shared with the families. The study is conducted by a doctor at the University of Newcastle, and it involves several countries, including Italy. You will find the survey. There's a QR code that you can use to access it. We have also produced material concerning women carriers and assisted procreation. You should be able to see it on the screen. There's also material for siblings, which you will find in your pack. And in the meantime, I'd like to ask Mirko to please join me here on stage. There you are, Mirko.
E I materiali li vedremo dopo.
We will look at the materials later, I think.
Grazie Marica, intanto.
Thank you, Marica.
Buongiorno a tutte e tutti.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mirko Natile, and since May last year, I've been in charge of fundraising from individuals for Parent Project. It's a pleasure for me to be part of this organization, this community, and this family. For almost 15 years, I've been raising funds. So why is there a person who collects funds. Why am I here to talk to you about technology? Well, because I was a webmaster before being a fundraiser. Although communication and fundraising were considered to be completely separate activities, this difference was reconciled as time went by. Today, fundraising and communication are two faces of the same coin. They identify the organization when it talks to donors, to people even with whom they haven't come into contact. The website of an organization is like a business card. It's like its home. It's the digital place where the company and the endeavor can introduce itself to the best of its abilities. It's a dynamic representation of its history, mission, goals, and dreams. Developing a site is easy. Doing it well may be complicated. Many different skills are required, clear ideas, economic and human resources. A lot of things can go wrong. There can be complications like anything else. Imagine, however, how complicated it may be to redo a website. It's like restructuring a home with people still living in it. When I came to know Parent Project, however, on the one hand, I realized that I was dealing with a great organization that had already achieved huge results and that was aspiring to achieve more. On the other hand, I needed that this organization needed a website, a digital home up to its standards. This is why we decided to redo the website. The steering committee followed us and supported us, gave us full trust. The whole staff, especially the communications people, spent a lot of time and energy doing this work. Families, patients, and donors were patient, and they allowed the organization to invest in itself. All this was done to obtain an end product up to the standards of the organization it represents, because Parent Project deserves a great introduction and presentation. As a webmaster, I'd like to say that the website we designed is wonderful, clear, simple, streamlined, but of course, it has to operate, it has to work, because a website is a tool beyond all things. So we focused on how we could use new tools to promote our organization. We therefore adopted a new navigation menu, a new layout, to make everything easy. For example, we have macro areas and then smaller areas on the website to facilitate search. We have the webinars that we have organized since 2024, and they will continue to be available as those that we will do in the future. Then there is a materials page in which we have grouped all the materials useful on pathologies, clinical trials, and bureaucracy. We created a new donor system, which has been renewed compared to the past. In addition to this, with a lot of work, we created a new section called Partecipa, which means participate. We want to recognize online the immense work that you all do every day, the work carried out by activists and families to raise funds. There are two main pages: launch a campaign and organize an event. These two activities, up until now, had not found a dwelling place inside the website. They were they were kind of scattered. But these two activities are very closely related. Sometimes they are overlapping and they pursue similar goals. Events are important driving forces because not only do they help us to raise funds, but they're a way for us to have visibility so that we can reach out to people who had never heard about us. They are moments of activism and aggregation that make us feel like a family. They're a way to come together, establish friendships and relationships. All of our events have been conceived and carried out by families and activists, and now finally we have a tool to present them online, to make them visible, to promote them online, but especially to give credit where credit is due for this huge work. Whether it be simple dinners or more structured events, we want to present them in this section. As you might be able to see, events can also have a connected fundraising campaign. They have a registration form and a lot more. Alongside events, there are fundraising campaigns. In this case, we're talking about an activity that can be even exclusively online. From here, anyone can propose fundraising campaigns of any sort, from birthdays to weddings to whatever. Through this tool, not only do we raise funds to support the organization, but we can help this way, Parent Project, in many different ways. We can enable people to discover more about the organization. We can acquire new contacts and keep them over time, so that one day, together, today's donors will become activists in the future. We don't want to stop here, though. There will be new instruments in the future that will enable us to be more effective in supporting our organization to the best of our abilities. My presentation has concluded. I try to be brief, but I'd like to leave you with a quotation. If you want to get to a destination first, run on your own. If you want to go far, run together.
Credo sia coffee break.
I think it's time for a coffee break. I've always dreamt of saying this. We will now break for coffee.
Quindi alle 17:10.
Grazie. Cercasi Fernanda De Angelis, detta Fefè. Qualcuno ha visto Fernanda De Angelis che dovrebbe essere qui da copione dello staff di Parent Project, pronta per presentare la sessione. Cercasi Fernanda De Angelis, chi l'ha vista ce la porti. Dobbiamo preoccuparci? Eccola! Un applauso a Fernanda De Angelis.
Allora, eccoci qua per l'ultima attesissima sessione.
So here we are. This is going to be our last session for today. Gene therapy is the topic of this session. Please make it back to the room. We're going to listen to Professor Eugenio Mercuri from the Gemelli Hospital in Rome. But we are also going to have Pat Gonzalez from Solid Biosciences, and then from Jonathan, please. These representatives are kindly requested to come to the podium, including Matteo Bridi from Roche. So please do come to the podium, come on stage. So the floor goes to Professor Mercuri without any further ado. You have the floor, Professor Mercuri. Thank you very much, Fernanda. Well, it is indeed a pleasure for me to be here. Well, I believe I have been with you since 2003. And it's always beautiful not only to be with you, but also to update you on where we are going. And today I'm going to talk about gene therapy, which is a topic that often raises much curiosity. So whenever we talk about gene therapy, we know that there are different kinds of them. So, the ones we're going to talk about are those where there's one gene carried by one viral vector, and the name of these viral vector is AAV associated. It's a kind of a substance that will not harm. So it's a gene with no mutation that sits next to the gene that does not produce dystrophin because of the presence of the mutation, thereby producing some functional dystrophin. So this is what happens. I mean, we have a carrier transporting the gene, but the gene is not alone. It is associated to a transgene and to the so-called promoter, whose function is basically to promote gene expression, thereby increasing it, making it a bit more specific to the target organ, which in this case is the muscle and the heart. So it's a sort of a kit with the transgene and the promoter. Well, I always remember a drawing that Fernanda used to show. It was was the one of a vector that could not contain the DMD gene because it's a bit of a fatty gene. Actually, the dystrophin gene is the largest one in our body, so large that it simply will not be contained by one vector. Therefore, can we cut this into different pieces? Well, the answer is yes, but let us see how that can be done. Well, first of all, we want to consider those parts of the gene that are the least relevant. So there's a somewhat shorter gene too. So that is a BMD patient who can walk until the age of 55. So there's quite a large part of the gene that has been disrupted. However, it seems like that gene can still allow for some walking function, for example. Hence, the relevance of the different kinds of gene therapy that I mentioned before. Why are they different? Because the gene may not be always cut in the same way. So it's being reduced to a microdystrophy in one, but in 5 different ways, and not only because of what is inside the transgene, but also in terms of the promoter and the carrier. So 5 different gene therapies, all based on the same principle, but with their own peculiarities, their own differences within transgenes and promoters and vectors. Now, whenever we talk of gene therapy, we feel like we are riding, a roller coaster like this. So let me tell you about our experience. Well, when we started talking about gene therapy some 6 to 7 years ago, I mean, people were very much excited about it. The families were very happy. I mean, they were really looking forward to starting those therapies, but things have slightly changed. So let me now lead you through the story of this roller coaster of gene therapies. So we're going to start with the Pfizer study that has been completed. So these are the final results of that study. They were published 1 year ago. And actually, that was a study that we thought could be very successful. It was a randomized study at the end with a placebo arm, and many DMD boys were actually treated within the framework of this trial from 3 to 8 years of age. When the results came out, however, people were very much disappointed. We were very much disappointed too. The presence of a placebo arm meant that half the boys had been administered the drug and half had not. However, there were no statistically significant differences between the 2 arms, accounted for by the blue and the brown colored lines, which was true for both primary and secondary measures. If you look at this graph, it seems like the blue line is better up until some time, and therefore we might think, well, maybe the observation time should have been longer. However, what was particularly disappointing, because we were truly not expecting any of that, was that when we considered the amount of dystrophin in the muscle, well, that was quite a marked one, which meant we were to reconsider the timing of the study, and not only that. We were surprised to see that many of the DMD boys within this study seemed to do quite well. Hence, we wondered, there's dystrophy on the one hand, however, there must be something in the study or length, study design or length that may have to be revisited. At the same time, in other DMD boys treated with the same Pfizer drug but outside of this study, well, that made Pfizer realize that there was really no need for them to keep observing these boys because the results seemed to basically overlap. Well, I disagree, but that was their choice. Hence, there was room for depression, if you wish, and also for concern, because we said if we can only see dystrophy and no clinical effect, well, the idea is that if you produce some dystrophy, you are supposed to do better. So that was really the lowest of our roller coaster, and we started having doubts about that. Well, there was a time when families came to keep asking about the starting time of these therapies, but then that changed. Luckily enough, however, other studies were carried out showing a different result. Again, a roller coaster indeed. So this is a Sarepta study in the US and a Roche study in the rest of the world, whereby this molecule was used. The structure is the same, but the transgene is different, and the vector is different too, and also the promoter is different. So the molecule was used in phase 1 and 2 studies, and we saw that this mini or microdystrophin production did take place. However, when a double-blind study with a placebo arm was carried out with boys treated and boys untreated, treated with placebo, at the end of the first year, some differences indeed arose. So the treated boys seemed to be doing better than the ones in the placebo arm. So for all measures, there had been some improvement. But as for the primary measure, well, the North Star was the one in particular, showed some improvement, although not in a statistically significant way, which is, of course, of paramount importance for regulatory reasons. So we seem to be happy at the beginning, but we realized there was not that much room for happiness. So once again, some disappointment. And the families were also disappointed. They felt like they expected more from a gene therapy. Anyway, the protein was actually produced. Not many adverse events were present, and the length of the study was not that long. A few days, actually weeks ago, probably because they knew I would come here to show these results. Well, actually, the results from the study second year came out. So when these boys are followed up for one more year, also together with not a placebo arm, but an external control of natural history that you can see in this graph, before the statistics and after the statistics, there's basically an overlapping. So whenever we considered such results after 2 years, we realized the results had been better because all measures showed some statistical significance. So, as I will also say at the end of my talk, for some mechanisms we probably need to wait a bit longer before having results, which are also associated to, as showed by Anna, NMR, there was very little progression of the disease as compared to the untreated boys. So dystrophin was increased. It had been measured on week 12, and then week 60 showed different result, and adverse events were, quite good. So there was a good ratio between, advantages and disadvantages. So that made us feel better. Although we had seen very different results in our clinical daily practice. Anyway, we were happy to see that after 2 years, the results were basically the same as the clinical ones. Now, in the first study, in the initial Sarepta study, boys, only 4 of them had been treated, but when these 4 boys were followed up for 4 to 5 years, well, it seemed like results kept stable. So this degree of stability is usually not seen. So once again, it seems like we're going to the right direction. There are some videos circulating that show good results in boys possibly engaging in physical activities. But the real point is that a long-term stability is good already.
This was carried out on a very selected population, age between 4 and 7, and now we have started different studies, a study on younger children to see if the drug is effective and also the safety level for children under age 4, and also a study in older boys, also those that are not ambulant. Enrollment is open for the first study that is called Envol for the younger children, and then Envision for older boys. So we have active involvement. This is the Geneton, the Sarepta study. So trust in gene therapy, but that was strengthened also by the fact that we have had other studies and results that have been made available. Initially, there were 5 different therapies. This is the third one that was developed by Geneton, that is called GNT-0004. So they had a first part of dose escalation and then a study of the natural history of the disease, and then that will be followed by another study having a double-blind trial, and that is going to be important, and that will have a long-term follow-up, and that will be very important from the regulatory viewpoint. The molecule is slightly different. Then I'm going to ask the people who are there, I'm going to ask them, why should we be voting for you? Why is your molecule so important that we are going to choose your molecule rather than someone else's? So it has gone beyond the natural history phase, and now there are results. The functional results for these children, when they were correlated, they are the green lines, they were correlated to untreated patients. You see that the divergence is very promising. And there again, we have an increase in dystrophin, as you see in these graphs, in the table and also in the different pictures. So it is a very promising approach, and we hope that in phase 3 that will be doing even worse. You are going to ask me if this is available in Italy. Italy hasn't started yet, but we are discussing, or rather they are deciding whether to what countries is the study to be extended, and we hope we can have that in the future. And there is another approach, RGX202, affinity study. and the data are different. Once again, you see here the different types of mini-dystrophin, microdystrophin, and gene therapy we have available. And this RGX202 is important because it is the only approach including a terminal part of this gene that then is important to bind to other proteins, which is not present in the other studies. Each study has its own peculiarities, and then they're going to tell us all about it. In the preclinical studies, by using these molecules, the resilience of the muscle is increased because you protect the muscle against all the damage happening every time the muscle contracts. In the initial study, this is the study very rapidly now. The results, adverse events are very few. You see there are a number of zeros. So unlike the first trial where we had a number of adverse events, whereas in here they are very limited, and the study was supported by biomarkers with biopsy. If you look at the numbers in the different doses and different age groups, 4, 7, 8, 11, with the 2 dose levels, we have an increase, an obvious increase. So there is an increase in this mini-dystrophin that is expressed at 12 months. This is accompanied by a difference between treated and naive patients. In this case, there is not a placebo study. These were external controls. So when the natural history tells us that there is a progression of the disease, especially in older children, with these treatments, this, does not happen, apparently. And this is the second part of the study. This is the phase 3 study, trial design. Pivotal trial design. This study at present is going on only in the United States. So at present, your children cannot be enrolled. And I close with the last one born. This is the solid study, and it is very interesting from a variety of aspects. First of all, because there is a new vector that seems to have, to open up to a new generation of vectors. And then we'll ask Patty to give us some more details. Here, to produce mini-dystrophin, there are domains that seem to be quite interesting that are not present in the others. And here, these are the results. The results have been shown with a press release just a few days ago. And the first children treated, and in former studies, we see that there is a protein expression that is very high, higher than former trials. It is starting now. It is still phase 1, phase 2. And since it is a phase 1, it is the first time we are using this compound, and it will be carried out in the United States, there in Canada as well, in the United Kingdom, and then also in Italy. As all gene therapy studies, it is a single dose in ambulant children, and it will have 2 cohorts. The first one, ages between 4 and 7, and the second between 7 and 12, with some inclusion criteria. And we are being given now the permission, the authorization by our ethical committee. We are completing the procedure, and we will be able to enroll for these studies in the next few weeks, both for cohort 1 and cohort 2. Well, in this case, Many of you know what were the enrollment criteria for the Sarepta studies. There were some mutations that had been excluded. Here, the mutations are from exon 1 to 11 and between 42 to 45 included. So if you have a mutation between 45 and 48, well, the fact that 45 is included, well, that means that the person will be excluded. These are the first children having been treated. The safety was very good, and the first 3 children reached 90 days of follow-up, 2 out of 3, 180 days. What are the first results for the expression of microdystrophin? They're very interesting. And Yemi said, well, it is very difficult to compare studies because the methods are different. We must always be very cautious in expressing any sort of judgment, but these values of increase in the values of microdystrophin are really very interesting, both totally and also as for the dystrophin around fibers. These are very preliminary results in very few children, limited time, and only based on biopsy, but they are very promising. And so the muscle is intact, is almost intact. CK and the other enzymes are not being excreted, and they are all reduced in these patients. Very rapidly here, I'd like to close by saying why this roller coaster, what have we learned? Well, over the years, we have learned that when you start, someone starts with a trial, the others understand something else. So these trials have been designed in a more accurate way vis-a-vis the first one. Short-term trials, this 12 months trials, may not be long enough to show any fact. So if the study is designed to be discussed at 12 months, we may find an important signal, but it doesn't reach statistical significance. So there is no possibility for the drug to be approved. And so in the drugs that try to reform dystrophin. Well, here is the etlapierson at 1, 2, 3, 4 years with controls that were matched with matched controls. You see in the first year there is almost no difference. At 2 years, you see that the 2 lines start separating from each other. At 3 and 4 years, the difference becomes even more significant. This first study for this drug approved in the US shows the results are more obvious over time, and the other antisense oligonucleotides, the one against exon 53, well, you see at 2 years you start seeing something, and if you look at the analysis at 6 years, and there you have 2.5 years difference in the time before losing ambulation. So, and the same happens for Translarna. And the best results were not for clinical trials at 12 or 18 months, but only when we used a long-term registry where the loss of ambulation was delayed. So what are the conclusions? The experience showed us that we have learned a few things today when they discuss gene therapy with families. First of all, we create more precise expectations. In the beginning, we thought that gene therapy worked magic because we have had excellent results in other diseases, such as the spinal muscular atrophy, and the impact on the motor neuron had been been much stronger. So expectations may be lower vis-a-vis the past, but they are not bad at all. I always ask families, a long-term stabilization is an excellent result. So if a drug does not produce, does not cause an improvement, we must not think that it is a drug that is not working. Many families would agree with me. And when we design a trial, we must be very keen on age. In the EMBARK trial, the one problem was that the children were very young. They were still growing, and so even the untreated ones would improve simply because they were of a given age. So we need longer-term trials. We'll be speaking about that tomorrow during the roundtable. When we design trials, we cannot have a 3 or 5 years placebo, but we must understand how to design these trials in a different way so as to see the long-term results. And we must also try and collect the most important information. They also had information on safety. So the conclusion is that we must have a very, very careful follow-up. We have a commitment for the families carrying out the Pfizer trial. As a clinician, I believe, well, that even though the trial looked very flat in terms of results, well, the families would not agree. I mean, children after 2 or 3 years show results. So expectations must be appropriate, and the long-term prospect is essential to understand if a drug works or not. So we are going up in this roller coaster. And after this very bad news that we had some 2 years ago, now we have some new information with all these press releases that over the last few days. And so the gene therapy has a future, and some of them have already completed their studies, the trials, and that they may be approved in Europe. As for antisense nucleotides, these drugs are approved in the States, but not in Europe. I wish to thank my group that is bullied continuously because they must follow all these trials, and they are really doing an extraordinary job. And I must also thank all the companies that gave me the data, and very, very special thanks to the families. Because it is easy to say, well, I carry out a trial of gene therapy, but that requires commitment, sacrifices, being away from home, and so on. I wish to thank the families, because if we've learned so much, it's also thanks to their commitment.
Allora, vedo solo 3 sedie, sapevo che Pfizer non sarebbe venuto, ma anche...
So, we are lucky enough to have 3 representatives from the 5 approaches. So, can you please introduce yourselves?
Hi, everyone. Want to thank you all for being here and for inviting us to be here. Thank you to the community, to Parent Project and Professor Mercuri for going through everything. I'm Pat Gonzalez from Solid Biosciences and the clinical lead for our SGT-003 program.
I also wanted to warmly thank you for this invitation. It's really a great pleasure to attend this conference. So I'm Arnaud Valland. I'm a French physician and head of medical and pharmacovigilance activities at Genethon, which is a non-for-profit organization built by the French Duchenne Association. And we are developing GNT-04, which is a gene therapy product for Duchenne patients. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi everyone, my name is Maitea Guridi and I work in development for Hoffmann La Roche, who is currently developing the landistrogene moxiparbovec, the gene therapy for Duchenne muscular dystrophy. And you saw me this morning as well. Roche is also working with Satralizumab for Duchenne muscular dystrophy, but in today's panel, we're going to focus on our gene therapy program in collaboration with Sarepta.
Thank you. What I was saying earlier is that all the different gene therapies have very much in common, because there are parts of the dystrophin which have to be present, but they also have differences. And I was I would encourage you to, it's like a competition. It's not that you have to convince people. It's not like. But it would be nice if you could explain why your company has selected a mini dystrophin with the C-terminal or with a different hinge in very lay words, just to explain why do you think this approach is working, why you went for this approach. Who wants to start?
Does your microphone work?
I'd like to, nope, you got it working, perfect.
Scusate, l'ho detto in inglese. Ho chiesto a loro se potevano spiegarci, visto che queste mini distrofine sono tutte diverse tra di loro e ciascuno ha selezionato alcune parti da tenere e alcune parti da eliminare, se potevano spiegarci in maniera molto semplice qual era il razionale sulla loro scelta, per capire qual è la possibilità di successo.
So for SGT-003, we really wanted to look at the full-length dystrophin protein and be able to understand which could be the key domains that we want to retain when we make this microdystrophin version. So as was mentioned, there are key structural domains that are critical. We need to be able to stabilize the muscle. But then within the center region, there are other pieces that have different functionality. In our microdystrophin, we chose to include what's called the nNOS binding domain, because this is something that's able to then recruit an important protein to the muscle membrane and then be able to produce a molecule that can increase the blood flow to muscle when more energy is expended and there's demand on the muscle. What's been shown really through critical learnings through work by Jeff Chamberlain and Dongsheng Duan are that with this domain, we could actually prevent muscle ischemia, so lack of oxygen to the muscle, which that can then result in injury. So we're hopeful that this could be an additional functionality of the dystrophin that could provide additional functionality in a microdystrophin gene therapy.
So we were also focusing on the key domains of the microdystrophin that may have an impact on the muscle functions. But we also thought about the safety profile of the product, and we also developed our product with a vector which has a very reassuring safety profile. And we are also using a specific promoter that will lead the direction of the product to both the skeletal and cardiac muscles to ensure the correction of both sides of the disease. And we also have the same key domain to ensure the efficacy of the product. And I can further discuss our clinical data later.
My turn then. So I actually have a nice story to tell. So our delandistrogene moxipapobeg was developed by our partners Sarepta Pharmaceuticals, and it was actually Professor Mendel and Luis Rodino-Kaplak who started many years ago researching different constructs for a gene therapy. They based their original research on the structure or the dystrophin produced by a Becker patient who was still ambulant by 60 years of age, who had, I think it's less than 60% of the dystrophin expression, but the fact that he was still ambulant by 60 made them realize that these were potentially the key elements of the dystrophin protein that are needed to maintain function for a longer term. So they based the microdystrophin construct on this biologically available dystrophin protein. And they also tested different combinations of the different possibilities. And they did quite a lot of extensive animal experiments to see which of these constructs actually provided the highest amount of dystrophin expression and the highest functional benefit. And at the same time, they also designed the promoter. I think Professor Mercouri explained there's 3 key components in every gene therapy. You have a promoter, the transgene, and then the vector. So the transgene, the microdystrophin, was selected based on this biologically available protein, and then the promoter, which in our case is called MHCK7. It's designed because it was the one that would allow our gene therapy to be highly expressed both in skeletal muscle and in cardiac muscle. So we have a specific enhancer, what it's called an enhancer, to make sure our microdystrophin is expressed also at high levels in cardiac muscle and also skeletal muscle.
Okay, before we go to the questions from the audience and from home, we have been concerned about some aspects of safety. We know that irrespective of what we have shown now in the studies, where there have been other studies and there have been some concerns about safety. How do you feel about safety in the compound you're using now and with your inclusion and exclusion criteria? We know that the reason why we are excluding some mutations is that because they are at risk of develop severe adverse events. Now, do you think that with these inclusion criteria and with the format of your studies or your experience, we are in a safe place? Is there any area where you are concerned or where we should be concerned?
Shall I continue then? I can start. So with the landistrogene moxeparvovec, we have quite an extensive experience now with over 600 DMD patients treated, and we have quite a good overview of the safety profile of our specific gene therapy. We have even done a kind of like a combined safety profile from all the patients treated in the different trials with over 156 patients. We see that with our drug, it's quite well tolerated. We don't see, we haven't had any deaths. We haven't had any significant complement activations. We haven't had any discontinuations due to adverse events. But we know also that because it's a gene therapy, there are quite common expected safety risks with any gene therapy, and usually it's like the immune system reacting to this gene therapy because it's literally, we're putting in the body these adeno-associated viral vectors. In our case, we see that the most common adverse events are usually seen within the first 90 days after the baseline infusion. So it's 90 days where we see this kind of quite consistent expected adverse events in the patients treated with the landistrogene moxeparvovec. We have seen a very consistent safety profile also within our different clinical trials, and we're quite confident in saying we know how to, we are putting all of these measures in place by monitoring the safety, monitoring all of these, blood sampling, imaging, following very closely the patients within the first 90 days. I can also give additional examples of unexpected, one of the expected adverse events we see related to treatment effect is usually gastrointestinal adverse events. For example, nausea, vomiting, we see that in approximately 60% of the participants in clinical trials treated with the landistrogene moxeparvovec. In addition, we know also this is kind of a class effect safety risk is liver enzyme elevations or potential acute liver injury. In our trials, we have seen acute liver injury in approximately 40% of the patients, but it is transient and very manageable with additional steroid doses. So far, we haven't seen any severe sequelae or serious liver injury in our participants for the landistrogene moxeparvovec. That's a mouthful. But I would say, no. To finish then, I would say we are continuously evolving our knowledge on the safety of our own gene therapy, and we have established very strong monitoring measures within our clinical trials, also in the commercial setting for real world, to make sure that patients are closely monitored within these first 90 days and nothing severe comes up. But so far, we consider...
Se posso aggiungere a questo è un messaggio importante.
Let me add something to that. This is quite an interesting take-home message because the first 90 days are relevant because we see immediate effects after week 1, maybe nausea or vomiting, and then some effects arise at the end of the second month, which is good, in case you want to be included in a gene therapy trial. And by the way, this therapy is administered just once and for all, which is an advantage, of course. And as for some side effects, well, they usually occur immediately after the therapy has been administered. And it now seems that no side effects arise after, say, 2 to 3 years. So you must know, if you want to be enrolled in one of these trials, that at the beginning we need, the family need to stay close to the hospital because the patient must be very closely monitored for the first, say, 90 days. So safety is very good with these compounds, mainly because we monitor patients very closely so that we can do something immediately if needed. So this is yet another advantage. Monitoring is indeed of paramount importance, and safety is good because monitoring is good.
As was mentioning, we completed a dose escalation phase in our trial with a very reassuring safety profile so far, including at the high dose, which has been selected for the pivotal phase. We observed only one severe adverse reaction in the first patient treated with our product, which has been related to a very high risk of immune reactions exons. And consequently, these exons have been excluded from our trial. These are the exons 8 and 9, and so we then have a very reassuring safety profile. We are using an AAV serotype 8, which has lower risk of complications compared to other serotypes like the serotype 9. And we are also closely monitoring the adverse reactions and clinical manifestation after the infusion, especially during the first month after the infusion. We also know that since we are using viral particles, we may have an immune reactions against the product, which is avoided thanks to immunosuppressive agents during the first month. And the only adverse event observed were mild and transient and did not lead to any hospitalization or death in our trial. And once you reach the end of the immune reaction period, you can stop taking the immunosuppressive agent. And we are, again, monitoring very closely patients during the trial, especially during the first month.
So Professor Mercuri mentioned that there's been a lot of recent news, and for our study, actually, we've been excited that our first updates on the participants who have been dosed just came out last week. So everything here is brand new information that we're sharing. In the study, which is very in initial phases currently, we have shown our biopsy data on 3 patients, but we have safety data on 6 patients who have been dosed. What we have seen is no serious adverse events, which has been very encouraging. And one of the unique factors of SGT-003 has been the actual viral vector capsid that we've chosen for the program, which is called AAV-SLB101. It's a rationally designed capsid, which means that it's unique compared to those that are naturally occurring. And this was so that we would better target muscle and be able to lower our dose in the study. And so With that, what we have observed is with the one single dose level that we chose in this to use in this study, we did not want to do a dose escalation with a single dose. We wanted to hope for an optimal effect with that dose that's being administered to patients. We did see the expression data that had been shown, which have been very encouraging. And with that, we have also seen only what have been more common side effects of an AAV gene therapy, which include nausea, vomiting, and reduced platelets. That being said, we have not seen any liver toxicity in the study. And this could be due to one of the properties of this capsid where we actually have about half of the amount of the capsid getting to the liver compared to a naturally occurring vector that this was based off of. So combining that with the lower dose level that we selected, we are encouraged by these initial findings for the safety we've seen, but are obviously going to be expanding and continuously evaluating this over time, as safety is of paramount importance. The factor that was mentioned about mutation exclusion criteria is also unique to each program because of the microdystrophin and how the different pieces are put together. So we have begun our study with a conservative mutation exclusion criteria, excluding only deletion mutations, so not duplication mutations or other types. Only deletion mutations are excluded in exons 1 to 11 and 42 to 45 because of our specific construct. We're starting conservatively with those criteria, but are optimistic that we'll be able to evaluate and be able to learn from the field as we move forward from there.
Thank you. C'è qualcuno che ha qualche altra domanda su...
Is there anyone else with questions on safety before we give the floor to remote participants? If there are no questions on safety, we start with questions in remote. There are, mutation of exons from 3 to 7. If in the future there is some possibility for boys who have mutation in the first part of the gene, 3 to 7, to be enrolled in your studies. Thank you.
So currently for our program, those would be excluded. Every program will be unique, and I think what we want to do, again, is start conservatively, but evaluate this. There is an effort that has been led by Francesco Montoni and Karsten Bonneman across programs to really evaluate what regions of the microdystrophin may be more potential for an immune response. And so we are hopeful that we can continue to learn more about these potential immune responses and then also be able to look at other mutations that could be included over time.
Thank you. Yes, as I was mentioning, we are currently excluding the exon 8 and 9, which are related to severe immune complications. So we narrowed this exclusion criteria to allow patients with mutation at the very beginning of the gene to be included in our clinical trial. But again, a collaborative work has been published with data from several different companies developing gene therapy products, and with evaluation of the epitopes of at risk of immune reactions. And we all agree that these two exons should be excluded. But if you have a mutation at the very beginning of the gene, at this moment, you will be included in our trial.
Le domande sono tante, prego. Cercherò di essere rapida. Siamo in una situazione simile. Un po' di tempo fa abbiamo fissato il nostro programma di sviluppo, Genethon, Pfizer, Roche e Sarepta, ci siamo riunite tutte le aziende per cercare di capire cosa stesse succedendo. Adesso capiamo che il sistema immunitario reagisce alla nuova proteina che viene immessa. Nel nostro caso, nel nostro progetto di sviluppo, abbiamo escluso i partecipanti con mutazioni tra 1 e 17 perché fa parte di quello che la nuova proteina produce nel corpo dei partecipanti, e abbiamo come ha detto Janet, che il più immunogenico, gli esoni più reattivi sono l'8 e 9, quindi nel mondo commerciale dell'approvazione per questo farmaco i pazienti con le lezioni 8 e 9 saranno esclusi. Nei trial finora abbiamo escluso i partecipanti con le mutazioni da 1 a 17 e stiamo facendo partire un nuovo studio per valutare la sicurezza e l'efficacia in pazienti con
better how we could also provide this drug in the future for patients with these specific mutations.
Thank you. Fernanda? Oh.
This is the question to Professor Mercuri, since Pfizer is not here. And we all understand now that 1 year of investigations is not enough to make conclusions. Are there any chances, any opportunity that there will be a report from Pfizer about results for 2 years of observation and 3 year observation of the group of the clinical trials they have conducted? What do you think?
Well, if this happens, this is because as academics we are all following the boys who were part of the trial, and we will be able to have some data, but this will not be an official effort from Pfizer. Pfizer had no, there is a follow-up for these patients, but I'm not sure what is the plan to publish data, to make this data available. I cannot answer for them. What I can tell you is that all the clinicians are following the boys who were part of the trial, and we are all collecting information, which we partly share with Pfizer, but we have more information than we share as part of the long-term follow-up. Because with increasing time, the follow-up becomes shorter. There are less and less information collected.
Non si sente? Ecco, così sì. Ne leggo una che avevamo ricevuto.
Let me read out a question. Can an Italian boy receive gene therapy in the US or be a part of a trial that is carried out in the US? Here is the question.
I'll start. So with our current program for SGT-003, we have just announced recently that we have gotten regulatory approval for conducting a trial in Italy. And as Professor Mercuri mentioned, we are in the process of working on site activation activities here. In the US, with our current active sites, participation for any international patient would always be on the determination by a site specifically. So it's allowable, but always site-specific.
For us, right?
For Roche, Sarepta, because they have already, they are the only one with the drug available in the States, yeah?
Yes, because for clinical trials, we obviously developed and had clinical trials in Italy as well. The landestrogen moxiparbovec has been approved by the FDA in US last year. Unfortunately, we're not supporting families because it's a very difficult thing to do. We're not supporting families for relocation, going to the US. This is up to them and the treating physician. What we are doing, Roche and Sarepta, and Roche specifically, is working really hard with regulators locally in Europe, in Italy, to make sure that the drug is available for patients in Europe as soon as possible.
La nostra esperienza con l'atrofia muscolare spinale.
With the spinal muscular atrophy, before the drug is approved, was approved in Italy or for age groups or weight groups and so on, some American centers were willing to accept families coming from abroad. It was very expensive. What is expensive is that you must stay there for 3 months to be followed. So it is a very big effort that I don't know at present to what extent that would be justified. Yes, there is an approval that is being discussed in Europe. There are other options in terms of therapy. Where there are no other options, these migrations are more or less justified. But when there are other options, as well as the possibility that this drug is approved in Europe quite soon, well, that of course doesn't make it so easy to go abroad, but technically it is possible. There is another question. There is a girl who is 3 years and a half, and another girl who is Duchenne with a duplication of exons from 3 to 12, and he is asking if there is a possibility for her, and especially for the fact that she's a girl, actually.
Quick answer, yes, no, in your current clinical trials would be girl and duplication 3 to 12.
I can start quickly, but unfortunately, we're only recruiting boys in our trials. We do the same at the moment.
We are currently the same. Only boys will be included.
Ok, grazie. Un'altra domanda ancora.
Another question for Sared. Why is exon 45 excluded and therefore its relevant deletion too?
It's a great question. So, as was mentioned, currently each of the exclusions for mutations are based on safety to be able to hopefully prevent a potential immune response. Because our construct has this unique domain called the nNOS binding domain, it includes exon 45. So the reason that patients are excluded if they have deletions in exon 45 is because if this were to be expressed in those patients, they may have an immune response against that region. We don't yet know if there will be an immune response, but we are starting with these conservative criteria and then hope to evaluate this further to potentially narrow that.
E c'è un'altra domanda ancora che...
Another question. Any questions from the floor? But otherwise, I'll read out this question. A 9-year-old DMD boy with exons 50, 54 deletion on Givenostat. Can he participate in the SGT-003 trial?
Ne abbiamo ancora un'altra per Sarepta.
A 3-month washout. So what about the EMA regulatory pathway? And can we think of a new trial with compassionate use up until approval? Well, EMA, Roche has already started with EMA, so maybe the compassionate use, I don't know, implies the possible access to this treatment?
So what we are currently, as I said before, we're really working hard with EMA regulators and local payers for each country to make this drug, get this drug approved and make it accessible as soon as possible. This is our standard and preferred way of providing delandistrogene moxeparvovec to the patients. Timelines-wise, so as you know, we submitted our dossier with all of the data from the clinical trial, from the phase 3 clinical trial last year. It was validated by EMA also in June, and we're currently in negotiations and discussions with EMA for what hopefully could be a quick approval soon.
There was a second part of the question, if Roche would consider compassionate use while waiting for the approval.
We're currently, it depends on each country, but we're currently not supporting as well compassionate use because we are focusing on getting the drug approved.
Non ho altre domande sul telefono.
No other questions on the phone. Is there any other question in the room? We still have 5 minutes. Well, they're all shy. If there are questions, please speak up. Well, it is a bit late. No, there is one question. Well, are you considering combined trials, gene therapy plus Givenostat or vamorolone? Is there something you are envisaging? Is it something you're envisaging?
Since this is an investigational study and we are in the early days, we do need to establish if SGT-003 itself has a treatment effect. So initially, we want to have that as a single study for this. And then I think over time, especially as other things are evaluated, that could be a possibility. But we need to investigate one thing at a time to gain regulatory approvals and then move on from there.
Altre domande?
In genere la regola è che
Is there any other question? When there are trials for drugs the first time, until you don't define your efficacy and safety criteria, it is difficult to start with 2 drugs. So you start one by one and then you sort of add on. And Arnaud, maybe you want to answer?
I just wanted to say we have the same approach. So the first step will be to get the validation from GNT04 alone. And but yes, we have been discussing combination therapy a lot.
Nel frattempo non sono arrivate altre domande, penso quindi che possiamo...
No other questions, so I believe we can close the session. We thank you all, and we wish to thank Professor Mercuri for his outstanding presentation, but also the representatives of the companies. Before closing completely, I have a couple of announcements. Tonight for our dinner, we see you here at 8:30. Wear something red because this is it, and tomorrow morning we convene at 9. We start the session at 9. Have a good day. Thank you. Have a good evening, rather.